The Campaign of the Three Kingdoms is a time when many competing heroes divided and conquered territories using their skills. They all wanted to kill each other, but there was no denying that there was one great warlord among them. This famous warrior was named Yopabong-seong, but he's been written into history as a reveler and a hunter of his soldiers' wives. He was the strongest general, but he was underestimated because of his defeat in the last battle. History was written by the victors, so Pong-song left a less than important mark on the textbooks. After his death, the commander left behind only a trail of humiliation, but at the last moment, he went back in time, several decades. The subordinate called out to his red-haired warlord, who still hadn't regained consciousness. Yapo grabbed the arrow that flew at him and snapped it in half, looking for the sender. But when the man looked around, he realized he didn't even know where he was or why there was no one around. One of the soldiers was sputtering and shouting that the commander was misbehaving on the battlefield. When an arrow flies, you have to hide from it. And when Pong-soon heard this, he turned to see a familiar voice. It was Sung-gi Rem, who should have been in the ground a long time ago, but was still alive. The subordinate didn't understand what his superior was saying, and asked him to focus and look at the archer who was aiming at them. On command, the man drew the bowstring and released a handful of arrows that Gi Rem had already spotted. He rushed to his commander to cover him with his own body. At the same time, the red-haired man couldn't think to dodge the pointy guns. The arrows were about to sink into his skin, but the man stood still. Using his spear, he spun it at the last moment so that not a single projectile hit him. Wooden feathers fell on him, and as he tried to catch his breath, the man realized he remembered something similar, but he didn't know what he was doing before he came to this place. Chow Sao said something about promotion, and afterwards he didn't remember anything, and maybe he was now trapped by the enemies. The general could also assume that he died, and this is his second life, or the Holy Spirit came to take him away. Yapo's soldiers, who were taking cover from the arrows, rushed to him to see if their leader was wounded. The commander thought the more he tried to understand the situation, the worse it got. The situation was very reminiscent of a real battlefield, and the army on the opposite side wanted to finish him off. Song-gi Rem shouted that the army should have shot back from far away instead of approaching to meet their doom. The soldiers armed with spears and sabers approached, and Pong-soon thought there was only one thing left to do. He gripped his tool tighter and rushed into battle, leaping at the outnumbered foes. In an instant, several of his opponents were defeated, and the others couldn't believe he'd gone at them alone. These men wanted Yapo's head and wanted to round up their lonely target, but the man wasn't going to give up so easily. Even united, this gang could not cope with him, and the soldiers, one by one, were trampled into the Zumla. Some surviving soldiers begged for mercy, but the red-haired man was adamant. The ground shook from the force of Pong-soon's punch, and he single-handedly dispatched all the opponents. All this time, his personal army had not entered the battle, but seeing the bravery of their captain, the men were inspired. The leader of the opposing camp shouted for Yeopo to surrender, because he had no chance of winning. Sitting on his horse, he approached the red-haired man and thanked him for trapping himself on his own. The bald man was ready to cut off Pong-seong's head with a single blow. But the brave commander was not about to give his captor a chance to win, and struck with his bare hand. The opponents fell off their horses under their hooves, unable to hold the rein. The red-haired soldiers saw that their captain had dealt with the enemy leader and were ready to finish off the rest. They raised the battle flag and swarmed on the surviving enemies to slaughter them. No infidel was to leave the scene alive, so a thorough sweep was necessary. One of the older warriors of the dead leader wanted to encourage his comrades and say that they would win if they stayed in line, but he had no time to speak when his body and meager armor were pierced by a spear. The army retreated in terror, but every one of them was being chased. In the crowd of almost defeated soldiers again appeared the hero, who wanted to rally the fleeing rats and direct them after Yopo's head. Gi Rem couldn't believe that these insolents still hadn't surrendered and wanted to help his general. He warned the captain of advancing foes who wanted to capture him. Pong-song swung his trusty spear again to repel the enemy unit. One blow, and the battlefield was covered in dust and blood flying in the wind. When one of the group of opposing soldiers saw this, he shouted in horror to the survivors to retreat. He was trembling with fear and could not move to flee, so they quickly put the tip of the blade to his neck. After a while, the battle ended, and Sung-gi Rem reported to the commander that all the infidels had been eliminated. Yapo didn't realize if he was in a dream, but even if he didn't wake up, he would retrain the soldiers and fight Cho Seong. But suddenly his body stopped moving as if the mind was slowly waking up. Gi Rem thought the fight was too short and told the general so, but he noticed the general starting to faint. Pong-soon realized that if he woke up now, he would die. So he begged God for a second chance. His soldiers brought a stretcher, but the red-haired man wasn't conscious enough to realize it. In the abyss of consciousness, he thought of the world at his feet. Venus's owner changed as often as the sun came up. and no one knew if Venus remembered her past owner. He remembered a girl named Jo Seon, with whom he used to be in a close relationship. The woman pressed his palm to her cheek and asked why her dear husband was crying. She always waited for him at home after battles, but one day she couldn't meet Yopo. The life of this flower was cut short, but the general forever imprinted its beauty on his memory. He was a warlord who didn't know literacy and flirted with the women of his soldiers, and his job was betrayal. That was the story the man who came for his head wrote. On the brink of doom, it looked like Yeopo was accepting his punishment with ease, but his enemy wanted him to desperately beg for salvation. Pongsun was the son of a farmer, whose name gained fame, but he failed to take care of the people around him and lost his head. The man opened his eyes with the thought that if he had a second chance, he would definitely rule the world. Waking up with needles stuck in his body and inhaling the aroma of the smoker, Yopo couldn't tell if his new life had already begun. He examined his arm and realized there were small medical needles all over his body. Yopo didn't realize whether it was illusion or reality, and continued to look around the room. A subordinate came in and asked how a commander could faint just because of a couple of scratches. A man with 2 scars on his face concluded that their general had become quite weak. He wanted to add that he didn't want Pongsun to be a sissy and get out of bed since he was already well, but he didn't have time to say anything. The red-haired man rushed over and strangled in the arms of Sungi Rem, who he hadn't seen for so long. For such a heated greeting, the games were only a few centimeters away from the scarred man's eyes. After finishing with the hug, Guy Rem started pulling out treatment products from the commander's body, complaining that he almost lost his eyesight. Yopo sat obediently trying to figure out if that battle was real, but his subordinate didn't want to answer the obvious questions and told him there was a small job in the red light district. The red-haired man shouted that he had stopped doing that a long time ago, and Guy Rem did not understand him because he had only recently returned from there. The man realized that what had happened 10 years ago was repeating itself and asked if there was a John Jasa garden on that block. He got an affirmative answer, and his body shook and sweated. Several fighters stood outside the tent and listened to Guy Remus yell that he wasn't done treating the captain. After putting on a piece of cloth, Pongsun went out to his subordinates, and they asked him if he was feeling okay. They complained that once the commander was poisoned by the Westerners, but he coughed and blew them away, and then a couple of arrows knocked him out. Wee, Yeldai Su, and Gong laughed because they thought it might be a sleeping pill instead of poison, but who would use it in battle? Guy Remus, who was leaning out of the tent, ordered the chatterers to stop and tried to mollify the ringleader by saying that the brigands were just joking. Yopo had already burst into tears when he realized that all his old comrades were alive and that he had really gone back in time. The trio thought the poison was still working, and that's why the commander was acting so strange. Pongsun wanted to rush over to hug them, but the scarred man shooed the bums back to their tents. But they didn't get far, and the commander broke through to give them a warm welcome. He drooled and squeezed the soldiers so hard that they crunched their bones and begged for mercy. Saddling their horses and raising their banners, the Yapo warriors were ready to ride. Guy Rem stood in his battle gear and was ready for orders, but someone behind him persistently kept calling out to him. Unable to stand it, he turned around and a comrade asked what kind of weirdness was going on with their commander. The scarred man didn't understand the question, and we all said that their captain has been acting strangely lately. The strange thing was that Pongsun was sparkling with happiness after waking up, and before they went out, he said they would give all the goods they collected from the bandits to Jeon Jae. Guy Rem couldn't believe it, but the general said that since they were his army, they should give him all the treasure they had gotten. If the subordinate has nothing else to say, Yopo ordered him to keep quiet because he already has a plan. The private continued to insist that the commander had changed a lot, but Songi Rem preferred to accept it if the general really had a plan. But everyone in the squad realized the plan was to steal some of the money and go on a bender. After asking Va Yeol to shut up, the scarred man asked him to hand over the sword. He took the dagger by the blade and looked at the trees visible from behind the cliff face. Taking aim, Guy Rem threw his sword where he was looking. We all still didn't understand what the matter was, but the swagger of the man with the scar, and he was nearly swept off his feet. The blade stabbed straight into the head of one of the enemies, watching Yeopo's army from above. Sungi Rem was very pleased with his shot on target. A command went through the squad that an ambush was prepared for them, and that all should go up the slope with their weapons. Raising their spears, several soldiers shouted for the rats to come out of hiding. The man who led the ambush was furious that their trap had failed and began kicking the wounded subordinate. They had no choice but to flee since their plan had failed, and Yeopo's army was already ready to fight. A dozen armed men appeared on the slope, watching their former victim. The head of the bandits was angry because Yeopo had stolen their loot and killed the commander, taking it all for himself as if he were a thief himself. Pongsun wondered how a common criminal could look down on Yeopo's soldiers and where he got so much arrogance. Grasping his spear, the red-haired man had already dealt with part of the enemy squad. He was ready to show the bastard where he belonged and bring him down to earth. Pongsun's tool shattered when it met the rock, but the massive mountain could not withstand the pressure either. The warriors opened their mouths because they couldn't believe that their general's blow could shatter an entire rock. The brigands fled, and the Yepo soldiers exulted in the glory of their captain. Songi Rem couldn't move either, remembering the words of the head that he had a plan. Their army now had to scatter to avoid being hit by boulders blowing from the sky, and the scarred man didn't think that was the plan. At the Byungju fort, dozing off on the observation tower. But when they heard the rumbling, they thought a landslide had come down from the mountains. Far ahead, a great pillar of dust rose up, and the men looked out and decided to report to Jasa. In Jasa's garden, an elderly man listened to Yopo's report on the surviving thieves. The general apologized for the inconvenience, but the old man said he had nothing to worry about now that his enemies were finished. Jasa asked what kind of wagons they had brought with them, and pulling down the cloth, Ponsyong exposed the riches stored inside. All this they managed to get after an unexpected operation, and they brought it all without a trace to the lord. After handing it all over to his master, Yopo bowed and pretended to be ready to leave the room. But the old man asked him to wait and talked over some details with his assistant Dayan. He whispered a few words to him about how to proceed, and Jasa gave his verdict. Sitting in the tavern, Yopo boasted to his cronies that his plan had worked, and they had earned money by robbing the brigands without sneaking around. He remembered the old man scratching his beard and begrudgingly giving the army a tenth of the entire load. The man forgot about his host and shouted to Seobu to bring the drinks, but he was sure that the commander had told him to bring the meat first. Ponsong started to argue that meat is only served in conjunction with booze and didn't notice Gi Rem's pensive face. After Jasa's appointment, his aide called the scarred man over and asked if it was true that the general had been wounded by an arrow. The warrior assured him that his captain was already fine, and the official said he just wanted to make sure everything was okay. Dayan Go also wanted to know how much of the cargo Yopo had taken before giving it to him, but G Rem assured him that he hadn't taken a penny. Plus he told me that red-haired no longer frequents the red light district. But all these changes further disturbed the official, and he needed more time to understand the general's character. He's always being defiant, taking all the merchandise and causing trouble for Jasa. Now the extravagant man was quiet and kept his thoughts to himself, which meant he must have had some purpose. Guy Rem asked why Master Dion doubted the general so much, but he hastened to reply that he was not worried at all. The scarred man realized he could get in trouble for this conversation, so he hurriedly excused himself. Seobu finally brought a drink, and the warriors stopped thinking about the day's events. Everyone's faces lit up as soon as they saw the hot meat and alcohol. They began to pour the rice tincture one by one, passing the cups around the rows. Yopo, as head of the table, raised a bowl of liquid gold and said it was dedicated to their brothers who had fallen in battle. The warriors seated at the table drained their alcohol in remembrance of their comrade. Then the general began to divide the money received and said that as usual, half of it would go to those who had lost loved ones, and the rest of us will take the other half to buy new guns. The warriors gaped, unable to believe that their captain would generously give them all the winning. Yopo also went on to say that the remaining money would not be used for booze and women, but would be saved for future spending. That was the general's plan for everyone to feel secure in battle. If he has been given a chance to right the wrongs, he will reach out thoughtfully this time, and the next glass has been raised to his return. He didn't forget to add that if the army spent the money on weapons on something else, he'd kill them all. The warriors heard the order and belted out a friendly song as they continued the feast. This promise made by Yeopo in the future created the foundation for the strongest Ham Jin Yang unit in the future. After the feast, one of the soldiers approached Sungi Rem and asked why he was staring off into the distance all alone like a scumbag. He noticed that only the scarred man complained about their general's decision. Guy Rem's hands were shaking, and he remembered that he used to fear that life would leave their army at any moment. But Dai Su said that his comrade just worries a lot and thinks too much. But if it were him, anyone would feel the same way when they saw someone you knew suddenly change beyond recognition. The soldier who came in said that if Guy Rem is so worried about the old man from the fort, he can be eliminated at any time. Who knows what could happen if their comrade keeps on screwing himself up like this? The other soldiers rushed to stop him, but he said he was just quoting a line from Laney's song. Guy Rem interrupted their bickering and said they had to move out to get new weapons. But the men continued to taunt each other and jokingly blamed it on the man with the scar. Yapo had also acquired a new spear and wanted to test the acquisition. Standing under a tree dropping leaves, the red-haired man cut each of the falling petals into 2 pieces. He struck blow after blow, swinging the pointed instrument in different directions. Eventually, the tree lost not only its leaves, but also its trunk. The soldiers watching him noticed that their general was just something, because he had drunk so much. But he still stood on his feet confidently. But the point of the spear was dulled by the simple wood, and Yopo thought he needed 3 weapons to rule the world that he didn't know where to find. His thoughts were interrupted by a guy reporting that a guard had entered their room and they should have rushed to the scene. This problem could have been solved by Guy Rem and Vi Yol, but the commander felt aggrieved and went to the ward. Yoppo came to Master Dion, who offered him tea, but the general politely declined. He wanted to discuss something important, but his mentor stopped him with a gesture of his hand. The man first wanted to know how it was that the captain had brought 2 beaten men to him. Pongsun said that they called him cruel, and the old man was furious because he should have just reported them, instead of beating them. These 2 were training under the head. Besides, in Shenliang's situation, the general acted just as impatient. Getting down to business, Dion asked if the red-haired Zhao Zhong of the 10 eunuchs knew this person. Yoppo would have to deliver a few items too. It was a matter for the messenger, and the commander did not understand why he was assigned it. But the old man told of a fellow who was very good with a bow. He had defeated all the soldiers in Luo Yang, and it would be good to recruit this boy. But the captain still continued questioning. He had to risk his life for this archer, and said that for such a shameful request, the grandfather should be well rewarded. Yoppo said he'd move out at dawn, and Dion couldn't believe the red-haired man had agreed so easily. One of the soldiers asked why they were going the other way, and another called him stupid because he had already been explained the plan many times. G-Rem's indignation was interrupted by the sound of hoofs ahead on their path, and the riders were talking about Shane Liang, whom Yoppo had already dealt with. One of the group said he could see people up ahead, and they were probably so scared of them they couldn't move. Their leader rushed forward despite the soldiers' request to deal with them personally. The brigand rushed at the 3 in front and shouted for them to give up everything they had if they wanted to keep alive. But the bald man realized that the red-haired rider was not afraid of him at all, and was rushing towards him. None of their group understood what the man was doing, or why he wanted to attack them alone. He'd have to be crazy to do something like that. The outlaws stopped their horses when they realized that the behemoth coming at them wasn't going to slow down at all. The leader shouted for his men to retreat, but they didn't understand the urgency of the order. But no one escaped, and the plain was flooded with human screams as soon as Yoppo reached his victims. The man hiding in the bushes saw the battle unfolding and prepared to speak. After the squad had finished dismantling, Yoppo noticed that there was no further road, and they didn't know where to go, and the bandits didn't have anything to take. The soldiers said that their superiors probably whine about nothing, and there's nothing to worry about on this road. But he didn't see the arrow coming, which his commander deftly intercepted before it could reach its target. The frightened man jumped up and stopped examining the bodies of the bandits, while Yoppo tried to figure out which side the weapon had come from. Seeing the point from which the shot was fired, the red-haired man was able to easily dodge the new arrows. It was probably the guy Master Dion was talking about, and this archer might be even more useful than he thought. The shooter thought that the target had accidentally dodged because he never missed, and it's very hard to calculate the trajectory, and the archer was upset that he couldn't deal with the bandits himself. The guy thought it was time to leave this point, because the day was too sunny, but he noticed something approaching him. He couldn't believe that someone was running towards the shooter, instead of trying to get further away, and prepared new arrows. The speed of the approaching one was amazing, and he had already swung his spear, throwing it at the target. The tool made a hole in the rock and came out showing the full strength of its master. The archer grasped his bow tighter and was ready to strike a blow at an opponent he did not consider his equal. But before he could release the bowstring, a man on horseback rushed right past him. The red-haired man ran past him, and the boy hurriedly turned around to aim again. But even at that close range he couldn't hit, and Yoppo deftly dodged. The man took his bow and said that his enemy had aimed for his head not once, but twice. He thanked the gunner for that, for such arrows were the easiest to dodge. Yoppo shot and chipped off a piece of rock that he had already pierced with his spear. The archer was unable to stand on his feet because of the rockfall under his feet and began to fall downward. His last thought was that in this battle he was defeated. Opening his eyes the next time, the gunman realized that the men in front of him were arguing because the red-haired man had prevented him from falling off the cliff. Guy Rem didn't understand why the captain needed this child. They weren't hired as his guards. When Yoppo saw that the boy opened his eyes, he immediately cheered up, and the soldier was surprised that he had survived. The archer shouted because he didn't know what his captors were going to do to him. He thought these beasts were about to draw their swords and blow his head off his shoulders. But the red-haired man only laughed and said he was just curious to see what kind of gunman was leaving behind mountains of rivers. But this warrior turned out to be just a kid, and Yoppo couldn't hold back a smile. The guy was outraged by this attitude to himself, and asked if the general knew how many people he had sent to the other world with his arrows. All these men were innocent, and the red-haired man remarked that such feats were not to be boasted of. He grabbed the archer by the collar and asked how he could do robbery with such talent. The guy roared and asked what this monster knew about him, if he dared to judge him. He had no place to sleep and nothing to eat, and no one gave him a chance for an honest job, not even being able to be a soldier. What else could he do in such a situation? Yapo said he met boys like him going into the army, and they all died before his eyes. The archer said that if he had a choice, he wouldn't be looting, and the general was interested in those words. With one hand, in a burst of emotion, he raised his horse above him. Holding the horse's weight, he asked the gunslinger to join his army. Yapo's soldiers looked at each other and wondered if they would be punished for accepting the bandit into their squad. They didn't understand the dialogue between the commander and the guy at all, but they had to admit that the archer was really talented. Throwing aside the horse, the red-haired man shouted that the boy didn't need to worry about his weakness, and he would personally teach him everything. The gunman asked if the chief had heard what the subordinate said about him being a bandit, but Yeopo replied that these two soldiers don't decide anything. Their case was all about fighting the real enemy. So, the general gave the kid a choice whether he wanted to use his talent for a great cause. Back in the fort, the red-haired man strolled through the town and was beyond furious. He reported the incident to the chief, but he waved him off like a dog and let him go in peace. He'd better not mess with that ungrateful eunuch and get nothing from that wagon. Having cooled his ardor, the commander decided to return to train the newcomer. But his intentions were halted by a beautiful song in his ear. Looking around, he saw a beautiful long-haired girl in pink robes. The man liked the song and moved closer to the singer. He had already heard this song in Luoyan and asked if the girl was a resident of Hadong. She shuddered, and the red-haired man asked not to be misunderstood, for he was from Hoden too. The girl replied that she was born in Taepyeon, and bowing and greeting the man asked what she was doing here all alone. The singer said it was written on a poster above her, but Yopo couldn't read a word. Realizing that the stranger was illiterate, she laughed, clutching her stomach. But the general replied that he has his whole life ahead of him, even if he doesn't know literacy now. Wiping tears from her eyelashes, the girl asked how he wasn't afraid to approach a lady with this level of education. Yopo was embarrassed, but said, can't he get anything, since he doesn't know how to read and write? But the girl said he should know the basics of poetry etiquette and ancient texts because it speaks volumes about his personality. This time, the red-haired man laughed and said that the little girl was acting just like a teacher. Since the young lady was so smart, Yopo asked permission for a question. He asked about a man who was neither woman nor man and brought a lot of luck, and the girl assumed he was talking about Ding Yuan. Yapo gawked at her, not understanding how she knew, but the lady laughed again, repeating that she too was from Haden. The expression not male, not female accurately indicated a eunuch, and he most likely must be one of the 10 great ones. She assumed that it must be Zhao Zhong, and the red-haired man again didn't understand how she figured it all out. Among the eunuchs, Jianshuo had a large regiment and great influence, and on the other side was Zhao Yang, who doesn't care about anything that doesn't concern him personally. So, the only candidate left is second Marquis Zhao Zhong. Recalling the aforementioned good fortune, the girl said that it was coming from behind his famous disciple Kai Yun. He rebelled against people who played with his power, and the 10 exiled him to Bingzhou. But that's the only thing they couldn't stop their carnage at. When someone dies on their land, their reputation goes up. Yapo asked why the girl left Jianshuo, and the girl said she just made a hole like a raccoon. Though the girl looked young, she was better than the other teachers, and the red-haired man asked her name. But she said she couldn't teach anyone at the snap of her fingers. The man remembered what this lady had been like in his past life, and now she was the same age. She asked why Yeopo was looking at her so intently without taking his eyes off, but the general only stood up and said he would like to repay the lady for his question, but he had nothing with him at the moment. The man folded his hands to bow and promised that they would see the little teacher again someday. She bowed as well and thanked the red-haired man for entertaining her in her moment of boredom. Yapo walked away, and the girl ran her eyes over his silhouette. She followed the departing guest and didn't notice that she herself was being targeted at that moment. 2 men watched her for a while, hiding around the corner of the building. After noon, they returned to the girl and seized her without heeding the cries of the unfortunate. The man, with his face wrapped in a cloth, asked why his brother needed a child, but he said that rich people like them nowadays. Spending the night with a girl like that would make them feel younger than their years. Besides, the lady had a pretty face, and they could have been paid more. And in a couple years, that girl might be worth more. But now this kid's biting his kidnapper's hand bloody. The one who grabbed her screamed at her to let go, or he'd just rip her teeth out. But he didn't notice that an even greater danger was at his back. The kidnapper turned to the red-skinned man who had called him, and said that he was not in the mood for chit-chat because he was busy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Yopo rushed at the villain and killed him, while the second remaining man threatened him. Still, no amount of status of his opponent could stop the red-haired man, and he grabbed the second brigand by the head. Yapo swung his palm, and at that moment, the kidnapper realized that he was going to lose his life. He started begging for a human conversation, but the general wasn't going to listen and started beating him. The girl who had already been released crawled away from the fight and was embarrassed to be so fiercely defended. When Yapo finished, she thanked him for saving her, and the man told her to consider it payback for yesterday's conversation. But the girl couldn't accept it and said she had to repay the savior by asking what she could do for him. The red-haired man introduced himself to her as Liu Bu Fengxian from Wu Yuan, and said that there was something the lady could do for him. As payment for his rescue, he asked to hear yesterday's song again. He stroked the girl's head and said that the next time they met, she should perform this song. Taking her savior's hand, the girl said she hoped to see him again. Yapo, however, told the young lady to mind her health and take care of herself. And watching the scene were Girem Ryu Yaol and a recruit who asked if the commander liked children. But Girem quickly stopped the flow of his thoughts by saying that the elder was not the kind of person he thought he was. After saying goodbye to the girl, Liu Bu came to the Lord, who praised him for his work. He took out the bandits and recruited the shooter without making a single mistake. So the old man was faced with the question of how to reward a loyal troop leader. The red-haired man bowed in thanks for the honor. Jeon Jasa summoned Master Dion and asked what reward he should give Fengxian. Taking into consideration all the general's merits, the mentor replied that Tang Ni would do well as a reward. The soldiers in the room jumped, unable to believe that the red-haired man would receive such a gift. Tang Ni, the lion with the horns of a deer, was the guardian of all spiritual holy beings, an invincible creature destroying evil. As long as a person had that creature's coat of arms, they were to be treated with respect, regardless of status. The soldiers shouted that such a reward was too great for such a thug, and asked him to think of something else. But Jeon Jasa only slammed the table, saying he had already made up his mind, and ordered him to grab the booze and meat to go celebrate the acquisition. And if there's anyone who dares to speak against his word, they should speak up right now. Yapo didn't understand the old man's decision either, but he couldn't say anything right now. Jeon Jasa said that in the past, Liu Bu was spontaneous, but among those present, no one could boast of much merit. The old man added that if anyone wanted the same reward, they should go to the battlefield and prove their strength. If the warriors heard his orders, the Lord told everyone to leave immediately. Turning to Master Dion, the old man said that he had done as he had been instructed, and now Yopo should be at his disposal. But Fengxian hadn't left the room yet, and the mentor asked why he wasn't going out to celebrate. Dion thought the general was now feeling the weight of the burden, but that wasn't the case at all. The eunuch adjusted his uniform and said that compared to last time, his reward had increased a lot. But Liu Bu said something that made the mentor fall to his feet. This unfortunate man asked to change his gift. He said he couldn't use the trinket to feed his squad or buy weapons. The red-haired man did not know how his comrades would react if he returned without money and weapons, so the reward could not satisfy him. The master was furious at these words, because the man obviously did not know what honor he was given. He kicked Fengxian when he said he had never heard of this item, and almost broke a bone. Tong Ni's sign indicated that his troop would now be provided with the best horses and weapons. This item was incredibly difficult to obtain, and this brat dares to call it a trinket. Liu Bu rushed to apologize, but the eunuch ordered him to leave, because you can't put a pearl necklace on a pig. After receiving Tan Ni, Yopo's army changed greatly, and his 4 best warriors received painted swords and the best horses. After learning about the usefulness of the item, more and more soldiers began to join Fengxian's squad, and they could no longer be neglected. And Liu Bu himself, who was the owner of Tang Ni, became their full general. He came to Jeon Jasa's chamber, and the gatekeepers bowed low to him. The red-haired man reported his visit to the master, and the master ordered him in. It had been 2 weeks since they had last seen each other, and the eunuch asked if the general was doing well. A lot of things changed with Tan Ni's handoff, but Yopo could handle everything, and Dion moved closer to the action. He ordered Liu Bu to gather all his troops and go to Shufang. The general's eyes shone brightly as the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Still, Fengxian decided to clarify whether the eunuch meant the place in Beidi by Shufang. When he received an affirmative answer, he asked if the enemies had already invaded, or if they were going to attack them first. This time the answer was no, and the mentor said he just needed to keep an eye on the place. Master Dion didn't attach much importance to this assignment, and Liu Bu was happy to go to work. He bowed as he accepted the assignment, for the meaning of the eunuch's words had not yet reached him. And when he got there, the red-haired man couldn't believe his assignment was a simple observation at the fort on the wall. Instead of Yeopo's army, another troop could have been sent for such an endeavor, and since the general was unwilling to agree, Dion should have explained better. Recently, Haitian bandits began to appear near Bingju's gate more frequently, and then Jeon Jasa sent a combat squad to them. And since Huguan territory is in the mountains, Liu Bu's army, which fought better on the plains, should have been diverted elsewhere. The general thought about it and remembered that in his previous life at this time, there was also confusion, and bandits were rampaging all over the country. Corrupt eunuchs drove people with no money into the capital, and barbarians rioted on the borders. Feng Xian realized that he had better comply this time and agreed to Dion's assignment. Since things were going favorably, the eunuch hurriedly handed the general a bundle with a letter for Ji Shu. There was a request to request reinforcements from commanders Yang Meng and Ding Xian, and the red-haired man's face glowed. He shook his mentor by the shoulders, asking if he meant the invincible Zhang Yang. This man in his past life was the one who helped Ding Yang take control of Binju by preventing an invasion from outside. He trained many young men from Wu Yang, and among the military Bingju was known as Ji Shu. He was also a very loyal man who was the only one who stood up for Liu Bu when he was on the verge of death. Yapo asked Wei Yue if it was true that their army had become much larger. If you counted everyone, there'd be about 500 soldiers. But somehow it turned out that none of them could read or write, but the other soldiers thought they were fine. The commander thought otherwise, because now his squad was an important tool, and they needed someone educated in the rank. In his past life, he didn't want to learn literacy, and now he doesn't really want to learn literacy, and it would be easier to find a smart person. While making a fire, Ji Rem asked why Liu Bu wouldn't ask Master Dion to teach him how to write and read. The eunuch had many troops under him, and some of them were literate so he could do the teaching. Looking at his assistant, Feng Xian thought for a second that he too had died in his past life, and resurrected in his new life. Waking one of his soldiers, Yopo ordered him to keep watch over the army, while he himself went forward on urgent business. Someone wanted to follow him, but the commander jumped on his horse and rode off, shouting that he would be back soon. The warriors shouted in his wake, who Liu Bu leaves in charge, and he threw everything on Shen Liang. In the woods, the bandit went through the books, unable to believe there were so many of them. He swung a sword at the man he took them from, and asked what it all meant. The three men didn't understand what their victim was doing, or why he didn't have anything edible with him. Asked where the tramp with the handful of books was going, he whispered quietly that he wanted to become a soldier. No one heard him, so the bandit ordered a louder one, and this time the man shouted that he wanted to be part of Tang Ni's army. The bandits didn't understand what kind of unit this was at first, but then they realized that it was now the name of Liu Bu's regiment. They started talking about how you have to do better than packing to join, and their commander wasn't of the purest intentions and spent his nights beating everyone up with different women. In saying this, the bandit didn't realize that the hero of his story was standing right behind him. The trio turned around and saw a man on a horse who they thought had crept up like a coward during the conversation. But he said he was on his way to run an errand until he heard someone talking about themselves. Getting off his horse, he said that the ruffians were so much disturbed by the scolding that they did not notice the clattering of hooves. The brigands didn't care what happened and told the red-haired man to take his horse and get out. But after hitting one of their gang, Feng Xian asked who they thought they were to give him orders. When the bandit was downed, he realized that these crooks must have been stealing from weak travelers. One of the men shouted that they hadn't done anything personally to Yopo, so why was he attacking them? But Bingju's nightmare had already swarmed over them, and it was too late to ask anything. After a moment, the brigands bowed their heads before him, and Liu Bu threw his rusty sword in front of them and asked what they were trying to do. These guys were very weak and thin, so the general asked who was in charge. Suddenly, a fourth man with a bear on his shoulder came up to him and asked who was talking to the bandits. Feng Xian was already tired of answering questions about himself, so he didn't even turn around at first. But he had to turn around when the stranger made it clear he was the leader of the trio. The red-haired man saw a huge man who claimed that his brothers and a fly had not hurt him in this forest. The big bald guy didn't understand why someone would attack his comrades in his absence. The enemy was much bigger than Yopo expected, and he thought he had seen this man before. Looking closer, he was sure he recognized his acquaintance. But the general had no time to say anything, for the big man had already struck him right on the jaw. In the past, no one cared about a difficult battle if it involved a big guy named Go Shun, who was Ham Jin Yang's strategist. He always gave good advice to Liu Bu, but the foolish commander never listened to him. But even so, he remained loyal to the general for the rest of his life. Before his death, he said it was a great honor to serve a man like Yepo. After receiving a punch in the face from his loyal comrade, Feng Xian thought that he had known him since he was very young. He needed to get to the point faster and grabbed Gao Shun's arm to prevent him from launching another attack. But the man broke free and struck again, demanding an answer as to what the red-haired man was doing with his friends. Yapo wasn't going to spend the whole fight just getting punched and was quick to show his opponent that he had fists too. The beaten brigands looked at this fight as if two deities had descended from heaven before them. This picture seemed painfully familiar to Liu Bu, and the man tried to remember when Gao Shun got the scar on his face. His nose was bleeding from the blow to his face, but his eyes looked so sinless it was confusing. Feng Xian decided that it was time to give his former subordinate a test. He provoked his opponent by saying that his huge carcass is useless if he shakes from just one punch. The general shouted that Gao Shun must show him all his skills, or he would skin him like a bear. The big guy went after his opponent if he wanted to go to the other side so badly. The red-haired man struck another blow, deciding that if this amassed man was really his Gao Shun, then he would be able to withstand it. He actually steadied himself, and the battle became much more interesting for Feng Xian as the men continued to clash, fists clashing over and over again. Countless blows they poured out at each other, exchanging attacks. None of them wanted to concede, and each considered himself stronger than his opponent. At one point, the battle was not just fists, but lunges and kicks. Liu Bu was able to push the big man away, but he got up and attacked him with even more fury. Now he's thrown the red-haired man, who couldn't stand on his feet. Gao Shun roared like a beast, stepping on the one who had wronged his brothers. The tree trunk couldn't withstand the collision with Feng Xiang and split open. The general showed he could do a lot more by grabbing the big guy by the torso and jumping over him. He threw it over his shoulder, and falling Gao Shun, with his weight raised a huge pillar of dust. When she settled down, Liu Bu smiled, realizing that his loyal companion could withstand even that. Now the general had no doubt that it was indeed Gao Shun who had recognized his skills in this battle. But now, it was his time to show the Geongen strategy he had honed in the mountains of Humo, and the big man began to tear at his clothes. This skill allowed him to protect his internal organs with his muscles, and the man rushed at Feng Xian. With palms facing each other, the two giants began to measure their physical strength and fortitude. But in an instant, the general's eyes sparkled and he grew even tighter. He was able to twist Gao Shun's arms backwards, and the Ambo cried out in pain. The big guy started begging him to stop and was ready to admit defeat. But the red-haired man wouldn't let go, because he knew that his acquaintance was faking, and he was still capable of continuing the fight. Then Gao Shun shouted that he would do anything to stop twisting his arms, and Liu Bu asked him to introduce himself. As he expected, the big guy gave the name the commander wanted to hear. Then Feng Xian said he would let him go if the man joined his squad, and Gao Shun immediately agreed. The next moment the men were roasting a bear, which they were eating sitting around the fire. The general threw away the bone and said he was finally full after a long fast. The big guy also liked the meat and didn't understand why people usually only take the skin from the bear. Liu Bu tore the bandits away from their meal and asked if this was the first time they had organized a robbery, because everything indicated that they were on the verge of existence. He told them to follow him to the squad, and then he would graciously forgive their antics today. Feng Xian also didn't forget about his recent headache, and asked if there was anyone among the four who could read and write. But no one had a clue about literacy, and the red-haired man asked them to forget their question, at which point, the man who was about to be robbed crawled out of the bushes and said he was educated. The general didn't know how long he had been hiding there, or if he was in the same group as these failed bandits, so he asked about. But at that moment, the man in the bushes stopped belittling himself and said that he was very well taught and wanted to join Tang Ni's squad. He bowed low to the ground in front of Liu Bu, and the latter opened his mouth in astonishment. A vast army under a general in golden armor was making its way to its goal. But three men on the road waving a yellow banner urged the army to turn back. The horses stopped, and the captain asked, "How dare these people block the path of Chang Yang of Unzhong?" General Chang Yang asked who the men were, and they said they had come to deliver a message to Chol Tao from Huang Dai Inn. Hearing this, the man in golden armor was ready to listen to them. The soldier bowed and said that Huang's army would soon break through the wall and attack Chang Yang. There were also rumors that Heyun Go from Ho-O Huang Ge Wei has secret dealings with the Huang army. A subordinate commander stepped forward and said that they had no reason to listen to this soldier because he did not know what he was talking about. But the chief wanted to know how he can verify that Chul Tal's message is true. Byungju's keen eye could not be deceived, and taking off his helmet, the military man decided to introduce himself once again. Ho-He daughter Chul Tal of Huang Dai, and bowed to the general in greeting. She had been charged with the responsibility of delivering this information, so she said she could trust the girl. But the troop commander only put his sword to her neck and ordered her to be silent. Now he said, the girl didn't know what she was talking about and told her to go back. Still, he couldn't trust the first person he met and deploy his army, so he was willing to turn a blind eye to these troublemakers. Leaving 3 soldiers in the field, the general's squad rushed past, leaving only a cloud of dust behind them. With fury, the girl threw her helmet under her feet and turned to her subordinates. She said to send an emergency message to the nearest location to everyone like Sung Ok and Zhong Yang. It might be too dangerous for an entire army, or it might be flattened right here. Liu Bu continued questioning the stranger who said he was literacy trained, but this man's appearance didn't match the typical image of an educated man at all. but the stranger said it was because of the 3 bandits who attacked him, and they hurriedly turned away. The general once again clarified whether this man could write in addition to reading, and he said that he had read the Torah from the Pentateuch, and he was so impressed with Jongyung's ideology that he wanted to go on a campaign trip. This man wanted to be his imitator, but Feng Xian quickly stopped him because he didn't know what he was talking about. He entrusted the official's position to the educated man without further thought, and the latter bowed in gratitude. When the man introduced himself as Jin Yirak, the red-haired man's face turned pale. His name was like someone he'd known in the past, but he didn't look anything like him. Liu Bu ordered the warriors to go to bed and continued to ponder whether this official could be an acquaintance of his. In this life, he didn't look at all like the lovable womanizer from a past reality. Still, the general decided to stop thinking about it, because Yirak would only have to teach the soldiers literacy and lock the storehouse with provisions. When Guy Remus was told the captain had returned, he rushed out to greet him. He came out of the tent and immediately found the one who had left first and returned later than the others. But Liu Bu did not share his concern, and the subordinate said that a messenger dressed in habak had come to see them. With this news, Guy Rem managed to interest the chief and added that they were not sure of the Ghanaian's honesty, so they tied him up. The detained man was slurring his words, but no one could understand him. There was no one in Tang Ni's army who could understand O Huan's speech, but then Gao Shun said that this messenger came with urgent news from Huang Dai-in's army and was a soldier of Chol Tal. Guy Rem was surprised that their new recruit understood the language and asked the general where he got such men. Bowing to the older man, the big guy said that when he was a kid, his father had smuggled with O Huan, so he understood a little. The messenger told them that O Huan's warriors were targeting Sam Gung's ambassador, and the army was most likely heading towards the Great Army. Having heard of Guy's Great Army, Rem asked what else the messenger knew, without paying attention to the requests to untie him. At Master Chan's destination, he heard that he went to protect the ambassador on the orders of Hyun Go from Ho-O Huang Ge Wei. Liu Bu remembered that the Great Army had always been friendly with him until they created the colonies of Yodong Yoso and Wubukpyong and rebelled. Gao Shun said that if they dared to do such a thing, they would have to cross the Great Wall, and if they really had secret intercourse, then someone from the locals would have to know. He wanted to know how big the army was, and the messenger said the number of soldiers was about 3,000. Feng Xian shouted that they needed to settle things quickly, but Guy Rem was against it, because it was a crime to move an army without orders from a superior. That made the general angry and said he wouldn't sit idly by. But the subordinate also yelled at him that he was also the commander and couldn't care less. Tang Ni's troops needed to discuss things calmly and not make decisions in a heated manner. Liu Bu remembered that on the day the Chavi fortress was captured, a man in golden armor had come to rescue. That's probably the day I started worrying about this old man. The general was determined that they would go for help, but Guy Rem couldn't accept it so easily. The red-haired man shouted that only those who wanted to save Master Chan would come with him, and he would take all responsibility. The battle against the traitors was already in the way of Chiang Yang's army. The old general fought in the front lines, despite being the enemy's main target. His soldiers spent half a day holding off a regiment 10 times their size. Chang Yang decided that it was time to end this fight because he was already exhausted. But the leader of the enemy squad was not going to give up and ordered his warriors not to give any respite to his rivals. The blood in the old man's veins boiled, and he was ready to strike a crushing blow at the enemy. The renegade general watched the battle from the cliff and wondered what his confidants were doing for so long. Army Yeoso, under Cheon, Inchan called Ponpyong, could not overpower a measly 200 men for a whole day. The rivals lost half of their men, and Chang Yang was very tired, and Ying Chang jumped on his horse wanting to deal with him personally. The soldier who came to report the situation to the old man in gold armor said that they had no more reinforcements and had to retreat, but the general ordered only to take the badly wounded from the battlefield and to check the readiness of their weapons, because they are not the kind of people who give up easily. One of Zhang Yang's confidants was found among the wounded. On his deathbed, he apologized to his commander, saying that because he demanded an offensive, their entire army had fallen. He thought it was his fault that all his comrades would be killed in those woods. The man burst into tears and told the old man to blame him for everything. After all, he was the one who asked me not to listen to O Huang's men who came to report the ambush. If they fall here now, all of Byungju will know of their defeat, and it will be the fall of their name. Covering the military man's eyes with his palm, the general asked if anyone in his army had overstepped the bounds of what was allowed. The soldier replied that they had all faithfully obeyed orders, and thanks to their general, had become participants in the great battle. The soldier had no time to finish before the intelligence reported a new enemy offensive. The assistant general's eyes closed forever at the shouts of his comrades that they should retreat to their camp. But the old man interrupted their babble by shouting that they were the great army of Byungju pursuing pursuing their goals to the end. And their opponents are nothing more than rats destroying field. And if they show their backs to these renegades now, they'll be their prey. If Chang Yang's great army was to fall today, they must do so with honor. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers rushed out with determination in their eyes to hunt down the enemy. They rushed to the battlefield with a battle cry, repeating that they could defeat the invaders. The warriors immediately noticed that the enemy commander had come down to them, which meant it was their chance to finish him off. But unfortunately, many of them were stabbed before they could get to the commander. Chang Yang saw this and realized that too many were gone on that ill-fated day. But though he and his brothers stand together until the end, it is he who must end this ambush. Now the old man tried to get into the leader of the opponents, pouncing on him with his sword, and just as he was ready to strike, an arrow flew into the arm of his beehive. This arrow may have saved Chang Yang's life, but it was fired by a man he didn't know. The archer standing on top of the cliff reported to Liu Bu that he had interfered with the target. The red-haired man told Giriom and Vai Yol that he was going to go downstairs and there was no one who could stop him. Seeing a strange army carrying the banner of Tang Ni, the enemies realized who their general was. Proudly raising up his spear, Feng Xian ordered his soldiers to go down for battle. Reinforcements for Chang Yang's army was not in the plans of the renegades, and they were afraid. The man who came to the rescue was familiar to the old man, and he realized it was Yepo. Tong Ni's warriors had already descended the slope and engaged the invaders. They were still outnumbered, and the enemy commander ordered them to push out the reinforcements that had arrived. General Chang Yang didn't understand how Yopo knew where he was. The enemies looked on in horror as the red-haired man slaughtered their comrades. A single swing of his spear could take down several fighters and drop them dead. His eyes burned with rage, and his face had a permanent beastly grin. He alone could take on an entire army if only he was given a horse and a good tool. The renegades trembled at the sight of this monster, not realizing who he was. Only their warlord, who demanded that his soldiers take Chang Yang with reinforcements of their own number, would not surrender. In an instant, the soldier the general was giving orders to dropped dead before he heard the order. Liu Bu knew well that victory already belonged to them, but how many people he would lose in the battle was unknown. The only way to resolve things quickly was to defeat the warlord personally. The aide told the red-haired man to turn around, and he realized where his main target was sitting. Now he was beginning to realize that despite their numerical superiority, they were being overrun. The new deputy said, "We shouldn't worry so much about a bunch of men with swords." But Liu Bu was already getting close to them and shouted for the troop captain to come to him himself so that it would all be over sooner. A crowd of guards lined up in front of him, intending to block the way to their superior. But their heads quickly flew off, and we all said that their opponents wouldn't be able to stand on their feet even with a slight breeze. His comrade also confirmed that there was no need to interfere, and the general could handle it himself. The enemy commander's aide said he needed to hide, but the commander ordered him to shut up. He drew his sword and said he could handle the red-haired man himself, and Feng Xian was very happy about it. With one swing of his spear, the man's sword split in two. The renegade captain was covered in sweat as he realized he'd taken on an impossible target. Another swing, and his opponent's hand went after his broken weapon. He cried out in pain and looked at Liu Bu, who was even more determined to finish off his opponent. Feng Xian said that if the man continued to be such a wimp, he would just quietly fall from his Huang Yi. Resembling a true demon from hell, the red-haired man lunged at his victim again. Turning his horse around and no longer paying attention to the wound, the warlord realized that he had better run away from this monster. He really believed he could avoid death and spurred his horse harder. But suddenly he heard a strange sound, and a huge man with his own feet caught up with the animal. He pushed the horse, and it fell to the ground with the rider. The enemy captain realized that Chang Yang's reinforcements were not just men, but real monsters. The red-haired demon also approached him, and the tip of his spear glinted in front of his face. After a couple of minutes, Liu Bu returned to the site of the main battle, and said that he had deprived the enemy general of his head with his Huang Yi. Showing confirmation of his words, he ordered the soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes, but they were ready to retreat. To speed up their escape, Feng Xian pretended to throw himself at them as well. A defeated army of thousands rushed to flee from a couple hundred soldiers. The woman and her guards were watching, trying to inform Chang Yang of the ambush. Realizing it was resolved, she turned around and ordered the soldiers to follow her. Yapo's warriors set up camp and settled the wounded elderly general there, while Gao Shun took care of him. Liu Bu wanted to know the condition of the sick man, and the big man replied that there was nothing to worry about, but they should hurry to Wanchong. But the red-haired man's calm was interrupted by Gai Rum. When he entered the tent, he reported that a messenger had arrived with an urgent letter. Without waiting for permission, a woman in pink robes entered the tent after the assistant. Booing, she introduced herself as Gu Kui, daughter of Wu Guang Degong Cheol Tal, and congratulated the general on his victory. The red-haired man introduced himself as Yopo, and also bowed, saying that they had won only because of this woman's news. The girl's father asked his daughter to pay her respects to the general, but she had a personal question. She didn't understand the reason why the man joined the fight with only 2 soldiers against an army of thousands. Perhaps he thought himself the most responsible and brave general, but the girl didn't realize. She assumed that Yeopo was either overconfident in his victory or failed to assess the situation correctly. Even though her family was indebted to the commander, she wanted to know if the man was an idiot or a gifted commander. Gai Rum yelled at the woman, saying that she could not invade their tent without permission and insult her rescuers. But Liu Bu interrupted him, saying that he was not someone who could get sick or fall in battle. He just needed to dispel boredom. The woman realized that the man in front of her was an ordinary brave man, but the man said he had the will of God, which meant he could go up against 1,000 or 1,000,000 enemies and still not bow down to them, because he had a sacred mission to complete. Hearing this, the girl only laughed at the general, calling his ego the will of God. She confirmed that Yopo was exactly as the rumors had portrayed him. As she left the tent, the girl said she would thank the general better the next time they met. Guai Rem did not understand at all what just happened, and Gao Shun said that all Wu Guang people are so determined and brave. In the assistant's opinion, they were rather rude, but Liu Bu still said that they should be grateful to her. At this moment, Master Chang coughed, and everyone present turned around to look at him. They thought something had happened to the old man, and his condition had deteriorated, but it turned out he was just laughing. He covered his mouth with his hand in an effort to stop remembering Feng Xian's blathering about God's will. Realizing why Chang Yang was so amused, the red-haired man's face merged with the color of his head. The old man couldn't believe that a kid who stabbed himself in the face with a spear had become so arrogant. Trying to change the subject, Liu Bu said that the old general is definitely fine if he can joke. But Master Chang said he remembered that day like it was yesterday, and Gi Rem thought it was very similar to their commander. The old man greeted Song Girema as well, asking him to call the big man to thank the 2 of them for saving him. Going into another tent, the assistant called out to Gao Shun, who was helping the other wounded. At this time, Chang Yang learned that Yeopo had moved troops without authorization from his superiors. He promised he'd write a letter to Master Dion and tell him everything. The red-haired man was glad, because if his mentor received the scroll, he would realize that his faithful servant had prevented a great battle and would give him a reward. After shaking Liu Bu's hand, the old man sincerely thanked him for coming to his aid. It was only because of Tang Ni's army that his soldiers were able to survive this terrible ambush, and they could take the wounded from the battlefield and give them a proper burial with full honors. General Chang Yang was now deeply indebted to the red-haired man, but he said the old man had already done enough for him. The awe-inspiring moment was interrupted by the master, asking for more details about the very will of God, causing Liu Bu to become embarrassed. Outside the tent, the surviving fighters observed a strange scene. A stranger invaded and started beating up Tang Ni's soldiers. They tried to hold him off, but he was taking down fighter after fighter. The young man deftly dodged the spears and fists flying at him. More men were sent to him, intent on capturing the brazen intruder. But the guy stopped the soldier who approached him and said something strange. He said he didn't want to fight one-on-one and asked his opponents to attack him in groups. Gai Rem ran into the general's tent, asking if he was busy because something out of the ordinary had happened. News came from the guardhouse that they had been attacked by a Gu soldier, and the red-haired man asked how many had come. The aide's face darkened, and he reported that only 1 warrior had come to them. This guy attacks their fighters non-stop, breaking spears and bones. He was surrounded on all sides, but the insolent boy was not going to give up, and he liked the situation. Wei Yol was also among those surrounding the attacker, and he didn't understand what was driving him. He choked the warrior and shouted that there was a great wall in front of them, and it was sinful to be a Gu soldier in Yuzhou. The fighter wanted to object, but the guy squeezed him so hard he had to empty his stomach. The invader heard someone asking the military to stand back and thought reinforcements had arrived. The general showed up, and the fighters apologized for making such a fuss over just 1 kid. Seeing at last the invader who was frightening the army, the red-haired man was convinced that he had really come alone, and it was impressive that he was able to put down a lot of unarmed soldiers with his bare hand. He looked at the kid, realizing he could be useful. The boy realized that the captain had come and told him to come to him, or the massacre would not end. Gai Rem was about to pounce on him, but Liu Bu stopped the aide and asked how old their guest was. Without getting an answer, he asked if this guy was a Gu soldier, and from this the boy became furious, saying that he was not one of them. Then Feng Jian remembered the girl who had come to him, and it was no surprise that there was someone from Wuguang in the border area. The general ordered the soldiers to take the wounded and leave, because if there was no enemy, there was no need to fight. The boy remained standing in a fighting stance in complete incomprehension. Everyone in the camp was tense from the recent skirmish with Wu Guang, and the commander asked the boy to understand his concern. Turning around to go back to the tent, Liu Bu told the intruder to go back to where he came from, but he wasn't going to give up easily and chased after the departing general. He swung his foot right at the redhead, not understanding why he wasn't being taken seriously. But the general easily intercepted his blow by grabbing the insolent boy by the ankle. Without turning around, he spun his victim around and sent him flying. Even after landing, the invader didn't give up and told the general to fight him for real. Besides, this brat said that red-haired guy beats people up and doesn't apologize. Liu Bu replied that it was just retaliation, for his camp had also suffered because of the child's rampage. But the guy didn't feel guilty and said the fighters only got hurt because they were weak. He wanted to hit the commander on the head again, but he twisted and pushed his attacker away. He was punching away with one hand, but still the kid's movements impressed him, and he didn't know if he was trained or just talented. After careful observation, he concluded that the boy had undergone all kinds of training. Now it wasn't enough for a battle with Yopo, but the potential was good. Dodging another lunge with his foot, the red-haired man decided he'd seen enough. He put his fingers to the boy's forehead and gave him a flick. The impact sent the child flying several meters away. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, and his forehead was smoking and turning redder by the second. When he came to, he grabbed his head and started rolling around on the ground, tearing up in pain and humiliation. The general decided to scare the guy and crouched down again, bringing his hand up to him, saying he didn't hit him that hard. Then the boy covered his face with his hands and asked not to do it again. But Liu Bu thought it wasn't enough for trashing his parking lot. Then the guy shouted that seeing his clothes, he was immediately stabbed with a knife. But he was always told that in Yuzhou, it was sinful to be a Gu soldier. He asked for the battle to be repeated, and then Feng Xian finally stopped understanding what this lout was saying. The boy said it wasn't fair to hit him like that, and they should do it again, but with guns. He asked for a flat-tipped spear to keep things fair. Yapo thought it sounded like fun, but he still had some doubts. Then he turned around and asked Guy Remus to give his weapon to the child. It wasn't exactly the weapon he asked for, but it was still a good one. But the boy didn't appreciate the instrument, and Guy Rem was ready to teach him a lesson himself for disrespecting the instrument. But when he got over it, the guy went after the general, said it'd be fair. Intercepting the attacker's hand, Liu Bu said that he wanted to know the opponent's name first. Finally, the stranger became Zhao Yun of the Changshan command. The boy asked if the questions ended there, but Feng Xian did not understand why he did not attack again. The enemy waited for the red-haired man to draw his weapon, but he didn't even think about it. He doesn't need a tool to beat the kid, and he was willing to give him 3 chances on offense. Zhao Yun tried to hit his opponent with a chopping motion, but he deftly dodged. This lunge surprised the general, who had hoped to defeat the boy neatly. But seeing such determination, Liu Bu's plans changed completely. He rushed forward at Zhao Yuan and raised a huge column of dust, causing the watching Gui Rem to close his eyes. Out of this cloud, the subordinate heard the commander apologize to him and say he would give him a new lance. The boy heard it too, and didn't know what to expect from his opponent. But after a moment, he saw the red-haired man's face and gripped his weapon tighter to strike. Jumping up and dodging the new attack, Feng Xian was ready to show off his technique. In an instant, the wooden hilt of the spear splintered, and the iron tip was left sticking in the ground. When he saw his broken instrument, Guy Rem felt bad because he had bought it with his hard-earned money. Zhao Yun himself was left lying on the ground unconscious after such a blow. He woke up bound and begging for his life because he had lost the battle in his family's name. Liu Bu asked if all Wu Guang people have this responsibility, and the boy squealed again that he wasn't one of them. Guy Rem reminded that this guy is from Chanshan, and the general asked if it was an important place. The aide decided that the commander would not be interested, but said that the Zhao family was famous as the best spear fighters. After thinking about it, Yopo decided that his technique was indeed very good. Then he asked how old Zhao Yuan was, and the latter got angry at the repeated question. And yet this time he said he was born in the year of Qiongsul. Figuring on his fingers, Guy Rem calculated that he was 16 years old, and that was the perfect age. Liu Bu asked why the guy left home at such a young age, and he replied that he had no other choice. His family was famous, but they had no wealth or distinguished generals, and hearing this, Yopo thought the boy had just abandoned his own. When the kid heard that, he got angry again and said he hadn't left anyone behind. He just wanted to find a happier future and make his parents happy, even though they were worried about him. That was his plan, but now it seems to have failed. He was defeated by a band of thieves, which means his dreams will never come true. Liu Bu couldn't help himself and hit the insolent man on the head with his fist. He shouted that he was General Yeopo Pong Seong, commander-in-chief of Tongni Jeon Jasa, not some brigand. Zhao Yun couldn't believe it, but the red-haired man added that in their region, one could join the army from the age of 15. He called him into his squad, offering him success on the battlefield. But this kid was convinced that you can't succeed without a lot of money. When Ji Rem and Wei all heard this, they only laughed because the right and left hand of the general were the sons of a farmer and a butcher. He was a thief, and the one who had recently joined them was certainly not rich, so he could join the elite Yopo squad by proving his ability. Zhao Wun was now facing an army he had only hoped to see in his dreams. This story was a true historical account of Zhao Yun, the tiger general of the Shu kingdom, ruled by Liu Bei. He single-handedly carried out all of Cao's orders, which became more and more difficult each time. His mere presence caused his enemies to fear him, as he was one of the fiercest warriors. But this story will begin after Yeopo's death. At once, Liu Bu untied the new soldier, and the latter bowed, swearing allegiance to his commander. At his fort, Jeon Jasa received a letter telling him of his general's shenanigans. Master Dion said that since he moved the army without orders, thus violating the decree, he should be punished. Yet he saved Zhang Yang, and for that, he could get a big award. When the old man heard that, he waved his hand ordering the eunuch to leave, since he had said all he wanted to say. Alone with his thoughts, Jeon Jasa clenched the scroll in his fist with anger. He was very angry about Yeopo, but he didn't know how best to deal with it. When Liu Bu returned to the tent, he practiced writing with Yirok and did not understand why the teacher was not satisfied with him because of one stick. But he said that just one line could completely change the meaning of what he said, and the red-haired man wanted to move on to the next chapter of the training. But Yirok said he had to rewrite everything he'd learned 100 times, and then they could move on. Incorrect pronunciation spoiled the letter, and the general had to exercise it before going to bed, while eating and washing. A soldier reported that a courier had arrived, and Fengxian was very happy to hear the news, because he could escape from his mentor. The messenger reported that Jeon Jasa ordered the letter to be delivered to General Yepo himself. The aides folded their arms across their chests, realizing that the time had come for them to be massacred for having moved the army without permission. But Liu Bu tapped Jirema on the shoulder and told the soldiers not to make a fuss because he had promised to take all the consequences. He stepped forward and introduced himself as the head of the Tongni Yopo Pong Sun army. The Ghanaian bowed, saying he had heard a lot about the famous commander and was honored to meet him in person. The man stopped flattering and took out a scroll addressed to the general, saying that he had violated the strict military regulations. By moving an army without authorization, he should be severely punished. But when the general arrived at the Lord's house, he said that General Chang Yang's rescue overrides his blunder, so the crime is off the table. Taking into account the general's feat, the old man said that he would be rewarded and asked him to come forward. For helping Chang Yang, he will receive a silver base of 20 sacks of rice and the title of a government officer of the defender of Fort Tan Ni. Liu Bu thought that his exploits would finally begin, but Jasa added that he would also receive the title of Courier of Daisen Fort. Seeing the red-haired eunuch's face, the eunuch asked if the man considered himself superior to this position, and he shook his head. The general wrote his name with difficulty and was obviously unsuited for the position, but Dion said he would only deliver messages. The old man intervened in the conversation and said that the fort had prepared meat and booze for the military, so they should start celebrating the promotion. After bowing, Fengxian accepted the order and headed towards his soldiers. Looking at the back of his general, Jeon Jasa had a strange feeling. It sounded more like anger than anything else, and he should talk to his closest eunuch. When Liu Bu came out of the ward, he saw the person he wanted to escape from the most. Yirok hurriedly congratulated the commander on his promotion, and the latter did not remain in debt, saying that the man had also done a good job. The mentor asked what Yopo was going to do now, and Yopo replied uncomplicatedly that he was going to eat. Guy Rem is now putting the awards in order, and everyone is waiting for the table. But the teacher's face darkened in a flash, and he said that the general should start by repeating 1,000 times what they had recently taught. In the evening, Jeon Jasa stopped by Master Dion's house for tea. The eunuch asked why the Lord had come so late to his house. The old man said, "It's no big deal. He just had a couple of questions." He wanted to know why Mentor Dion was so nice to Yeopo that he wanted to put him in a higher position. Jeon Jasa may have agreed with this decision, but he still had a few doubts. The eunuch asked if the general wasn't trustworthy, and the old man coughed. Even though the commander had gotten better lately, he was still stupid and illiterate. Dion said that people with power in different regions, Chase Ranks for example, Heijin from Ryuju, got along well with Tak Ryu, but he formed a gang with Sane and the Gongsun family, with Wu Guang and Seonbi and Dongtek from Soryang with Xiantang. And they are with Zhongryu and Takryu because they are living in a very turbulent time, and even if a drop of information leaks out, a great battle will begin. The old man suggested that Yopo's appointment assumes that since he's illiterate, the information won't go to other hands. The reason is that he has already delivered gifts to other regions, and if the messenger changes, people will start to doubt. And the last reason is that he can't read a line of military books, but he was able to defeat General Wu Guang. No man in Byungju was capable of that, so it was useful to keep Yopo to himself. It made sense, but Jeon Jasa's face changed and asked what Master Dion was really planning. He's obviously hiding his intentions, because there's no point in sending a general as far away as Fort Daisen. Stroking his beard, the eunuch said that this way, Yopo would get more opportunities. By whitewashing a lot of enemies, he'll gain a reputation and a lot of land. So he can keep the respect of the people of Byungju, and talented people should be given a chance. Then the old man shook with anger and asked if he could give Feng Xian one of his underlings. He has something to deliver to General Hajin, and that shouldn't be a problem. At this time, Liu Bu was sound asleep with the book he was studying under Yurok's instruction. As Jasa returned home, he recalled the continuation of the conversation with the eunuch, confirming that he was the best strategist in Byungju. But this time, the old man must outdo the eunuch with his tactics. Dion continued to convince him, saying that Sipsansi would have doubts if he sent the letter to Hajin. He'll ruin his reputation if it's right after the letter to Yochung. Such a situation would just trap Liu Bu, but Jasa felt that Byungju no longer needed to gain everyone's respect. Calling Yopo to him, the eunuch warned him that this mission would not be like a sweep of thieves. He must consider each step wisely and carefully, for brute force will not do. Already on the road, Feng Xian was pondering the words of the master, but he was brought out of his musings by his assistant. Yirok rode along with him and was concerned about his captain's condition, but it was too late to worry about that as the travelers approached Hamgok. Liu Bu was surprised that the teacher had even been here, but he said that it was his first time in this place, and that's why you have to read books. Thanks to what is written, you can learn from the experiences of hundreds of other people and gain their knowledge. A book can change history, and it can be passed on to other generations who will learn from it. When the general heard that, he realized that the letter could be used to enslave the world. A guard on the wall interrupted their conversation and ordered them to stop. He asked where the travelers were coming from, and Liu Bu replied that they had come from Byungju. They came to deliver a letter that the eunuch had brought to the palace, and the guard showed surprise. When Yapo saw that look on the soldier's face, he realized that there was something wrong, because normally they would have opened the gate and put the military beside it. The gates of the fortress were opened, and the guard inside asked what they had come for. The man wanted to know if the guests from Sakju had arrived. The general confirmed his speculation, and the soldier said it was just a routine check since Seiyun had recently rebelled. It was pretty serious, so the palace sent reinforcements. Feng Xian now knew what the reason for the watchman's strange behavior was, and they let them pass after checking. As the travelers advanced farther into the city, one of the soldiers gave them a strange look, and the other released a bird into the sky. There was a note tied to the feather's foot, and probably the location of the ambassadors was no longer a secret. A council of 10 great eunuchs met at Nakyang. They discussed Seiyun's rebellion and decided that there was nothing to worry about, since they had already sent eunuchs to suppress it. But they asked for help from Jusen Dontak, from Seoryang, and Gong Seongchan from Byukpyong. One of them brought up the fact that a report for the king had been sent to General Hajin. Also, the messenger from Byungju entered the Hamgok region, which meant that Jeon Jasa had contacted Hanjin. If this old man trusted the general, the story would take another turn, but one of the eunuchs raised a finger, and the thinking stopped. It was Jakun Gong who asked if General Yeopo was carrying the report. He once met Feng Xian when he saw Jasa, so he could take care of the report. But if he doesn't hand over the scroll willingly, the conversation will take on a different tone. At Hamgok, however, the general and his subordinate arrived at the town where the preceptor told them to stop. Mrs. Luju must explain to the travelers why they must spend the night at the Clean Snail. By the woman's name, you'd think they were on their way to the pleasure district, but Liu Bu noticed that they wouldn't waste time on girls and drinking. The red-haired man walked up to the nearest passerby and touched him on the shoulder, asking where Clean Snail was, but he ran off with his heels shouting that he didn't know anything. After another passerby caught the general's eye, the old man with the bottle asked why such a big man frightens peaceful people, because anyone would be frightened at the sight of such a bulky man. When Liu Bu turned around, he couldn't believe that some drunkard dared to lecture him. But Grandpa said they live in a time when soldiers take money from peaceful bystanders like bandits. Furthermore, the old man added that the travelers were definitely looking for pure snail to have fun, and Feng Xian shouted that the alcoholic couldn't tell him off. The general and his aide reminded the man of northern enemies, and then Yeopo couldn't hold back shouting that he was the commander of Byungju. Yirok stopped his superior's rampage and said he would look for someone else to ask for directions. The general agreed to go, and the old man was glad to get rid of that pile of muscle. When Liu Bu moved away from the troublemaker, he complained about the drunkard's rudeness, and the teacher agreed with him. The old man made a face and showed his tongue as the guests of the city departed, but he was still interested in the fact that these people came from Byungju. Grandpa stood up, exposing the hammer on his belt, and said it was okay to look around since he wasn't doing anything right now. Recognizing the way, the men arrived at the appointed place, and the manager of the establishment, Bonso, came out to them. He asked the name of the guests, and the general introduced himself as Yeopo Pon Song, the commander of the Tong Ni army. Bonso said he needed to make a reservation for the visit, but Liu Bu said he wasn't here for fun and needed Lu Ju. Even after that, the manager's answer didn't change, and you need a reservation to get in. Yi Rock was angry too, and asked if they had heard them say that they had come under orders. The veins on Bonso's forehead swelled, and he said angrily that no one was going to change the rules for them. Dozens of people a day want to meet Lu Ju, but at least they wear formal wear. Yelling at the guests, the manager told them to get out of Clean Snail. Lifting his head higher, Liu Bu asked what they were going to do if he and his teacher didn't leave, but the gatekeepers felt no fear because they were huge, muscular men. A moment later, the door opened and Feng Xian held Bonso by the scruff of the neck, lifting him above the ground. The steward begged to be released, and Yirok hung on his commander's cloak trying to stop it. A woman came running to the noise and immediately asked what had happened to their gate. Bonso yelled for Lu Ju to hide because it could be dangerous. The man thought the brat didn't deserve attention, but the woman came down the stairs, begging him not to hurt her people. Looking at her, Feng Xian asked if she was the pure snail's mistress and received an affirmative answer. Then the red-haired man said that he had come on behalf of Jeonjasa to meet with General Heijin. When he heard this, Banso, lying on the ground, was horrified at the man he was about to drive away. The woman bowed and apologized for the not-so-warm welcome by asking to go inside the building. She said she would prepare a table in the private room, and called her manager, who hurried over to help. After changing, Lu Ju told her that General Hajin had proposed a meeting on the 5th day of the new moon at the daughter of a Wang official. Eating the treats, Liu Bu asked with a full mouth what kind of person he was, and the woman said he was a government employee, but he has Yujujasa's disposition, and his full name is Wang Yun, hearing Feng Xian remember something about him. This man was Jusun's foster father, and he stopped eating intending to meet him as soon as possible. Lu Ju asked if they knew each other, and Liu Bu said he had heard of Wang Yun because he was very famous. Before leaving, the red-haired man asked me to take care of Weiju, who had already passed out. As the man walked out into the streets of the city, he thought how he could forget the road that leads to Cho's son's house. She used to always meet him on the porch at dawn, and with her were the neighborhood kids laughing with glee. She always wore a pink dress and covered herself with a red cape for the morning frost. Fixing her hair, the woman smiled at General Yeopo. Now approaching Liu Bu's house, he saw only children running after each other. He remembered a girl he met a year ago, who looked a lot like Ju Sun, but she probably had nothing to do with Wang Yun. Clenching his fist, Feng Xian realized that the people following him dared to get too close. He rounded the corner, thinking that he and the official might have met before Cho Sun became his adopted daughter. The general has decided that he will tell Wang Yun the truth today. Tired of being chased, the red-haired man made a remark that the bandits wouldn't let him think. It annoyed him, and the masked men behind his back became even more so when they lost their anonymity. The sword point was already approaching Liu Bu's back, and he asked if he was the target of the brigands. Turning around, he intercepted the weapon and thrust the end into his own master. He hadn't used his sword in a while, and decided to give his opponents a chance to tell who sent them. Without any thought of obeying, the masked men pounced on Yopo as a group. He grabbed the first bandit by the throat, intending to remove his mask. Reaching for the veil with his palm, Liu Bu was ready to see the face of his pursuer. Pulling the cloth off, he saw that the man had no nose, and had probably lost it from the punishment. Who ordered the attack must have a bad reputation for creating a squad of prisoners who took human lives. It could have been Hajin's opponent who needed the letter, and the general concluded that the information had already leaked. Feng Xian now had to prioritize guarding the letter he was entrusted with. When he got to Wang Yun's house, he knocked on the gate to be let in. The old man poked his head out of the gap, and the man introduced himself as Yopo Pong Seong. The red-haired man was told he would be allowed in if he gave Lu Ju's name, and the commander did. The old man opened the door wider and let the general in, saying that Wang Yun would only return tomorrow night. Outside the door stood the girl who would attend to the guest and prepare the bath and dinner. This little lady was an acquaintance he met a year ago. The girl immediately recognized their guest, but he didn't seem to have met her before. Liu Bu was thinking about this lady living in Wang Yun's room. He thought she might be Ju Sun, but he realized it was impossible. He was interrupted from his thoughts by a thin voice saying that the bathtub was ready for use. He swung the wooden door open sharply and saw a girl in pink clothes in front of him. She didn't expect the guest to come out to her so quickly, so she didn't know what to say. The little lady reminded him a lot of Cho's son, but the man didn't believe it was really her. The girl said that dinner would be ready after the bath, but she had no time to speak because the general came down and touched her shoulders. His hands shook as he remembered that his beloved had died because of him. Feng Xian was willing to wait for Cho's son to appear for as long as it took, but right now, there was a child in front of his eyes. He hurriedly removed his hands because it might look weird. If it came to that, the red-haired man decided to ask if he and the girl had met before. Liu Bu said he threw himself at her because he was happy to see her, but deep down, he hoped it was their last meeting. He was about to order the girl to leave, but she jumped on it. Hugging the general tightly, he didn't understand her action. Yopo asked what she was doing. The young lady said she thought the man had no memory of their meeting a year ago. She regarded this general as her rescuer and was glad to see him again. Feng Xian couldn't resist stroking her head and recognized her as his Cho's son. They went inside the room, and the girl said that Wang Yun saw her the day they met last time, and he liked the song too. The official needed an assistant, so he took her along to help bury her father. Asked how the general knew her name, he was embarrassed and lied that the keyholder who opened the door had called her that. It was the name Wang Yun had given her, and the girl thought it was very beautiful. But she was distracted from the story by asking why the commander was back in Nakyang. He said he had a little errand to run and a letter to deliver. But there was something strange about him, and the red-haired man asked Jusun to look at him. In the scroll was the general's day letter, and Liu Bu had heard that it contained a report on Jazz's performance that was filed every 2 years. The girl also thought it strange, for such a report is sent at once to the palace. But this letter was said to be given to Heijin. Yapo wanted to know the contents, but couldn't read, and Jusun said, well, since he didn't try to untie the knot on the scroll, it needs to be cut, and when Feng Xian heard that, he gave up his plan. But to his surprise, the girl said she knew how to handle such a knot, and the general turned around. Holding out the scroll, she asked if the general really wanted to know the contents. In a moment, they had already unfolded the letter, which was mostly about provisions, horses, and support for the military. But in addition, it said something like, don't worry about the scientist. You can give him the fort just like you gave Managok. The veins in Yeopo's forehead swelled. He didn't know what it meant, for the scientist was their enemy. And Managok is part of the Byungju lands where the scientists returned. A long time ago, their soldiers set fire to several villages, and because of a surprise attack, several settlements were wiped out. Then little Yeopo couldn't even find his parents' bodies and became Jeon Jasa's fighter for revenge. But now the red-haired man realized that his boss was the cause of what happened. He was able to learn things in this life that he didn't even realize in the last. Liu Bu stood up and was ready to return to Byongju right now to send the old man to the other world. But Jusun slapped his cheeks to bring him back to reality and told him not to do that. She understood the general's feelings, but he couldn't win on impulse alone. The girl didn't know how big Tang Ni's army was, but it was unlikely that she could fight against all of Byungju. Her hands were shaking too, and she said the general needed to calm down first. Feng Xian sat back down and agreed that the problem couldn't be solved by emotion, but didn't know what he should do. He wanted to trap Jazz, and Jusun said that human resources are important for that, because we'd have to fight the scientists too. Yapo's army needs to hire a schemer who can build good strategy. There's not much opportunity for that, but General Yeopo's fame was ahead of him, and some of the talented people will definitely want to join Tang Ni. When the time comes, this man will find Liu Bu himself, so you just have to be patient. The red-haired man agreed with Cho's son, because such a task required careful preparation. He asked if the letter had ended there, and the girl began to read on, glad that she was useful to her savior. After she finished, she asked what Feng Xian was going to do, and he replied that he didn't want to harm anyone right now. Deciding to end the conversation, the general said to go to bed. It was getting pretty late. Yeopo and Jusun were only supposed to meet in a couple of years, but this girl was already wise and smart. After bowing, the young lady left the room and wished Liu Bu a good night. The man looked at her and asked her to be careful on her way home. But from the roof of the snow-covered building, an unknown archer had already fired an arrow in their direction. She was already approaching Cho's son with great speed. At the last moment, she turned around and saw the point of an arrow in front of her. She froze right in front of her face, and the red-haired man roared at whoever had sent her. When the general intercepted the arrow, he immediately found the sender, and was ready to get even with him. Cho's son fell to her knees, realizing what could have happened now if it wasn't for her protector. Liu Bu rushed to her, asking if she was hurt, and the girl pointed her finger at the man from the roof. He hurried away, but the red-haired man wasn't going to let him go so easily. He told the girl to wait for him in the room, and went after the archer. Cho's son looked at the arrow that was almost embedded in her body and saw that there was a piece of cloth taped to it. As he ran away, the shooter thought about how his arrows usually missed the target, but for some reason he almost hit a child now. He realized he'd die right here if he couldn't escape, but a red shadow was already looming over the man. Grabbing the fleeing man by the throat, Liu Bu asked if he was right to hope to escape with such a clumsy running technique. Raising the man off the ground, the general began to question who had ordered him to attack the child. The choking, foaming archer wheezed that he would tell everything if they let him go. Throwing his victim to the ground, Feng Xian wondered why the one who wanted to send the man to the other world didn't hide his face. Also, despite his aged face, he had no beard, which means the shooter was a eunuch. Yapo wanted to know why he was trying to shoot the girl and not the general, and the archer shouted that it was a misunderstanding. His job was to deliver the letter, but the man didn't have time to speak, and Liu Bu threw a rock at him, breaking his arm. The general assumed that the man was one of the 10 lackeys and therefore knew that he was to meet Haji. The archer wheezed that there was a letter on the end of the arrow and apologized for flying into the child. The messenger reported that the eunuch Jochin wanted to meet Japo secretly tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the Sampo Bridge outside the West Gate. The archer didn't know what the meeting was about and begged to be let go. Liu Bu said to convey that he would still not have been able to read the letter sent due to illiteracy. The man grabbed his hand and said he would pass on the message, and Feng Xian ordered him to get out before he changed his mind about letting him go. When the general returned, he told Cho Sun what had happened, and she was frightened because 10 eunuchs could use the emperor's power. But the red-haired man says he won't die even though he won't give Jochin the letter. These people love intrigue, so he had a plan, and the girl assumed he wanted to make a deal. But telling that Hajin would hide Jonjasa's weaknesses would not be enough, and Ju Sun offered to tell the eunuch the further contents of the letter. This was exactly what Liu Bu was about to do, and headed to the meeting under the girl's pleas to take care of herself. She was worried about her savior, even though he promised she would survive, because the 10 eunuchs were very dangerous. Outside the western gate of Hangok, the general was already waiting for Jo Chun and his aide. A red head emerged from the shadows of the forest, and the eunuch realized that his target had arrived. Yapo bowed and introduced himself, but the old man said to dispense with the formalities because he didn't have much time. The eunuch wanted to get straight to the point and asked if the commander had brought the scroll because he knew exactly why he had been summoned. Rumors spread faster than Liu Bu had anticipated, and Jokin said there were no secrets in Nakyang. The old man's face immediately changed when he heard that the general had not brought the letter with him. He hid it in a place he knew only himself, so the bandits couldn't find it. Dozens of masked men gathered around the red-haired man, and the old man told him not to joke like that again. Knowing Yapo's illiteracy, Jojun hoped that he could at least guess what was going on, but I guess he was wrong. But Feng Xian asked the old man to understand the uneducated man because losing the letter would just get him executed. And if he doesn't give the letter, he could lose his life right now, so he doesn't care when it happened. Then the eunuch offered a reward enough to hide from Jeonjas for life. But Liu Bu had a better idea. He offered to recount the report, but this made the old man furious, ordering him to give him the letter right away. But the red-haired man could tell you what was inside in exchange for the fulfillment of a modest wish. Joshin remembered that the general couldn't read and how he could know the content. Had to tell the eunuch that there was an educated man by his side and told him the meaning of the report. When he heard that Liu Bu was willing to betray his Jesu, he found it more interesting than he thought at first glance. Boeing, the commander said he wanted Officer Byungju's position in exchange for a favor. The old man took the bait and said it wouldn't cost him anything to give him the position. But if the report turns out to be worthless, the red-haired man will pay for wasting the time of one of the emperor's cronies. Feng Xian then asked if Jochun knew that Jeonjasa had recently conquered Hoguang and received an affirmative answer. But the eunuch didn't know how many soldiers there were, and Liu Bu reported that tens of thousands of military men were waiting for General Hajin's order. Jasa is going to move this army to the capital, and the old man's face changed upon hearing such news. His eyes bloodshot, and he drew his sword from his assistant's sheath. He took a swing and severed the arm of a man who had recently nearly injured a child by mistake. One couldn't just sit and wait for the enemies from the north, so the eunuch asked how Ding Yuan reacted to this. Jasa already had plans for the capital, so he was ready to hand over the main fort to the enemy. Feng Xian was glad that this interested the old man, and couldn't imagine how he would react to the fact that Dong Ruo from the west was also communicating with the general. Yopo bowed, and Jochin realized that it was probably not all of the information. The man answered in the affirmative, and the eunuch smiled. This old man liked men of ambition and noble intentions, but he could not foresee how far they would go. Behind the pretty shell is rottenness, so he preferred to trust people who relied on wealth and authority. They would never choose to betray you if their needs were met. The eunuch finished off his barely alive assistant and asked if Yeopo wanted Byungju so badly. The old man also heard that the general was shot by one of his men yesterday, so Jockin stuck his sword into the shooter as an apology and was also willing to guarantee success in Byungju. There was nothing more Feng Xian dared to ask for, and the eunuch prophesied a long and lasting relationship between them. On his way out, he told General Yepo to be careful. Bowing, the commander thanked and told the old man to take care of himself too. A lot of thoughts were going through the red-haired man's head, but he made the decision to leave the scene of the negotiation. Walking back, he assessed the situation and concluded that the negotiations had gone even better than he had thought. He wanted to tell Ju soon, but he realized Wang Yun had already returned home. It pissed the general off a little, because the old man came back at a bad time. Before entering the house, the official noticed that the guest was standing at the threshold. Once in the room and seated with a cup of tea, they were ready to start talking. Wang Yun allowed the guest to sit down, and he gladly accepted the invitation. The official wanted to know first what Liu Bu was doing outside the house so late. If the messenger who was entrusted with the letter arrived so late, it could mean he was meeting someone. But Feng Xian caught the man off guard, saying that there was no rule forbidding him to go out. And he serves Jeon Jace, not Wang Yun, and he had no right to reprimand a subordinate. But the official was quick to apologize, saying he was just worried about the report. Liu Bu added that the letter had been in Wang's house all this time, and they could go right now and check it out. After the tea party, the old man let the general go, and returning home, he realized that he almost got into a dangerous situation, but his interlocutor did not guess anything. The red-haired man didn't care about Wang Yun, unless it was about Cho's son. The girl waited for Yopo in his room, and when he returned, she threw her arms around her savior. The general didn't expect her to wait for his return, and was very surprised. Jo soon asked if the meeting went well, and said that she was very worried. He patted the baby on the head and told her everything went fine, so she wouldn't worry. After asking if Liu Bu wanted something to eat or drink, she brought him a jug of wine. The flavor reminded him of something the general had drunk not so long ago. Cho soon told that it was Ju Yun Chun, and the red-haired man was scared, after realizing that it was the Cao Cao clan's alcohol. When he realized he'd already swallowed his drink, the man wanted to rip out his tongue. Noticing this, the girl asked what kind of history Feng Xian and the Cao clan had. He told me that he had a great duty to fulfill on the battlefield. It sounds crazy, but when the time comes, they'll have to fight for the same cause. Then Ju soon wanted to know how Ye Opo knew who hired the army of soldiers and scientists. But the general wasn't sure if Cao Cao had hired them, or was still just about to, but he knows a few of his men. The girl pointed her finger at the red-haired man, and asked if he didn't like the drink just because he was related to the Cao clan. When she got confirmation, she said that the man didn't have a drinking problem, but only a hostile family member. Taking the jug from him, Cho's son said that, the same way you can take away Cao Cao soldiers' brains and Guang Chun. She didn't know how Yopo knew the people on the enemy's side, but it made things easier. But even so, Liu Bu didn't know whether these people would choose to fight for him or the Cao clan, so he needed an advisor to determine the target. If it's found, the scientists will go after Tang Ni themselves. After deciding something, Feng Xian picked up the jug and took a huge gulp from it. Then he recognized that the drink was really good, no matter who made it. He wiped the liquid dripping from his chin and said he would take everything from Cao Cao, including the scholar soldiers and the wine. Cho's son tried to stop the general from shouting, because he could wake everyone up before the big day. The next morning, the old maid led Ye Opo to the place where the two interlocutors were waiting for him. She reported a visitor, and the man inside ordered him in. Halfway open the door, a red head emerged from it, and sitting in the room were Wang Yun and Hajin, whom the old lady said to greet politely. The man with tightly closed lips studied the ambassador whom Zhongjaz had sent to him. Stepping inside, Yopo bowed and introduced himself as Liu Bu Fengxian of Baiyongju under Jeon Jasa. The general looked up and saw that the senior officer was calling him, with his finger like a dog. Then the man reached into his breast pocket and pulled out the scroll he was supposed to pass on. Bowing still lower, he passed it with both hands to General Haji. Upon receiving the report, he scrutinized the knot that adorned it. Looking at him, he pondered while Fengxian didn't show the emotions raging inside. Heijin was ready to speak, and sweat broke out on Liu Bu's face because his deception might be exposed. Last night, Ju Soon said she knew a way they could discreetly find out the contents of the letter. Even though the knot sealing it was special, the girl just offered to repeat it after reading it. She was sure that by concentrating, she could repeat the pattern, and taking the scroll in her hands, Hajin said that the knot on the scroll was very neat. It was clean, not tarnished at all, and the general asked why the messenger had not been tempted to read it. Yapo lowered his head even further, and said that because of his illiteracy, he wouldn't have been able to read it anyway. Heijin mentally complimented Jian on the way he was handling things, and asked the official to hand him the sword. Swords from the north were very short, and the general boasted of this knowledge to a scholar who had never held a weapon. Cutting the thread on the letter, Heijin said that the dagger of the 7 stars would be upset to hear this. The general printed out the report and began to scrutinize it. He commented on the contents, saying that everything was going according to plan, and Liu Bu's face darkened. Then he changed the subject and asked Wang Yun how the investigation assigned to him was going. The old man said he had something to tell, and Feng Xian thought he didn't want to stay in the same room with them any longer. The general asked if the find was a native of Byungju, and the official swore that it was. Wang Yun said that this girl sold herself for her father's funeral, so after the ceremony, he brought her to his place. Heijin had to spend the night with girls from all 13 provinces, and then he could avoid sudden death, according to the soothsayer. He ordered her to be sent to his house, and Feng Xian's face became even darker. When the red-haired man mentally cursed the nasty old man, Heijin turned his attention to him and said he had forgotten all about the ambassador, gathering all the strength in his fist. Yopo said that he didn't see or hear anything, and the general shouted that Jeon Jace was very lucky to have a subordinate. He sent the messenger home, saying he wouldn't send a letter back and would let me know when he needed to. He got up on shaky legs and left the room, but heard the old men continuing to discuss the girl without a clan or name. Wang Yun said that despite her young age, she is very cute and seductive. The official said that since she didn't have a name, he nicknamed her Cho's Sun, and Liu Bu clenched his teeth harder. Leaving the manor, the general continued to sit across from him, not realizing what he must do. He realized that he couldn't solve the problem from a distance and didn't know what to do to save Ju Soon. The red-haired man, lost in thought, did not see the old drunkard following him. Grandpa looked at the man and said that the guy must be crazy to be tearing his hair out and beating his head against the wall at such a young age. The general came to his senses and hurriedly inquired who was speaking to him. Looking closely, he recognized the drunkard he had seen when he first entered the town, and the old man was angry at the treatment. Since the pile of muscle that doesn't care about anything looked glum and worried, Grandpa wanted to know what he cared about. Yopo was about to leave, but the old man guessed that it must be about the girl. The old man said that the prodigal general must have found himself a lady from a brothel, but the red-haired man was furious when he heard this. If that's not the case, then someone higher up must have taken a man's sweetheart. He said he hadn't picked him up yet, and Grandpa pointed his finger at him, asking why he was sitting on his pants. If he's trying to come up with a plan, the drifter said to stop, because his brains aren't big enough for any tactic. Liu Bu shouted that whoever was happy to live to see tomorrow should not instruct him, and he could deal with his problem himself. Then the alcoholic smiled and said, "That's how a stupid, overpumped military man should act. But even a soldier must realize that you can't massacre the capital of an empire and get away with it. Even if he escapes, he'll still be found and brought to trial." Human horseshit is pretty predictable when someone overestimates their strength. The strongest man in history would end up losing everything and dying all alone. But waving his lush hair, the general said he'd do it anyway, because it was better than regretting what he hadn't. At least he can protect Ju Soon, even if it's a fatal mistake. The old man laughed out loud and said that he had made the right decision. He stood up and said he'd help the red-haired man survive, even if he didn't plan it himself. But Liu Bu said he can't be helped by someone who can barely move his legs. But the drifter said he learned a few things in battle. Swigging the bottle, he asked if he wanted the elderly teacher to share his wisdom with him. Apparently, Yirok liked the pleasure house and was surrounded by women to show them his calligraphy. He said that the beauty of young ladies inspires him, but suddenly the door opened with a deafening bang. The teacher wanted to yell at the intruder, but was silenced when he saw his furious commander. The general pulled his subordinate, who couldn't change old habits, by the scruff of the neck, saying they had no extra time. Seeing this picture, the girls laughed, but asked the guest to return as soon as possible. Leading 4 horses, Yirok complained that the commander had dragged him out of the pleasure house at the most interesting moment. Now Yapos dumped him alone, and if he did, he could have just left him where he found him. Or he could at least take the teacher with him, on an important case after all. Tying his tail tighter, Liu Bu recalled how the old man had told him that he knew how to get out of the city without going through the gate. The general thought it might be even more dangerous to eat through the normal entrance, but the tramp only shouted at him. For someone who was planning to massacre the capital, Feng Xian looked too worried. Grandpa wanted to know when he was going to go on the case, and the warlord said he was going to go right away. After taking the girl, he must come to the well at the west gate, but the old man will wait for him only until 1 o'clock in the morning and will leave if he is late. 4 gatekeepers came to Wang Yun's house on night watch, and suddenly their quiet patrol was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of a man in black robes. The soldier who saw the stranger approaching was the first to warn the others. A huge man with red hair tied back in a ponytail and a mask on his face approached them. Pulling his sword out of its sheath, the soldier shouted for him to take off his mask and give his name. But in an instant, the enemy's scabbard also opened, and a deep wound was left on the gatekeeper's body. The other guards tensed up and began to draw their weapon, but some of them didn't have time to say a word and dropped dead. It only took Liu Bu a few seconds to break down the gate to Wang Yun's manor, The soldiers inside shouted that they were being invaded from the main gate, but only one enemy approached them, and the commander asked what happened to the guards outside. One of the soldiers shouted that apparently this man would rather be put to death and rushed at the intruder. But the general dealt with him as quickly as his previous opponents. After dealing with them, Feng Jian thought that these people must be the elite guards of the general, but their movements were too clumsy. If the officers were so weak, he shouldn't have stayed long. One blow, and several men fell at Yeopo's feet. By snatching the sword from one of the fallen, now with 2 guns, he could get to his target much faster. But soon both of his tools became dull and unfit for battle, so he threw them away while climbing the wall. Leaving behind the worthless military, Liu Bu rushed to meet his goal. Orders had already gone out around the estate that an assassin had infiltrated and had to be captured immediately. Judging from the number of guards inside, General Hajin hasn't left yet, which means Cho's son was somewhere in the building. In that case, he should have checked the Wang Yun official's bedroom first. He opened the door and looked inside to see if there were any enemies inside. There was no official inside, and apparently he managed to escape, despite Feng Xian running with all his might. He looked around for a new weapon, as the old one was too worn out for further combat. On the carved table was a sword standing on stands, and it was the first thing the general noticed. It was the dagger of the 7 stars, and it should have been in this house because it would be used to take out Cao Cao in the future. Then Yopo looked around again, for the old man's collection was definitely not just this blade. A sword over a meter long was pinned to the wall, and missing such a huge thing would be discovered too quickly. The red-haired man touched it, deciding that it was too big even for a large general, and the guard caught him doing so. He thought the stranger was going to steal the sword and called for help from his comrade. Now Liu Bu had no choice but to take the huge weapon. Once the tool leaves its scabbard, and it takes a few dozen lives. Because of the intense battle with the huge troop and the heavy sword, the roof of Wang Yun's bedroom couldn't withstand and collapsed. The servants inside the courtyard couldn't believe the building had collapsed. They rushed out and nearly trampled a little girl who had joined their ranks. She was hit several times by people running past, and Cho's son fell to the ground. She didn't stay down long and was helped up by one of the guards. Into it, he recognized his purpose and ordered him to proceed to the great general. The girl almost screamed, not understanding why now, and why exactly she had to go to the old man. Then the soldier grabbed her tighter and yelled at her to just obey because they didn't have much time. He was about to drag Cho's son by force, but suddenly his breathless body fell to the ground. He was dealt with by Liu Bu, who finally found the one he'd been looking for so long. He took off his mask, letting the girl know she wasn't the enemy, and asked if she was okay. Several dozen people were buried under the rubble of the building, but the child was still happy to see his savior. Cho's son looked around and said that she didn't understand the general's actions because he agreed that it was necessary to wait for the moment. Hasty decisions could lead to terrible consequences, and last night, Feng Xian agreed with her. Then the man said that Wang Yun didn't help the girl out of kindness at all. He believed in the fortune teller's bullshit, and Hajin asked him to find a young girl who was Ju Sun. The girl bit her lip upon hearing that he had invaded the manor for her, and wanted to take her away from here. But the young lady gathered all her determination, and shouted that she would not go anywhere because that was the only way she could get protection. Telling her savior to get out before they found him, he held out his hand to her, and said that the girl was very bright for her age, and she must have realized that the general wasn't going to protect her, and she was lying to keep Yepo out of it. Putting his hand on her head, Feng Xian said that Cho's son is still a child who needs real protection. But she wouldn't back down, because if she got involved with her, the general could be seriously hurt. Hearing this, Liu Bu hugged her and told her not to worry about him and agree to escape. This time he was ready to protect her, even at the cost of his life, and the girl cried, hiding her face in his clothes. On approaching the well at the indicated place, the commander decided that the tramp was not good at keeping his promises. There was no one around, and Cho's son asked who the commander was waiting for. He said there must be a man to lead them out, and an old man showed up who confessed that he hadn't expected Wang Yun's house to be trashed at all. The general made so much noise that Grandpa heard it on the outskirts of town, and Yopo kept grumbling about hiding from it. Suddenly, the tramp threw his jug at the warlord's head, and it split open, showering the victim with its contents. Feng Xian thought that the grandfather had finally lost his mind, but the latter shouted that if he knew that he was helping to kidnap a child, he would never have agreed. He thought that the general was a lover of little girls, and Yopi tried to dismiss it by saying that the tramp had misunderstood. Then the girl clutched at her savior's clothes and screamed that this man wasn't like that at all. Cho's son said that she was saved out of pity, and that answer was able to calm the old man down. And he was ready to protect her at the cost of his life, but it made Grandpa mad again, because that's how little girls were trapped. Then the young lady said that the general was just like an older brother to her, and from these words, Feng Xian's face already darkened. The old man was satisfied with the answer, and turned around and said it was time for them to get out of this town. Following the guide, The travelers realized that they were being led further and further into the forest. This was probably the old part of town that was just ruined. Liu Bu looked around and said that he needed to get out of Hangok, not find a place to hide. The old man said to go silently, and it all looked suspicious, so Yopo made the decision to stay on guard. If he didn't like what the guide was doing, he was ready to draw his sword. Touching one of the walls of the abandoned house, a strange sound was heard, and the man pulled Cho-sun tighter against him. Grandpa said that hundreds of years ago, when Emperor Guandi was rebuilding the empire and fighting Wang Mang, many people died in Liuolin. They were surprised that the capital could easily fall, and they made many secret passages for the nobles, and they were heading for one of them. A wind blew from the cold and eerie passage, and the girl shuddered even more. The general stroked her head again, and told her it would be all right. The old man asked if the horses were ready, and the commander said he had left them with a subordinate at the Sanbao Bridge. The tramp smiled and said that this tunnel would lead them straight to the right bridge. At daybreak, they were already driving the horses with all their might, and Yirok had brought with him a tramp who had helped them to escape. The whole way, he threw up because an elderly traveling companion reeked of alcohol. The old man asked where the general had gotten such a huge sword. Without hiding it, he said he stole it from Wang Yun's estate. He told the thief to show the sword and grasp the hilt, but Liu Bu stopped him, saying that a decrepit man would not be able to lift such a weapon. But in defiance of his remark, the tramp drew the instrument from its sheath and raised it above his head. In his long life, he had met many good swords, but never one like this, and the commander assumed it must have a name. The old man knew some of the names that carried the long swords, but couldn't make out the symbols on the hull of this behemoth. Cho-sun looked at them and said that they were in symbols, and the red-haired man said that this family was noble because they had their own symbols. The tramp shouted at him again, telling him not to interrupt, because the Ying symbols stood for the Qin imperial family. The girl took a closer look and read the name on the sword, which meant black deer. Grandpa was covered in sweat, because that was the name of Emperor Qin Yingzheng's sword. Liu Bu did not understand the concerns of the old man and the girl, and was once again chastised for not knowing the great man's tool. Wang Yun's estate had already cleared the rubble, and the soldier came to report to Wang Yun. Absolutely all the guards who stood guard during the night were killed, and before the next sentence, the military man hesitated. The official ordered to speak and heard from the soldier that one of the 12 treasures had been stolen. The red-haired man stared at the acquisition without understanding the value of Qi Shi Huangdi's sword. Cho-sun said that it was a famous weapon from the writings of a great historian, but no one could say for sure whether it was Zhou's sword or General Bai Qi's sword. This weapon is a symbol of the Qin family and only appears at coronations, so it's always shrouded in mystery. They say that the wielder of this sword will rule the world, but Liu Bu only rolled his eyes. But the old man asked if the weapon seemed quite ordinary to the warlord, for he had already tried it. The red-haired man used it in a hurry, and it was too huge even for a large man, and it was hard to get it out of its sheath. Then Fengxian said that it could be used as a last resort to replace the halberd, and Grandpa was surprised to learn that he wielded this weapon, said it was impossible to use, and the red-haired man shouted that he'd give a master class when he got the chance. The tramp said that if he was surprised, he would do something special for the general, and Yopo guessed that the old man was a blacksmith. If he was capable, he could join Tang Ni's squad, but there were already many people trying to hire this master. But Liu Bu was not interested. He would pay well for his labor, and the old man thought it was not a bad idea because he already saw someone special in the red-haired man if he could lift the long sword. His level was different from the rest of the people, but maybe the tramp just imagined it. The debacle at Wang Manor became known throughout the city, and Hajin's squad thought 10 eunuchs were behind the attack, and they in turn thought the general was going to get rid of them. Chaos reigned in the capital, but no one would have thought it was just an ordinary Baiyongju messenger. Upon arriving in the city, Zhou soon instructed the savior to answer all questions on the report with half-truths, since he had read the report. Grandpa grumbled that the bulky man would ignore the admonition anyway, and the squabble was watched by Yirok, who didn't know who had joined them on the road. The general turned his attention to him, and told him to go with the old man and the girl to the nearest noodle shop and ask for food in his name. Liu Bu asked the blacksmith to hold the sword until his return, but he tried to shrug it off, not wanting to take responsibility for such a valuable item. It was a treasure that people would die to touch, and he so calmly gave it to the first man he met. But Fengxian shouted that this sword wouldn't make him a king, or create bags of rice with one swing, so it was just an ordinary iron. Such a load he had no need of, and the red-haired man left, saying that his offer to join the squad was a serious one. When Grandpa heard that, he couldn't figure out if the kid was a genius or an idiot. Master Dion has received word that Yopo from Tang Ni's army wants to meet with him. He entered and bowed and reported the completion of the mission, but the mentor suggested we meet elsewhere, Moving to a secluded place, the eunuch asked if the letter had been delivered to Hajin personally in his hands. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative, but said that the general from the capital was curious whether the messenger had printed the letter. Then the master asked if Liu Bu was true. Liu Bu printed out the scroll, but not a single muscle on the red-haired man. AC face twitched. He remembered the instruction Cho Sun had given him, and was about to conceal some of the truth. The seal was cut with a blade by General Hajin himself. That's the response Dion got. The eunuch thought that opening the letter, Fengxian would not sit in front of him, and said that he had become very suspicious lately. Trying to change the subject, the mentor suggested to drink not tea, but something stronger, and Liu Bu had some dried meat with him. After placing the food on the table, they began to sip liquor from metal bowls. After taking a couple sips, Dion said he hadn't had a drink in a while, and already felt drunk. To his surprise, Fengxian had returned to the topic of the report again, and now the mentor needed to keep his mind sober. Yapo mentioned that the seal was special, and most likely this scroll was personally written by Jeon Jasa. The eunuch replied that he and the Lord are as close as needle and thread, but he doesn't always write letters for him, and the general asked if that meant he and Jazz had different goals. The red-haired man remembered that such a question had caught Master Dion off guard the last time they had met. The old man felt like he was talking to a man with years of experience who'd been through a lot. With these words, Liu Bu once again remembered his burned village and the bodies of his parents that he couldn't even identify. The man's hands shook, and he asked directly if the eunuch had seen the report he had been sent with. But the latter remarked that the general should be careful what he asked, and was not yet ready to know the content. For now, Yeopo is just a general from a fortress on the border, and if he wants to learn more, he'll have to try harder. Fengxian thought that if this eunuch had anything to do with what happened in his village, he wouldn't leave alive. He took a sip and put the bowl on the table with a clinking sound, and said that soon his name would be known by everyone in Byungju. When he becomes the hero who crushed the enemy Shofang, Mentor Dion will have to look over his shoulder at night. The mentor bowed and said he would wait for good news from the battlefield. In the noodle shop, the owner of the place scolded Yirok, who in his opinion was using the general's name to eat without paying. The girl and the old man had their bellies full because they didn't know they'd be in this situation. The owner of the place thought it was just another beggar who had nothing to do with Yopo, but suddenly the general himself entered the place. He said hello, and apologized that he hadn't stopped by in a while because of business outside the fort. The teacher hurriedly complained to the foreman that the noodle shop owner didn't believe him. Liubu asked how full his men were to pay, and the owner was surprised that they really knew each other. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the red-haired man's back, asking if the food stand was still open. The man who came inside wanted to ask for a bowl of noodles, but stopped talking when he saw the huge bulky man in front of him. Everyone in the room stared at the extra in their conversation. After realizing something, Fengxian threw an object to the owner of the place and hurried away under the man's shouts that he didn't have to pay. It was a huge piece of silver, and the owner opened his mouth without noticing how fast Yopo ran off, raising dust behind him. Irok and Jo Sung ran out after him, shouting after him where he was going so fast. The red-haired man recognized the man who had torn him away and remembered that he could have nothing to do with this man. This stranger also came out of the shop and asked the general to return for a word. He recognized the huge man as General Liu Bu and wanted to talk to him. That man was Jia Shu Wen-he, who was Dongzhou's manipulator and allowed him to seize power. His talent attracted a lot of attention and envy, so he had to lay low. And soon Wang Yong tricked Liu Bu into betraying Dongzhou and taking his power for himself. This was a good opportunity for Jiesu to make a name for himself because of his tactics. Fengxian, who had physical superiority, was defeated. In a matter of days, General Yepo fell from the top to the bottom. For the first time in his life, someone made him feel defenseless. And even in the next life, he remembered the humiliation he suffered. Now the man from the noodle shop wouldn't give up, and shouted that he had heard of the legendary Yeopo, who had defeated the Wuguang army with 100 soldiers. He beat his chest with his hand and shouted that he wanted to be taken into Tang Ni's army. When he introduced himself as Jia Shu Wen-he, the red-haired man thought that the man should get out while his legs were still holding him up. The general introduced himself as Liu Bu Fengxian and told the fraudster to disappear, but he was not going to retreat. The strategist thought he had not been heard and asked to join the squad again, but turning around with a frightened face, the commander said he would not take it. Deciding that he was not recognized, Jia Shu said that he had worked with Liangzhou's government and had read many books on strategy. Studying Weilo Tzu, for 10 years, he was involved in many clashes with yellow turbans and fought with bandits. The scammer thought it would pass for a resume, but the red-haired man shouted that it couldn't be called experience. The strategist stood humiliated, for his name was not enough to get him into the squad to the commander of the frontier fort. But Jiashu was willing to go to the brink and began to tell that battles were not won by sheer numbers, and a strategist would be useful. The red-haired man asked if Dai knew where he would have to work, and he told him that the commander had become the commander of Fort Dakin. They're trying to take it away from Xiangbei Xiongwell, and even wrong from the west. If they don't move correctly in defense, they'll all be skinned. But because of those words, Jiashu only thanked the general for wanting to send him to such a dangerous place. For the sake of his dream, this strategist was willing to fall on the battlefield, but Feng Xian grabbed him by the scruff of the neck for such insolence. The general was disgusted to hear anything about the dreams of a swindler like that rascal. Lifting the man by the scruff of his neck, he wanted Jiashu to tell about his such an important dream, and the girl and Yirok tried to stop him. The commanders who ran the army against the Yellow Turbans sent them out to fight like cattle. Even if Jiashu had given them tactics, they wouldn't have listened to him because of their origin, and their soldiers would end up losing and running away. Liu Bu said this attitude haunts natives of the Three Kingdoms, and the strategist said he just needs people to do his bidding. Then he can test his knowledge, and Tang Ni's army will learn good tactics. Hearing this, Feng Xian slammed the man to the ground, saying that he couldn't risk people's lives for his game. For the sake of his experience, this brat wanted to use Yapo's loyal fighters. Without denying it, Jiashu confirmed that he just needed a test to show his tactics to the world. The strategist also had something to say because Liu Bu's strength had reached a level that other generals had never dreamed of. But his soldiers weren't the same monsters and dropped dead by the dozens during battles. A battle with limited tactics was better than a battle without, and experienced military advisors were not going to also crawl to Yeopo like Jiashu. The red-haired man said he wasn't going to bow down for that, but the strategist shouted that he was doing it for Tang Ni's troops. But the general had known before such men would sit in the rear and take the remnants of glory for their own gain. In the small battles in Dakin Fort, there was no point in risking his life, and Feng Xian asked what the manipulator really wanted. Then he confessed that he wanted to see his name next to the great strategists of the past, and with his help, Tang Ni will become famous. Through many victories, Jiashu won. His name will be engraved on a diamond, and no one will be able to erase it. It may be small border battles with barbarians, but it would be a good start for gaining experience. All this will be preparation for a battle that will reach to the heavens and shake the world. When Yapo heard this, he realized that even now, the manipulator was guessing what would happen in the future and was waiting for the right moment. Jiashu is an unpleasant ally, but he could do to him what he did to Cao Cao. If the strategist uses his powers to good effect, he will be able to make Liu Bu's enemies feel utter despair. He's agreed to give the strategist a chance, but he'll run tactics, and nothing but tactic. If Jiashu doesn't acquit himself, he'll lose his head, so he must now choose whether to serve red-haired or not. The manipulator stood up and said he would gladly serve General Tang Ni. Feng Xian ordered to issue the counselor a horse, thinking that now one cannot relax because once an enemy is an enemy forever. While his subordinates were dealing with the top men, the general apologized to the owner of the noodle shop for the scene he had caused. If the red-haired man relaxes for even a moment, Jiashu will use this opportunity to crush him. Now the travelers must go to Ma Yi to meet the soldiers, but two unknown men with spears were waiting inside the general's troops. When they heard that Yopo had arrived, they were ready to go out to meet him. When Liu Bu returned, he asked his aides what had happened during his absence, but Gai Rem reported that nothing special had happened. Wei Xiul wanted to know what kind of bunch of people the boss had brought with him. Still in the camp, something happened and the commander was reported about the guests from Kuzhou, Zhejian province in Changshan. Feng Xian no sooner had Cho Sun dismounted from his horse than two men came out to him and declared that Biangju's army consisted of only bandits. The red-haired man asked who dared to label his warriors, and the man with the spear shouted that a general should protect people, not kidnap them. He claimed that Liu Bu stole his son and a little girl. Zhao Yun ran out of the tent and said that there had been a misunderstanding, because Yopo was not that kind of person. But his father ordered Zhao Feng to watch his brother while the adults talked, and he blocked his younger brother's path with his spear. The old man grabbed his weapon and said he would punish the criminal in the name of heaven. Liu Bu then put Cho Sin down on the ground and said that he had finally stopped understanding what had happened. But if anyone points a spear at the camp commander, he will be punished. He grabbed his halberd and said the old man wouldn't get off that easy now. The spearmaster attacked first, but Feng Xian easily stopped his strike with his hilt, and he was able to easily put away an opponent who thought too much of himself. It was the red-haired man's turn to attack, but the old man evaded his chopping motion with his halberd. Master Zhao had to retreat to a safe distance and keep his distance. He waited a moment, and with a great speed that surprised his opponent, rushed at him. But agility was not his advantage, and Liu Bu stopped his strike again. This old man had been holding a spear for decades, so at one point he managed to push the general back. Without intending to give up, the red-haired man began to deliver stabbing blows one after another, preventing Master Zhao from getting close. The gawkers watching this battle couldn't move in surprise. Two opponents were on a whole other level, not comparable to other people. It was a battle between the best fighters of Baiyongju and Jingju. Senior Zhao was covered in sweat as his age was far inferior to his opponent. Liu Bu noticed this and hurriedly jabbed, asking if the old man was already exhausted. But he only clenched his weapon tighter, deciding that today he would defend the honor of the Changshan spear. He couldn't let his skills be tarnished by some thief and child abductor. His spear wriggled like a snake, getting closer and closer to his opponent. In an instant, their tools collided and bounced off each other. The edge of the general's halberd broke off and flew toward Guy Ramis and Yairok and the old man, who were watching. Master Zhao couldn't understand why his opponent was reading his every move like an open book. It was impossible, but the reality of what was happening was proved by the point of the enemy's weapon touching the old man's throat. Taking him by surprise, Liu Bu asked if he was ready to show him anything else, but he only threw away his spear and kneeled in defeat. Zhao Feng wanted to rush to his father's aid, but the elder shouted that the battle was already over, and there was no need to further tarnish their family's name. Those who dishonored their family's name deserved nothing less than death at the hands of the enemy. Since Yapo's spear skills were better, he bared his chest and said the general should finish him off, but he just rolled his eyes and asked if he should brag about defeating a decrepit old man. But Master Zhao still shouted that he couldn't accept defeat at the hands of a pathetic bandit, and the red-haired man asked what made him think they were thieves. Zhao Yun's father thought his son had been kidnapped, even though he claimed otherwise. Zhao Feng then took out a letter from his breast pocket and told Liu Bu to try to explain what it meant. After reading it, anyone would think General Tang Ni is just a thief. Yirok's face darkened when he saw the paper sent to Changshan. A couple weeks ago, the teacher was walking through the camp drenched in sweat because he had a lot of errands to run. 3 soldiers called out to him, and Yirok turned around and recognized. It was a trio that grabbed him in the woods and tried to extort food. Realizing who had called him, the man tried to leave quickly, covering himself with new business. But 3 ex-gangsters offered to help if the teacher was so exhausted. These guys were grateful to Yirok for being in Tang Ni's squad, and the mentor was moved to tears. Asking if any of the 3 could write, one man volunteered, and the teacher instructed him to write a letter to Changshan on the orders of the commander. Comparing all these facts, Yirok's face took on a deadly pale hue. Liu Bu trumpeted the paper in front of him and ordered him to read aloud the letter he had personally instructed him to send. With shaky hands, he took the sheet, unaware of its contents. It said that Tang Ni's army would take care of the Zhao clan's offspring, and his father wouldn't have to worry about him. The vein on the red-haired man's forehead swelled at hearing that. He grabbed his scribe by the scruff of the neck, and someone from the side shouted that he should not hit the teacher, because he would go to the grave from one kick. Yirok shouted that he was not the one who sent the paper with such content, and the red-haired man began to question who wrote it then. Ignoring the bickering, the old blacksmith picked up a halberd shard and began to examine it. Later resolving the misunderstanding, the general called the Zhao clan, leader and the old man, to drink liquor with dried meat. Then Zhao Wang swore that the old man in front of them was the best blacksmith of his time, Chen Tai. When Feng Xian heard this, he was happy because he needed a new weapon, and Grandpa was a man of his word and was going to help. In the blacksmith's opinion, the general was strong even without weapons, but still asked if he had met the heroes of Ping Yuan. The red-haired man jumped when he realized that the old man had forged their weapons and remembered how much trouble he had gotten into because of it. But standing up from the table, Grandpa was about to leave and said to bring him the materials for the weapon, and he'd forge it in a jiffy. Liu Bu couldn't believe that he would really get a powerful tool, and Chen Tai said that forging something wasn't difficult at all. When he came out, Zhao Wan decided it was a good time to speak up. The spearmaster was very grateful that the enemy had spared his life and apologized for underestimating Tang Ni's army. But Feng Xian didn't blame him, even though he didn't have a family. But he knew how jealous parents were of their children. Plus, he also made a mistake with the letter, and now they could be even. If they ended on good terms before Zhao Wang called the general to visit Changshan someday, Yapo remembered that the clan was the best at spear wielding and offered to send some warriors to Tang Ni, and the old man's face brightened. The eminent clan had no reason to worship Gu Shenzan or Yuan Shao to have disciples serve as ordinary Zubo. Master Zhao said that by visiting Changshan, the general could choose any warrior he liked, and Liu Bu agreed. A decent man's word was worth 1,000 coins, and the old man's admiration for Ye Oppo grew stronger. After bowing to each other, the spearmaster said that he trusted Tang Ni's squad with his son. Cho's son read the decree saying that Liu Bu was granted an estate in Miachi Castle and 10 silver coins as a reward. In addition, he was made general of the 2,000 troops and will issue 1,000 to Dakan Fort to defend the northwest of Beiyongju. Jia Shu complained that to defend against brigands, Dian used tens of thousands of soldiers and issued so few to defend the borders. But it was obvious to Fengxian, but the trickster had to come up with tactics to prove himself, so he folded his arms and asked for a small favor. He wanted to go ahead and canvass around to make a plan worthy of Tang Ni's troops. The general folded his arms across his chest, contemplating such a request. Deciding what to do, he called some soldiers to give orders. He introduced them to Counselor Jia, whom they would accompany on their journey, and he would command their movements. Calling for Gi Rem and Wei Yol, the red-haired man was given the following order. They had 2 hours to pack up and prepare to march to Dingxian Fortress. Things stirred, and dozens of soldiers began to get ready to go. Jia Shu, on the other hand, thought deeply about the fact that 2,000 people was much worse than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the swindler was confident in his abilities and had to come up with a brilliant plan. But when he got to Fort Duchesne, all the strategist could do was open his mouth wide. The wall was in ruins, and it was supposed to protect against northern enemies. It hasn't been repaired for 2 years, and if the stone wall was in such a state, the eastern fortresses must be even worse. Master Jia fell to his knees, imagining what Jilu and Zhao Cu looked like. Tang Ni's army needed to hold 3 places if only the forts were to be considered. But they only had 2,000 soldiers, and the manipulator didn't know if they should divide them among all the fortifications. It was just crazy, and he hoped all the soldiers were at least well trained. Standing on the dais, Liu Bu looked at the soldiers practicing. Then General Chang Yang asked what the red-haired man thought of his soldiers. Each of them reeked of strength and discipline, confirming that they were all true elites. The old man thought they were a bunch of troublemakers, but they were clearly more obedient than Tang Ni's underling. Now there were too few soldiers in the camp, and Chang Yang said that Zhong Jasa had taken 10,000 to cover the Huguan region. It was too much, but no one could go against orders. Fengxian then saw fit to apologize for taking 1,000 soldiers from an already depleted army. But there was no need to worry about that, and the general took the junior to another class of fighters. While the others practiced, they lay on the ground and played games with spears stuck in the ground. That's the 1,000 men Tang Ni's army will get to guard the northern border. None of the commanders could believe it, but Chang Yang assured me that he had reread Jaz's orders several times. He had to follow the order, but he could go against it and give away the trained fighters, but Yopo couldn't do that. The red-haired man said for the exhausted Master Chang to go rest and he would observe the future wards. He asked the old man not to worry because he understood the situation well. The senior general agreed to leave, and Liu Bu stayed on the training field. He took another look at the flabby drunks marinating in the sun, and it made his forehead sweat because he didn't know what to do. At the same time, Jia Shu, who had left for the fortress before everyone else, was in the same confusion. After a couple of days, Fengxian asked if Chang Yang thought these soldiers were undisciplined. After all, military rules exist for a reason. But he replied that these insolents have seen a lot, and they don't care about punishments, and if you try to retrain them, they will eat you alive. Then Liu Bu could try to gain the trust of the officers, because they were gathered from different places, and there was no clear leader among them. Tang Ni had lost a lot of men under Wu Guang, and they didn't even have veterans to handle the slacker recruits. Chang Yang remembered that it was just about officer recruitment season, and all the talented Byungju fighters were coming for selection. With a smile, Yeopo blew up and said that they needed to hurry to see if the candidates had already arrived. In the Han Dynasty, those who wanted to get a rank needed a recommendation, and everything depended on their family, and talents without connections were sought in Yuan or Goxun. To gather the support of the nobility in Byongzhou, they opened the Dingxian camp for performances once a year. The next day, the camp was crowded with men with one goal in mind: to become a leader at a military post. General An asked if Yopo liked anyone, and he pointed to 2 people. Judging from their appearance, they were strong warriors. For one of them, wielding a halberd, wore no armor, and the other looked like a barbarian. The size of the couple's guns were amazing, but they couldn't have gotten anywhere without connection. A senior soldier stepped forward and told those who wanted to become commanders to come to the red flag and officers to the blue flag. The crowd of visitors to the city stirred, and men began to line up in rutas under the color they wanted. Yapo noticed that one of the people he liked had approached the blue flag. Unfortunately, the man with the halberd wanted an administrative position. Thinking of an officer with such a weapon from Byongju, Liu Bu remembered something from his past life. Battles began, and in one of them, Hu Man of Meiji was the winner. There was a disgruntled murmur in the crowd as the barbarian won again. He defeated 4 opponents in a row, but his skills were not going to be recognized because of his savage origin. If anyone beats him, they'll all come over to his side. Hu Man couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Doesn't anyone else want to come out and fight with him? A man with a sword leaped out above him and was ready to be the savage's next opponent. Li Shan of Heol. Zhou was about to slay the barbarian. He was very confident, and the onlookers thought that finally someone would defeat the cheeky one. Only Feng Xian realized that this boy had no chance. The battle had begun, and Li Xuan was determined to strike first. He swung his sword, but Hu Man easily repelled his attack. Two men clashing in an evenly matched battle, intent on competing. The crowd cheered as the swordsman definitely had an ace up his sleeve and could handle the barbarian. But in an instant, the tide of battle changed, and the battle was over. Li Shan was surprised by his opponent's strength and stepped back. Hu Man already wanted to attack, and seeing this, the swordsman folded his weapon crosswise with the scabbard. But when he took a crushing blow, his instrument just splintered. Small shards of the blade rained down on the face of a man who couldn't believe the reality of what was happening. Li Xuan then screamed like a wounded beast and fell to the ground. His body collapsed and had to admit the barbarian's victory over himself. Thus, Hu Man has defeated his fifth opponent in a row. The soldier was about to call the next candidate, but the savage turned around and called one of the crowd. He pointed at the man with the halberd and said he couldn't believe a big guy like that decided to do paperwork. Wiping the smirk off his face, the man replied that he had only come for the officer's position. But Hu Man pointed to his weapon, whose size didn't exactly match the size of the writing tool. The barbarian decided to provoke his opponent by saying he only wanted to take cover behind the flag like a coward. But he replied that once the halberd tasted human blood, it would never stop. Hu Man unfurled his spear and shouted for the warrior to stop staring at him and show his abilities. The man's eyes irritated the savage, and he wanted to gouge them out himself. The provocation succeeded, and the man with the halberd entered the battlefield. The soldier told him to introduce himself, and the man replied that he was Zhang Liao Wen Yuan from Ma Yi. After hearing this, Liu Bu's eyes sparkled as he correctly recognized this fighter. He looks young now, but with the beard, you could see his old acquaintance. Now Yappo won't leave this camp until he has Zhang Liao and his squad. Demonstrating their weapon skills, the candidates fought a duel. The barbarian intended to finish off his rival with complete determination. Spear and halberd clashed again in a dangerous battle. Even though Zhang Liao wasn't the instigator, he wanted to kill Hu Man. He genuinely hated all the people of Gunu. The barbarian who started the skirmish felt harassed and didn't understand what was wrong with the bully. Liu Bu, who was watching, was no longer so sure that this was the officer he knew. Now this man fought as if his rival for office were his worst enemy. At some point, the savage who had hitherto tried to restrain the madman missed a blow. The spear slipped from his hands and opened a place to attack with the halberd. Hu Man fell to the ground, unable to withstand the last lunge. The foreman with the crescent moon tool smiled, thinking that this was the end of their little skirmish. But after a second, his face changed to a more uncertain one. The barbarian spat out a clot of blood that had collected in his mouth right in his face. After being blinded by the scarlet liquid, Zhang Liao flinched backwards. He was unsure of what his opponent would do, so he jumped back to a safe distance. It gave the savage a chance to step up and rejoin the game. Blood kept collecting in his throat, and he kept spitting it out on the ground. Zhang Lu tried to wipe his eyes with his sleeve at his opponent's teasing. Once the halberd master regained his sight, he became even more ferocious than before. During the new battle, they kicked up enough dust to block the view of two generals. Liu Bu thought that he couldn't be mistaken, and definitely recognized this man with the unusual crescent moon weapon, but something confused him. The Zhangla he knew had never been this cruel and bloodthirsty. In his previous life, he was much more sensible and much quieter than he is now. Hu Man had great difficulty withstanding the attacker's attacks. But still, he wasn't going to give up so quickly and lunged at his opponent. It was a mistake, for the halberd master swung the crescent moon and wounded him. The garment on the barbarian's chest was cut and marked with a deep bleeding wound. Chang Yang said that the matter is getting too serious, and one of them will definitely not survive this fight. They had to be stopped. But the old man wasn't sure how to do it without getting punched in the face. We had to wait for the moment, and the troop commanders began to watch. At this time, Hu Man received a new injury and flew far back. He flew right into the crowd of watching candidates and rose up to reprimand his opponent, without giving the barbarian a chance to stand up. Zhang Liang jumped at him, swinging his weapon. But noticing this attack, the savage was able to rise quickly, and dragging his spear behind him, he was about to fight back. Suddenly, the halberd master's chest was touched by someone's hand, and the man stopped. Hu Man had the same situation happen to Hu Man, and the man with red hair pushed his body away. Before the barbarian realized what was happening, the palm that had touched him began to unwind. She pushed him away, and from the force of the push, the man got a huge momentum boost and flew off to the side. Yappo didn't immediately notice the man beneath him wheezing something. It was Zhang Liao who threatened to kill the warlord if he didn't get off it. But because of those words, Liu Bu only grabbed the insolent man tighter. The halberd master began to wriggle, trying to throw off the intruder. But when the red-haired man called his name, his look changed. He said he knew what the Zhang clan had been through for Gunu, and now their offspring probably wanted revenge. Zhang Liao was taken aback, but the general said that tomorrow his army would move to the northeast to fight his worst enemies. Then the halberd master realized that he had been pinned down by the very same Liu Bu of Tang Ni, and he was also offering an opportunity to deal with the infidels. Holding out his hand, Feng Xian said that a man seeking vengeance could join his squad. As the general had promised, the next day the army advanced to Dakan Fort. Ji Rem and Wei Yao, sitting on their horses, guided the foot soldiers. Behind the warlord rode Zhang Liao, who had become a full member of Tang Ni. Following the commander, he had no idea how he had learned of his fate and origin. After defeating him, the red-haired man said he needed to join the squad to find out how Liu Bu knew all about him. If he refuses, the halberd master's family will still be a target for Gun, and he will have no opportunity for vengeance. When things on the border come to a battle, luck will not be on the side of the surviving members of the Nai clan. Weighing the two sides, it was obvious that the man needed to join the army. In Ma Yi, all the land used to belong to his clan, and everyone wanted to own it because of the fertile land, including the Huns who crushed the emperor of the Han dynasty, and the empire was forced to pay tribute to the invaders, becoming their appendage. In the era of Emperor Wu, the Ni clan went to a new confrontation and surrendered to the Hun to infiltrate their bowels for espionage. But they were defeated and despised by the population, so the clan leader changed his surname to Zhang. If the Gunu found out about the survivors of the Nai clan, a new hunt would begin, and Liu Bu, who knew about this secret, should have been removed on the spot. But Zhang Liao was well aware that with his current abilities, he could not compete with General Tang Ni. Hu Man was riding behind the warrior and trying to find out what a fighter like him went on a mission with worthless old men for. In his opinion, he would rather die at the hands of his opponent than in such an unequal fight. He even followed him to Dakan to return the favor, but Zhang Liao was not going to lavish 6 Gongnu with his attention. Feng Xian couldn't believe that they even on the road wanted to have an altercation and wanted to stop them, but he was called out by Chou's son. She wanted to know if the savior remembered that they had a case in Shufang. The general hadn't forgotten because the girl had reminded him several times that he needed to find a certain Bo Jie who could be useful. He replied that he remembered well and asked Chou's son to hide in the wagon as they were traveling on a dangerous path. Bo Jai was the second name of Kie Yun, the only one of the highest authority to challenge the 10 eunuch. He's a great scholar, but very stubborn, and Yopo didn't know if he'd follow Tang Ni. On the horizon was already visible the detachment that had arrived earlier to inspect the fortresses. Jiashu waved his hand showing his location to the commander. The red-haired man gave the order to rest and asked the strategist for a report on the forts. But he didn't even know what to say because 2 of them had turned into ruins. Only Jilu was fine, and the manipulator wanted to know if the elder had brought trained warriors. But he himself said to look at their army. Looking behind Feng Xian's back, he was horrified to see that Zhang Jasa had not made any concession. He gave only 1,000 men, most of them decrepit old men who would defend the north from raiders. It was unlikely that the Lord had that much faith in his general. He probably just wanted to keep him under control. Jiazhu mumbled mysteriously and Liu Bu turned around thinking that he had a plan. He said he had an idea, but the general needed to take it seriously. The main target of the defense will be Jilu and Gao Chie, who is not far from her. They can defend, but they won't have enough strength on Ma Yi. The strategist couldn't allow the already small army to be divided, so they had to hope that the enemies wouldn't go to Ma Yi. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian grabbed the tactician by the pecs, asking if he was joking. He didn't bring him with him for Jiashu to talk nonsense before an important battle. If he can't come up with a plan to defend Byungju from the barbarians, he should leave now. The strategist understood his task, but in order to accomplish it, he needed to clarify something about Tang Ni's old soldiers. He said he wanted total authority over the older fighters. Yapo didn't understand why he needed this ballast, but Jiashu assured him that he would make them useful. He said to trust the plan and see what happens. The general didn't fully believe in the reality of this traitor's strategies, so he needed time to think. He finally put the manipulator back on the ground and told him he could do what he wanted. There was another important matter that Jiashu didn't mention. He pointed to the sand dunes and said that they needed to build observation towers. Then they can react in time, even when the enemies cross the Great Wall. It was the only understandable idea today, and Liu Bu took in more air in his lungs to give the order. He called attention to himself so loudly that the strategist standing next to him had to cover his ears. Ordering the soldiers to start rebuilding the towers, the first to respond were his personal soldiers. And there was a disgruntled murmur from the recruits, which couldn't help but anger the commander. They grumbled that the barbarians were so quick they would finish them off before the first lantern was lighted, and preferred to refuse the work. The red-haired man was about to rush at them, but the manipulator stopped the giant, asking him to hand over these inconsiderate people to him. Then the trickster shouted and drew the old men's attention to himself. He bowed to the warriors and introduced himself as the tactician of Tang Ni's army. His appeal was able to attract the soldiers because he hailed them as young heroes. He went on to say that the general had found out that most of the soldiers were from Shufang and Yunjun, so he wanted to give them a gift by giving them a 10-day weekend. When he heard Jia Shu say that they already had a lot of men for the construction site, the red-haired man became furious, but had no time to do anything because of the joy of the soldiers. They began to toss their helmets in the air and praise the great general for the rest he had given them. The manipulator smiled, for his little trick had succeeded in the first stage. Feng Xian, on the other hand, could only stand there with his mouth open, not understanding what this madman was trying to do. The soldiers danced joyfully, but the strategist put his hand forward and said he had not yet finished. He went on to say that probably everyone in the squad had heard that the savages would soon cross the Great Wall, and what would happen after that was not worth telling anyone, so Jia Shu wanted to ask them for a favor. His speech was interrupted by the rumblings of the old men who had guessed how the tactician planned to fight. They thought they'd been given one last vacation before they died, to send them out as human shields. The aides went up to the commander and asked what was going on, but he had no idea. Joshu tried to stop the riot by saying he didn't mean it, but the fighters covered themselves with their experience by saying they had seen such tacticians before. Then the strategist yelled that they're giving them the day off because the battle-hardened don't need the training. He started flattering the old men by saying he had an assignment that only special soldiers like them could handle. Pointing to the broken tower, he wanted to say something, but the warriors shouted that it would not help them take cover in an attack. These towers have given hope of salvation to those hiding in them, but they only delayed the inevitable. Then the manipulator roared that it would never happen again. Because now General Liu Bu Fengxian and his Tang Ni army were fighting for the north. That he had defeated an army of 1,000 with 100 soldiers was not a rumor, but a known fact. But hearing this, the red-haired man snorted. Spreading his arms wide, Jia Shu said that the soldiers' assignment would be to go and tell about the commander's exploits in his homeland. People should know the name of their protector and the name of his unit. No one need fear the light of the lighthouse anymore. For now, you can just take shelter and rest. General Yepo will come and save those who have already lost hope. After such a fiery speech, the old men looked at their new commander as if he were a deity, and Jiashu coughed and wished everyone going on vacation a good journey. They would have to meet in 10 days, and this time, no one spoke up against the order. Now in Liu Bu's eyes, the bunch of old men didn't look like trash. But he couldn't see how the motivation of protecting their families would help in battle when the enemy came with weapons. The strategist asked the older man not to worry, and he patted him on the shoulder, hoping for the best. After a moment, he squeezed his hand harder and reminded him whose head would fly off his shoulders if he overstepped his bound. Jiashu made this decision because he wanted the general's name to be recognized among the best of Byungju's personalities. The people of the 4 border villages thought they were expendable because no one was sent to defend them until a couple of villages died. But now they could feel they were needed and began to praise General Liu Bu. 2 weeks passed, and the barbarians who had been climbing the wall stopped near the oasis. After getting drunk, they started discussing how they never thought they'd find water in the desert. We could try to capture it, while the foolish fort guards are unaware of their future. Even though they had repaired the tower, there were still not enough men to repel them, and in saying this, the savages did not notice the approaching archer. The Huns had heard that their general had defeated an army 10 times larger, but considered it a common rumor. No one believed it, but the men were to meet Tang Ni's army in just a minute. In an instant, an arrow flew from the dais and plunged into the barbarian's arm. Then came another series of shots, and the panic caused the whole oasis to be covered with sand. This gave Liu Bu's men a chance to break out of their ambush and attack the Gunu scouts. One of the enemy rushed to the horse to try to escape. It was the first time in his experience that a trap had been set. The savage had no sooner climbed onto his horse than the waiting Zhang Liao rushed at him with a halberd. He shouted that he wanted the Gunu brigand to cry and take his life. Standing on the high ground, Fengxian watched the massacre and concluded that everything went very well. The plan was to attack the enemies when they were vulnerable, and the fighters did a good job of it. The big soldier noticed that this was the general's plan, and he modestly accepted the praise. The archer hastened to interrupt their rejoicing by saying he saw something on the horizon. The commander asked if the enemy was approaching them, and the gunner confirmed. And it looked like at least 1,000 soldiers were approaching them. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man ordered Gi Rem and Wei Yol to urgently go upstairs. The fighters were ordered to prepare for a quick retreat. There were too many opponents, and they had to use the path that Jia Shu had shown them. There's a little surprise waiting for Gunu's soldiers on this road. Gai Rem smiled upon hearing that they were going to set up another ambush, but some still needed to retreat, and Liu Bu made the decision to split the squad. The deputy asked what they were going to do since there are 1,000 enemies. Then Fengxian and his 3 best soldiers smiled animal-like and decided to do what they were best at, The enemy commander arrived at the oasis, but there were no scouts waiting for the main forces to arrive. His handler assumed they weren't here because they hadn't finished scouting the surrounding area. But one of the soldiers bent down to drink water, saw the body of one of his comrades in the pond and shouted. After fishing him out and examining him, it was confirmed that he was indeed a Gunu fighter, and this man was a scout sent ahead of the troops. Then the commander yelled for everyone to stay alert and take a look around. Before he could command to send a message to the other squads, the chief was silenced by the man who appeared behind him. Liu Bu came down personally to send a couple dozen infidels to the other world. The invaders opened their mouths, unable to believe that now their commander was wounded. One of the older men commanded that they were ambushed and needed to retreat immediately, but their escape was impossible because Feng Xian had already signaled by whistling to his men. The barbarians turned around and saw an army with spears approaching them after the sign. Tin Ni's tactic was to attack the enemy squad and then retreat. But before they go, we need to send as many savages as each of them can to the afterlife. Gunu's soldiers rushed to flee from the fighters on horseback. The wounded ringleader shouted again that they needed to retreat to return with the rest of the forces. But the escape route had already been blocked, albeit by only one man. It was Zhang Liao who wanted to send everyone from the Hun with his own hand. But the enemy commander wasn't going to back down, because they're not some weaklings to be ambushed. He swung his sword at the insolent man who dared to stand in their way. But within a second, there was a hole in his body. The halberd hacked the ringleader and the bunch of subordinates who followed him to pieces. In this battle, Zhang Liao realized that the barbarians are not as strong as rumors say they are. He easily dispensed with a few of them, and had no intention of stopping at this handful. At the same time, Liu Bu remembered how the blacksmith had given him a new weapon that he had hastily made and asked him to wait for a better tool. But even a tool made by an old man in a hurry was amazing, and Feng Xian was going to thank Chen Tai. Grandpa was more useful than he appeared to be in the capital of the empire. The general was interrupted from the battle by Gai Rem, who said it was time to move on to the second part of the plan. Gun's reinforcements were closing in, and the unit needed to retreat. The commander ordered all the soldiers to go to the target point, but then he was jerked again. It was reported to him that Zhang Liao disobeyed and was still slaughtering his opponents. Eyes and the animalistic grin of the master of the halberd resembled a true beast. Liu Bu left the warriors to Gi Rem, and CM went to pull out the disobedient recruit. The man stood among the bodies of defeated enemies, but it was not enough for him. A new batch of barbarians were coming at him with swords, and he couldn't wait to get to the bottom of it. These soldiers' comrades had been sent to the afterlife, and they were going to get their revenge. Before the savages could get close to their target, the red-haired man jumped out in front of them. With the tip of his halberd, he stabbed the first enemy he saw, cut the others with the other end of the gun. He ordered Zhang Liao to retreat, but the empty-eyed Zhang Liao did not hear him at all. The man shouted to get out of his way, but he wasn't the one giving the orders in this fight. The general cocked his weapon at him and swore and told him to follow it. Falling to the ground, Zhang Liao finally came to his senses. Standing up, grabbing his head, he apologized, and Liu Bu again couldn't believe that this was the same officer who was a quiet man in his previous life. Turning towards the enemy, the commander noticed that they were getting very close. Then he threw his halberd at the soldier, who had not yet risen, and asked him to linger a while. He himself took his hands, going to give his enemies a show. In a moment, the army was chasing after only Liu Bu, who had taken up a horse, and Zhang Liao. Hundreds of soldiers were breathing down his back, and the general drove his horse as hard as he could. Barbarians armed with swords screaming that, "You can't run from them forever." But Feng Xian had no intention of running for so long, and pierced the body of one of the front savages with an arrow. Falling off his horse, he was hit by the hooves of other horses, and the front ranks began to fall over each other, stumbling. Twisted in his saddle, the general did not look at the road at all. All he could think of now was that the barbarians would be apprehended because of the confusion. But unfortunately for him, they went up much faster than he'd hoped. He was again overtaken by the savages, who drove their horses so hard that the sand flew in different directions. Since that wasn't enough, Yopo got a new arrow that he could use for a new shot. When he released the bowstring, he hoped to pull the same trick of dropping the rider. But the warrior the arrow was aimed at sliced it in two before it hit its target. The general appreciated this man's ability, and he was summoned by Zhang Liao, who was dangling on the horse like ballast. He shouted for the commander to look ahead, and the red-haired man turned around. In front of them was a dense forest that Jia Shu had marked on the map as a place for an ambush. As he ran into the coniferous thickets, he hoped with all his heart that the counselor's plan would work. Standing on the high ground, the tactician saw that the enemy army was approaching the trap. Assistant Commander Gunu reported that their target was trying to evade pursuit in the woods. They expected a new ambush, but because of the numerical advantage, they continued to chase the red-haired man. Seeing that the savages didn't surrender, Jia Shu ordered the soldier to blow his horn. The whole county heard the signal, and fires were lit on several mountains to signal Tang Ni's army. When the barbarian general saw this, he shouted that these wretched rats would never dare come face to face with them. He thought they were going to stall to evacuate the peasants and ordered them to continue on their way. After the remaining soldiers had finished, they were to skin the nearby villagers to show them the real humiliation. So the unsuspecting army followed Jia Shu's plan. But now even the general himself didn't see the point of luring the savages into the thicket. Such a location is not the best place for a battle. Besides, the Gunu warriors were much more numerous than Tang Ni. The train of thought was interrupted by Zhang Liao, who heard a strange sound and hurriedly reported. He thought he heard the sound of metal banging against metal, but it didn't look like blades or spears at all. At this time, the barbarians had already begun to meet the Yopo soldiers hiding behind the tree trunks. They held chains in their hands, ready to pull on the signal. For the sign, Jia Shu used a colored fan and lowered it and ordered the old man to pull the iron. Like a string of chains stretched throughout the forest and began to knock down riders or get under the hooves of horses, were the cries of savages who had not expected an attack of this type. The enemy general spat saliva and bared his teeth at the lowly imperial warriors. Drawing his sword, he swore he would not let either of them fall quickly and painlessly. But suddenly he noticed he couldn't move his arm and the blade was stuck in something. When confronted with a tree trunk, the sword could not come out of it no matter how much the man pulled. The savage was screaming with anger and couldn't believe he'd fallen into such a trap. Before he came to his senses and realized what to do, 2 spears had pierced him through. Armed old men attacked him from behind, taking his life. They cried out that they had finally gotten payback for their villages and families. With a battle cry, they rushed to kill the rest of the Gunu soldiers, remembering how much suffering they had endured because of them, raising their spears to avenge the burned settlements and lost people. The rivals tried to escape, but the old guard had no plans to leave anyone alive. They were far outnumbered, but every one of them remembered the pain of losing loved ones. These barbarians killed everyone who offered the slightest resistance, and the houses were looted and burned. By the time help got to the border zones, there was no one left to save. Really wouldn't have made a difference if the reinforcements had arrived in time. All the soldiers could do was bury the bodies of their countrymen. Now these memories kept the morale of hardened soldiers high. One of the officers sputtered and shouted that there was no way they could let even one barbarian go. If they couldn't stop them here and now, all efforts were pointless. The savages, who didn't expect to get into such a mess, stood there unable to move. A battle cry went through the woods, and the old men rushed out for revenge. Looking at this picture, Liu Bu couldn't believe that these were the same bums the Lord had given. He was impressed by their work, and that Jia Zhu was able to lift their spirits like that. Now in his eyes, the manipulator was a true hero. Still not all the lines of defense were doing well, and one of the savages felled the old man. The barbarian who managed to escape the trap thought they were being attacked by warriors, but they were attacked by flabby undead. Tong Ni's soldier was injured, but the invader didn't hesitate to kick him a couple more times. Swinging his sword, he wanted to do the old man a small favor. He personally delivered the head to his family's home, and will show it to them before finishing them off. The barbarian took a swing at him, but didn't notice the man appearing from the shadows. The general jumped in front of the attacker and shielded his soldier with himself. The old man looked at him like a true hero, and the red-haired man shouted for all the officers to return to their position. His personal underlings rushed into battle, intent on mopping up the remaining infidels. Getting back on his horse, Liu Bu shouted for his soldiers not to let the labors of their heroes go to waste. The commander was in the front lines of the battle, rushing to the aid of the old guard. At the end of the battle, they killed 1,000 enemies and took 100 prisoners, as well as taking their food and horses, while losing few soldiers. Feng Xian recognized that it was the strategist's merit, and the latter turned around in surprise. The general bowed respectfully to him, and thanked him for the manipulator choosing to serve. Jia Shu also bowed his head and said that he was not worthy of such words, and was sincerely grateful for the chance he had been given. Looking up, the tactician said they weren't done yet, and the red-haired man didn't realize what else they had to do. Later, the food taken from the bandits was given to the starving settlements in Shofan and Yunjun, and the story of how General Liu Bu crushed the Hun quickly spread throughout Bongzhou. After receiving such a report, Jeon Jasa was furious and thought it was a complete lie. The villagers even built a shrine to Yeopo while he was still alive, and they put up a huge monument to him, and the old man was furious. He realized that this was definitely not all the information, and showed the messenger to continue telling, and he reported that rumors had spread through the cities that the time of John Jasa was long past. He was old and weak, and Liu Bu was in his prime, and the old man swept everything off the table. The Lord couldn't believe his people would even think such a thing after what he'd done for them. The subordinate turned away, not daring to look at his master in such a state. Jasa clenched his fists in rage, thinking that the brat's ambition would eventually overwhelm him. He needed to do something soon, but he had no idea what Mentor Dion was doing right. He wrote letters to convince all the northern commanders to write a recommendation paper for Liu Bu. Jasa will definitely send him away, and the northern regions will be devastated again due to the general's decreased effectiveness. It's the only thing he could do for Yeopo in this situation. Otherwise, the young hero will fade into the background, and there will be only an old man blinded by power. Weeks later, Feng Xian and Jia Shu gathered to discuss the outcome of their crushing victory. Everyone in Byungju praised Tang Ni's army and wanted to join Yeopo, but the problem was that the army lacked the officers and veterans who would be able to lead the recruits. The red-haired man had an idea, and the tactician wanted to know what it was. He reminded him of the incident with the Zhao Yun clan, and the tactician understood everything. Zhao Wang's family, who practiced spear skills, were well suited to be officers. There was no point in delaying, so Liu Bu started to pack for the journey. After arriving in Zishu, the head of the Zhou clan greeted the general and asked him if he had a good trip, since the red-haired man had come to their region for the first time. Bowing, Feng Xian replied that the path was easy thanks to Junior Zhao. For this, the father praised his son, and he accepted the care with a smile. Having finished with the formalities, the travelers were invited to a set table to rest after the journey. Pouring wine to his guest, the clan leader asked what was the purpose of Yeopo's visit to their land. Then the commander complained that his army was growing, but he had no talented men for the position of officers, and he recalled their conversation. The old man was glad that the promise had not been forgotten and wanted to show his fighters sooner, but having gathered many clan members, he could be accused of favoritism. Zhao Wang proposed to gather the outstanding people of the neighborhood and arrange a demonstration drill so that no one would doubt the general's choice. Liu Bu was satisfied with this, and he entrusted such an important matter to the one who best knew these most prominent people. The thought crossed my mind that in the future, Zishu would be the coffin for Yuan Shao, which means there's a lot of uncollected talent here. Feng Xian could make a huge profit from this situation. A disciple approached the Jului County Xiaoyang commissioner, but the master did not immediately pay attention to him. When he came to attention, he reported that a feast invitation had arrived from Zhao Manor. But Master Zhao's 60th birthday had already passed, and there was nothing to celebrate, so the purpose of the reception could not be found out. The man sighed and asked if he had to go, and the student replied that it was his personal will. But one day, the head of the clan that invited him saved his life, and when the man heard that, he changed the subject and said to look at the star, Beilwazimen. Autumn had not yet arrived, but it shone so brightly that it could be a bad omen, for it pointed the way to the Great Wall, and Shuman represents the army, which is why the student thought it might be a sign of good luck. Turning around, the mentor asked why he had taught this man such useless things. Not knowing if the star was a bad or good sign, the mentor thought he might be able to get a place in the army. The master said he would go to the reception, and the apprentice bowed and said he would make sure there was not a speck of dust in the carriage. For the first time, the boy addressed his mentor by name and called Zhu Shaw. In the Zhao clan courtyard, people had already begun to gather, and the gatekeepers reported the arrival of noble Bo from Ji province. The master of the manor rushed over to greet a guest he hadn't seen in a long time. Master Bo said his physical condition made it hard for him to go out, but Zhao Wang said he looked as good as ever. The old men turned around when the arrival of noble Zhu from Sanyang was announced. The man who had spent evenings yesterday watching the stars entered the manor and greeted his host. They began to exchange pleasantries and whispers went through the crowd. This man in his early 20s was appointed as a judge. Bo Lin was now on the wrong side. Zhu Shou asked why the Zhao clan had gathered guests, and the head of the family said that an important figure from Byongzhou had come to visit them today. This man wanted to evaluate the soldiers, and maybe some of the estate could make it into the men. The man began to vaguely guess who he was talking about and bowed, saying that he would wait with interest for detail. With a cough, Jean Van told the audience that today was a very important day for his family. Spreading his arms, he shouted that he was very glad that the noblemen of the province had gathered in his house to witness it. It had been decades since his clan had taken in apprentices from the outside, and they were all ambitious and strong, though not noble. But today, Someone came from Byungju to shower his disciples with attention and recruit the most worthy into the army. The noblemen of the neighborhood would tear their mouths off when they saw the red hair. General Yeopo stepped forward, and Zhao Wang introduced him with great pride. Those present sat in shock at seeing the hero about whom so many rumors had been circulating lately. After introducing himself, Fengxian said that today he would be observing Zhao's fighters, and anyone who proved himself would get a spot in Tang Ni. If any of the guests deemed the warriors worthy, they should applaud them. Following the clan head's order, the disciples began to take up positions on the field. Clutching their spears, they began to demonstrate their techniques to the noble guests and the great commander. Liu Bu, although he was of an imposing stature, still rose higher to see all the practicing masters. Zhao Wang ordered to show everything the warriors could do, and the red-haired man watched them with interest. But suddenly there was a loud clap, and everyone present raised a clamor. The man who burst into the manor asked why a true sword master wasn't called to such a celebration. He broke down the door to prove to those present who was the strongest in this province. Students who had been distracted from the show of force pointed their spears at the intruder and ordered him to identify himself. But the clan leader stopped them, because the charter didn't allow a group to fight against one man. With a wave of his hand, the old man told his subordinates to step aside. He wanted to know why his house was attacked, since he and the so-called spear master didn't know each other. Then the intruder shouted that he had come to show his strength to the Zhao family. The man wanted to prove that he was the strongest fighter in Hebei. Shouting, the old man said to hand him the spear to show the boy who wanted to fly, not knowing how scary the sky was. But the younger son bowed to him and said, "You can't hit a fly with a sledgehammer." Zhao Yun wanted to personally show the brazen man the strength of his family, so he asked his father for permission to fight. But he was interrupted by a third man who wanted to fight the spearmaster. He's the one who asked for tonight's party, and now all the fun has been ruined. Liu Bu couldn't stand there and do nothing after such a prank. The door kicker said that the red-haired man looked like an ordinary giant with no special skills and asked him to step aside. He felt that today, no one but the head of the Zhao clan could be his opponent. Then the general tried to hurt him by saying that a moment ago, the impudent man called himself the strongest in Hebei, and now he didn't want to accept the challenge. The man shouted that he was not a coward, but Fengxian started to push him again. He proudly proclaimed that he'd never be matched by such a rascal. With clenched teeth, the intruder threw himself at an opponent who seemed too arrogant. The red-haired man smiled as their spears clashed, for his little prank had succeeded. The Zhao clan disciples huddled to the side, mesmerized as they watched the battle. The head of the family had sweat on his forehead as he realized that the man who kicked in the door to his estate was finished. This man called himself the strongest, but he had no idea he was going up against a monster. Liu Bu clutched his weapon tightly, intending to restrain the insolent man who had disrupted the party. One swing and the enemy was thrown a few meters away, and dust kicked up all around. But his opponent hadn't given up yet, and that made Yeopo smile. This man should never have announced that he was going to be district leader. Rising to his feet, the intruder lunged at the general with the point of his spear. Fengxian hoped that this time, he would show him a worthwhile technique. Swinging the wooden stick, Commander Tang Ni very strongly asked his opponent not to be killed by the next blow. The spearmaster's pupils dilated as he sensed something wrong. Then he put the hilt of his weapon in front of him, hoping to defend himself. Liu Bu struck right in the middle opposite his opponent's face, and that at first held back the attack. His face was badly contorted from the effort. The man's hand shook, and the general asked if he had the strength to endure such a thing. Looking closer and feeling the intruder's pressure, the red-haired man began to guess the identity of the insolent man. Fengxian used to depend on Yuan Shao, who was afraid of him but never said anything on the matter. And now he still dares to call himself Hebei's strongest. While Yeopo was distracted by his thoughts, his opponent was able to hold his attack and throw his opponent's spear upwards. The man rushed forward, shouting to stop being underestimated. Liu Bu's eyes showed his beastly glint, and he realized that it was time to end the meaningless fight. One of his blows and his opponent's spear flew out of his hands, spinning in the air. Master Zhao looked up into the sky, realizing that flying weapons could cause trouble. It flew towards the invited guests, and the old man shouted to Jusho to be careful. When the man heard the warning, he put the wine he hadn't finished on the table. Without standing up, he swung his hand and the spear split in two halves. He did so with a sword that he quickly drew from its sheath, at the sight of which the other guests hurriedly jumped aside. Liu Bu also saw this and was greatly surprised. Zhao Wang asked to see Jusho, to see if he was all right, and the master replied that he was safe and sound. The host didn't forget about the other guests, instructing him to check on them to make sure they were okay. Fengxian looked directly at Zhu, realizing that another acquaintance of his was in the right place at the right time. The master hurriedly averted his eyes when he noticed the gaze. To come to Zishu was a good decision, and thinking about it, he didn't notice the distressed face of his former rival. After a moment, the red-haired man remembered the man and raised his fist in the air. The man noticed it, but he didn't have any chance to dodge. He received a blow to the head of tremendous force and fell to the ground. This jolt raised such a gust of wind and dust that it made the noble guests cover their faces with their sleeves. The battle was over, and Liu Bu stood proudly over the defeated insolent man, and he passed out with tears on his face and drool coming out of his mouth. The general started to lift him up, but Zhao Wang came up to him and asked if he was all right. Now was the right time to ask the clan leader for permission to do something. He plopped the intruder on his shoulder and asked if he could take him with him. When Tang Ni's squad set off on the return trip, his new find was also riding on a window with his hands tied. Until this very moment, he had been unconscious, and only on the road did he begin to slowly open his eyes. Not knowing what was going on, he looked around. Seeing a red head in front of him, the man screamed, trying to find out where he was and what was going on around him. Liu Bu hurriedly shut him up, saying that the cries of the strongest in Hebei would still not be heard by anyone. The man bared his teeth upon hearing his embarrassing new nickname. Since the trophy finally opened his eyes, we could recognize his name. He called himself Zhang He, but the red-haired man already knew the name of the Bongzhou warrior. The bound man wanted to know where they were taking him and whether they were going to punish him for making a fuss at Zhao's house. But his question remained unanswered, for Yopo wanted to know if this man had fought for glory, and was told that he had simply wanted to run away for success. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, a man from the Zhang family was promoted to the rank of a great general. Zhang He, on the other hand, could not get the title due to his low origin and lack of connections, so he needed the name of the strongest in Hebei. Through clenched teeth, he told me that he thought he could use it to get a favorable position. With a sigh, the red-haired man said that the impudent man didn't understand how things worked in this world at all. He asked if Zhang Hu wanted to go to Gongxiong and Bukpiong region or Jizhou, and he said that everywhere is the same, because the Zhao family had sent their men on many errands, but none of them stayed in their posts for long. Skills meant nothing at all without nepotism. Zhang He practiced martial arts during the day and read literature on strategy at night, but it was all useless. After hearing the whole story, Liu Bu asked if the man wanted to be his assistant, because unlike the other troops, it gave those with good skills a chance to prove themselves. He motioned for Zhang He to go to Byongzhou, and Bound asked who he was talking to. The red-haired man finally revealed his identity, introducing himself as General Tang Ni Liuyu Bu Fengxian. If the rumors about this warlord were true, then his defeat Zhang, he began to perceive much more calmly. With his hands untied, he thought he needed the opportunity to make a name for himself under the wing of a famous man. He had no reason to refuse, so he said he would respect the general as his lord. The red-haired man thought that since he was in this region, it would be a good idea to take Yang Liang and Wen Chao out of Yuan Shao's clutches. But they're hard to find because they belong to the enemy army. But things were going well because he'd managed to bring Master Jusho with him. As he was about to leave the house, Zhao Yopo said he was glad no one was hurt and apologized for the inconvenience. Seeing the swordmaster, he offered to discuss the knight's techniques, but he tried to brush it off, saying that he was only on the level of self-defense. Zhao Wang tried to stop the general, saying that this guest was uncomfortable talking to strangers, and the general hurriedly apologized. The landlord introduced Jusho as a former district judge, who had to go into hiding due to difficult circumstances. If Master Zhu hadn't ruled in favor of Zhao's family, they would have had a hard time, so the old man considered the man a good friend. But circumstances were not in the judge's favor, and Fengjian took the liberty to ask what had happened. Zhao Wang said that the official who recommended Jusho for the position raised troops to kick out the eunuchs, but failed. After searching for loose ends and looking for those involved, the Zhao clan thought they would come out and not their old acquaintance. So the old man said that if the commander would be so generous as to take Jusho under his protection, he would be very grateful. The red-haired man would not be able to favor the man who had helped so much, so ogled in spite of the swordmaster's attempts to stop them. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the spearmaster said that this could be a very good chance for Jusho. If there's an opportunity, it's worth taking. Besides, Fengjian was confident that he could protect another person. Jusho covered himself in sweat and turned to see the general about to say something. He said that since it was an important person's request, Tong Ni's army would protect the swordmaster. Then Jushu realized that this man was the shining star he saw last night. In this situation, the man had no choice but to follow the red-haired man. He gave Zhang Hu his spear, saying that he would give him a new and better one after his arrival, because he had broken his weapon. Suddenly, a sound came from the forest, and the general's ears perked up. He asked the squad what it was, and Zhao Yun assumed it was Heichan bandits. They often showed up in this area, and were either raging trash or just plain desperate. Liu Bu then turned to Zhang He, and the latter flinched in surprise. He asked if the man had experience fighting on horseback. He smiled and said it wasn't worth asking. But Yealpo's squad was not the only one crossing the river in this region in a hurry to deal with the bandits. one of the bandits grabbed a peasant girl, intending to take the unfortunate girl with him. According to the criminals, no one would ever come to save them, so they went on a rampage. But suddenly a horse neighing was heard from the woods, and the crowd of bandits froze. Among their companions, no one had ever ridden, and that made them wary. They were probably officers, but even the troops were no match for some of the thugs. They planned to deal with anyone who got in their way, but they had no idea who their opponent would be in a few minutes. Only 2 men on horseback armed with stabbing weapons burst out of the bushes. Zhang He's eyes were burning with eagerness to show off his abilities to the host general. Liu Bu was no worse, for his favorite job was to kill brigands like that. When the thieves saw the 2 monsters, their mouths dropped open, realizing that they had managed to stumble upon ghosts in broad daylight. The real demons have come for their souls. The bandits scattered, but they should have run much sooner. Waving spears and halberds, the horsemen had already put down a dozen opponents. They screamed for help, but no one was going to take pity on these criminals. Zhang Hu laid down one defeated man after another, catching up with the fleeing men on horseback. The criminals had a chance to escape, but they blew it a long time ago, believing in their own strength. Dozens of still living bandits flanked the riders, intending to crush the 2 men in numbers. Clenching his weapon tighter, Liu Bu told his subordinate that yellow turbans in the past and black turbans in the present were no different from each other. Swinging his halberd, the general said that Haitian black bandits don't know how to fight at all, overestimating their own abilities. They ran themselves into the clutches of their own destruction. But for each of them, one road to the other world was not enough to atone for all their sin. There was an explosion in the middle of the forest, and several trees fell with a great rumble from the swing of the halberd. By this point, most of the enemy was already dead, and the survivors could only scream and cry. As they realized their defeat, they prayed to get away from these subhuman. But Zhao Yun came out of the forest, hoping to help his general. The bandits fell to the ground in surprise, thinking that soldiers had come to help the monsters. But they were warriors serving as apprentices to the Zhao family, armed with spears. Jumping on the thieves, they shouted that they must punish the criminals in the name of heaven. Liu Bu already knew that Zhao Yun had talent, but right now, he was acting too believable. Zhang He asked how old this warrior was, and gaped when he learned that the guy was only 16. Even though he was young, the red-haired man knew for sure that Zhao's son was much stronger than the praised strongest from Hebei. The guy was very enthusiastic about the battle, and Zhang. He thought that there were a lot of young talents in this world. One of the bandits Zhao Yun had chased down was shouting for mercy and surrendering, and he swore he'd stop being a gangster, and the guy thought. When the young soldier put the spear away, the man at its tip exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning around, Zhao Yun said for the thief to surrender to the troops and pay for their sin. The perpetrator bent down in gratitude and reached for the knife hidden inside his jacket. He lunged at the young soldier, trying to stab him in the back, but his general appeared behind Zhao Yun's back and severed the hand of the bandit holding the dagger. The guy turned around, and the commander said he was too young and naive. Pointing to the side of the robbery, victims, he said that animals like them would never listen to ordinary people. One mistake could cost a soldier his life, and Zhao Yun nodded, accepting the general's instruction. Left without an arm, the thief did not stop shouting that he could take the heads of soldiers with only one limb. Then Yapo quickly stabbed him, ending the criminal's ghostly hopes of revenge. Pulling out his halberd, he ordered Zhao Yun to look for anything left over from the robbery. But suddenly the red-haired man's hearing was touched by the shouts of men. The horsemen were rushing straight at him and shouting that thieves dare not do this to innocent people. Liu Bu realized that these people were not like the Haitian bandits, and suddenly saw the legendary weapon of the first rider. Seeing the outline of the dragon, he ordered Zhao Yun to stay with the army. The guy tried to stop the general from rushing at his opponents alone, but no one listened to him. The general was once again called a thief, and he began to boil with anger. Approaching, he shouted to the red-faced garbage man to repeat who he had slandered as a bandit. The face of a bearded man in green clothes appeared out of the dust. After being reborn, Liu Bu often wondered if he could send his future enemies to the other world in advance. But only a coward would do that, and Yepo wanted to prove himself on the battlefield and rule the world. So he prepared and waited for fate to give him the opportunity to face his worst enemy. On this day, it was as if the heavens themselves heard him and gave him a gift. He swung his halberd at his foe, swinging it to strike. But upon colliding with their opponent, their tools made a nasty clashing sound of metal, and the riders swept past each other. The red-haired man was angry that his first attack didn't immediately end in victory. The opponents turned around and headed back again, clashing their tools. Zhao Yun watched mesmerized, unable to believe the reality of this battle. Another blow and sparks flying, but none could hit the man across the street. With a shout, the enemies rushed at each other again, spurring their horses. They were circling, trying to figure out the best time to lunge. The Zhao clan's son's hand shook as he held the spear, and couldn't accept the fact that he had seen ordinary people fighting. His body trembled at the sound of metal, and he grabbed his arm, subconsciously realizing that he couldn't get any closer. The shouts of generals and the clang of guns shook the very heaven. The guy didn't know what kind of man had pissed off his commander so much, but it was respectable. Trying to ward off his opponent, Liu Bu circled the halberd around him, without even giving him a chance to approach. It worked, and the bearded man's horse backed up. The man said that the red-haired man's skills were good for the thief, and he got even angrier at the new slander. But they were surrounded by too many breathless bodies for the enemy to recognize their opponent's innocence. The vein on Feng Xian's forehead ballooned. He could not communicate with someone who only saw what he wanted to see. Throwing himself back into the fray, the bearded man shouted that the bandit dare not tell him off. Finally, the redhead's new punch came to nothing. There was a bleeding wound on the enemy's chest, but for Liu Bu, it was not enough, and he thought that he had attacked too quickly. Zhao Yun saw that the commander's opponent was afraid to fight him, and didn't understand why Yopo hadn't struck his neck yet. The red-haired man didn't realize it either, for he was younger and much more experienced than when he had fought this man in his previous life. 3 of his enemies, including the chunky one from the artillery department, couldn't compare to him now, but he was still inferior. He outclassed them all, but he couldn't put down a bearded man for that long. Then the man who came over told Zhao Yun that it was all about the horses. Zhang He said that Liu Bu was stronger, but because of the difference in horses, he couldn't win, though the enemy's horse was black with white wool on its ankles. The spearmaster didn't understand why this horse wasn't covered in white. Such animals were called mourner horses. Such a horse was possessed by Zhou Mu Wan, and it ran over the mountains as if they were plains. If this was a one-on-one fight, it would be over by now, but it's a 4-man fight. The bearded bastard should have been dead long ago, but his horse was too good. After continuing to watch the battle, Zhao Wang began to think anxiously about what was happening. Liu Bu's rival began to retreat, but the general couldn't let him go. He threatened to separate the red-haired head from the body, but now he's running away like a coward. The bearded man again praised the thief's skills and brought Feng Xian to the boiling point with this phrase. Yapo said to assess his opponent with a new blow, and the halberd swept near the man's beard. He shouted that the bandit's mistake was too obvious, but the point of the general's weapon was almost to his face. This time the opponent was again wounded despite his proud shouts. The soldier's blood began to flow from his neck, and Liu Bu said that it was like he was threatened to have his head blown off. The swarthy bearded man's swarthy face became even redder, and Feng Xian couldn't leave it unnoticed. For a moment, it seemed to his opponent that the halberd had gotten longer, and he couldn't understand how that was possible. But a closer look revealed that the general was holding the weapon by the iron tip. At first glance, the red-haired man seemed like an idiot. But this little trick could completely change the course of the battle. It was very skillful, and the bearded man couldn't believe that such talent would go into robbery and thievery. Looking at his opponent who was trying to keep his distance, Liu Bu thought about how he could finish him off as soon as possible. But it wasn't possible without a horse like the red hair, because the enemy was always running away from him. Tearing the edge of his clothes, the bearded man bandaged his bleeding neck and was ready to continue the fight. Feng Xian couldn't believe this fervor, for he thought that the red-faced man would run away from him again. The general also adopted a fighting stance in preparation for another attack. They stood opposite each other, and at the same time spurred their horses and rode off. Yapo realized from the rapid approach of the bearded man that he was trying to close the distance between them, in which case he'd have to finish his opponent before he got too close. Realizing the bandit's intentions, the soldier pulled the reins and the horse reared up. This picture looked terrifying, but Liu Bu was not surprised by such tricks and swung his halberd to strike. But the attack was repulsed and the battle continued. Wondering why his rival was pushing him back so hard, the bearded man decided that he was at a level he could never reach, and he could feel the thief putting all his strength into each of his blows, which meant the only one tired on the battlefield was himself. The red-haired man was not exhausted and ready to continue the battle, while the bearded man was wounded and cornered. But in this battle, fatigue was not to be allowed, due to the inhuman strength of his opponent. Grabbing his weapon tighter, the soldier winced as he realized that this man, despite his skills, would not stop being an outlaw. He couldn't afford to lose, and was ready to fight to his last breath. The last blow cracked the halberd, which had already been reforged several times, and a piece of iron broke off. The enemy soldiers noticed this, and were ready to come to the general's aid. Zhang He also saw this as a piece of blade fell down and stuck in the ground. Then the bearded man rushed in to finish off his unarmed opponent. But Liu Bu was also ready to defend himself with a simple stick with no stabbing or cutting parts. Their weapons clashed again, but now one was clearly inferior to the other. Realizing that even so, the red-haired man could hold him back, the male soldiers stepped forward. But Tang Ni's army was not simple, and Zhao Yun and Zhang, he came to help the general, who was going to attack in numbers. Recruit Liu Bu said he didn't know what unit the soldiers were from, but they were real cowards. He was sure he would never get an answer, because now these soldiers would stay in these woods forever. The enemy general was angry that his subordinates intervened in the battle without orders, but they said they couldn't keep watching because things had gone too far. Besides, if these men aren't outlaws, there's no point in continuing the skirmish. After stopping pressing Liu Bu, the bearded man raised his spear above him. Hastening his horse, he turned and ran away from the red-haired man again. He shouted after him, but his opponent left him to swallow dust in the middle of a forest clearing. He shouted that his name was Guan Yu, and he would be the one to slit the impudent man's throat in the future. When Feng Xian heard this, he flinched, but he wasn't going to be indebted. The red-haired man shouted that his name was Liu Bu Fengxian. He said he was the general of the vanguard army of Baiyungju province, so the bearded man will always know where to find his opponent to finish the battle, and he will always be ready to accept the challenge. Riding out onto the plain, the red-faced general recognized that this man was an incredible opponent. If he didn't have Guandao, probably the heavens wouldn't have been so merciful to his life. Back at the camp, Yopo got a scolding from Ching Tai for the damaged weapon, because even if he had hit it against a rock, it could have survived. But the old man had himself to blame, for it was he who forged the red-faced weapon of the prefecture brothers. If the blacksmith had been brought good steel like silver steel, he would have made a weapon for Liu Bu no worse, and the latter shouted where he could get it. Taking a sip from the flask, Chen Tai said that if the brothers of the prefecture did not get it for him, he was definitely no help here. Looking around, the red-haired man pulled out an imperial sword and asked if it could be used for melting. This weapon is definitely made of first-class iron, and the old man choked at the idea. He couldn't believe this brat was asking him to do this to an imperial instrument. Liu Bu won't be able to use this sword in public anyway, so it can be wasted. Their bickering was interrupted by a man entering the tent. A messenger reported a group approaching the camp, with the flag of the imperial court. Feng Xian was surprised by this visit and went outside. Such an arrival was too sudden, and the road to Byungju was not a short one. Carriage and 3 horsemen halted in the middle of a field, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. The general's mouth opened even wider when he saw who came out of the wagon. A young man in a bureaucrat's hat, who obviously held a very high position, emerged from it. Once outside, the child looked around at Tong Ni's army, but the rows were filled with whispers of uncomprehending people who didn't know who this young man was. Looking at the red-haired man, he asked if the person in front of him was the general of the Baiyungju vanguard. He answered in the affirmative, and the child said that despite his status as a eunuch, he had brought news from the imperial court. Jashu realized that the young eunuch might have been sent by someone very important, who couldn't get there personally. He prayed that the news was not bad, and the child took out a scroll announcing that it was a decree from the Son of Heaven, the Han Emperor. All present should immediately bend the knee and listen to the message. Counselor Liu Bu fell to his knees as soon as he heard this. When he saw that the general did not bow, he explained that now the eunuch was speaking through the mouth of the emperor, and everyone should bow. Realizing what was happening, the red-haired man hurried to the ground. In his previous life, he didn't have that experience, and when he got the position, Don Zhou personally handed it over, so he didn't know about etiquette. Noticing Feng Xian's uncertainty, the young man asked what he was doing in front of the Holy Scripture. Then the tactician slammed his face into the ground and said he apologized and asked to be heard instead of the commander. He explained that there was a man standing next to him who didn't understand the value of scripture, but still, Tan Ni can demonstrate his devotion individually, so he asked not to be accused of ignorance. Then the kid said they'd discuss their loyalties later, and now he needed to read the decree. He said that General Liu Bu could get the order, and the forehead beaten to blood, Jia Shu said to repeat after him. After saying that he was General Liu Bu now receiving orders, the young man could start reading. The Gunu remnants did not recognize the Son of Heaven and tormented his men, so Commander Tang Ni deserved a reward for clearing them. So the Emperor granted Feng Xian the position of prefect of the Shufang Commandery. Opening his mouth, the general could not utter a word at first, but later thanked for the appointment. The edict ended there, and the red-haired man squirmed even more. He thanked the eunuch from the bottom of his heart, causing Jia Shu's forehead to hit the ground again. The soldiers who heard the young man's words couldn't believe that their senior had been given an official position. Once officially appointed, he was to become a district judge. The soldiers raised a battle cry in praise of their general. The man clutched the imperial scripture tighter as he listened to his name being shouted by hundreds of subordinates. Shufang Prefecture was much larger than Linrong County, where the military police were located. It wasn't even 10,000 inhabitants, but it was still considered a prefecture and could be maintained. The reason was the regular raids that gave the region the most food. For Tang Ni's soldiers, this was not a dangerous place, since they had already defeated an army of thousands. So all attention in the camp was drawn to the fact that the general had been given a high position. That night, everyone was having fun and drinking and being happy. There was meat and drink and plenty of food at the celebration, and there was no waste, for it was all for the good of the army. But watching this, Yirak was worried about the eunuch and counselor Jia Shu. After receiving his assignment, the scholarly troop arrived at the tent where the men had called him. The tactician said that he should bow to the eunuch who had come to them from afar. Seeing the child sitting at the table, the man realized that the commander wanted to stay in the memory of this young man. When Yirak carried out the order, the manipulator asked how much money their troops had, but the scientist did not understand the question because it was strange. A glance behind the strategist's back told him that a bribery was about to take place in this tent. Then the man whispered that their army had only recently been preparing for a big battle, and they had no money at all. They barely had 5 silver taels, but Jia Shu said it would do. He ordered all available possessions to be brought immediately to the tent. The strategist asked for leniency when he laid out the silver in front of the eunuch, because the money came from the military base. They didn't send anything but supplies, but the child said it should be enough because Tan Ni doesn't ask him to do anything impossible. Jia Shu insisted that if Liu Bu received a gift or payment, they would immediately repay the debt with honor and respect. The boy said that if he got the name from Tao Xiong, he should become a eunuch of his clan. This option suited him, and bowing, the strategist said that he did not expect his commander to get the position at all. The young man was surprised that the general didn't buy the position. Jia Shu explained that this was impossible because all the Shufang judges were hanged by spies from the north, and their skin was hung on the gate. It was strange that someone had helped Liu Bu get a seat in such a strange place, and the eunuch apologized for taking silver for such an appointment. The strategist hurriedly returned the apology and apologized for their inability to provide a guest from far away with a good night's lodging. Feng Xian must realize that the messenger has little experience, but a talented soldier like General Tang Ni didn't appear in the same place twice. Now all the kid could do was wish him luck in his new position. With a smile, Jia Shu bowed, realizing that the meeting had gone well. Liu Bu was now sitting by the fire, drinking wine and watching his subordinates dance. Yirak, sitting beside him, exhaled loudly, and the commander asked what was bothering him so much. Putting a hand on his comrade's shoulder, the red-haired man said he was always ready to listen, and the mentor looked up in awe. Then he complained that he really wanted an assistant. He didn't ask for a reduction in workload. It was just getting harder and harder to do it alone. Feng Xian didn't understand why he needed an assistant, since Yirak was already good at everything, and they didn't have anyone else educated. Then the teacher pointed to Zhu Shou, who in his opinion was definitely gifted with intelligence, and it was evident from the first glance. But the general said he had to be responsible for the fighting soldiers. The mentor couldn't believe it, because the newcomer didn't look like someone rich in physical strength at all. Smelling the stench of responsibility, Zhu Shou stood up, thinking he couldn't stay on the dole forever. Besides, it was better than sitting at a desk and just swinging a sword. Standing in the middle of the camp, he ripped open his clothes, revealing the strong muscles hiding underneath. When the soldiers saw this, they began to gather around and asked to touch the sturdy body of the new recruit. Liu Bu, on the other hand, nodded, realizing that he knew about his physique from the moment he saw the sword attack reflected. Yirak sighed again, realizing that his ghostly hope for help was gone, but a noise came from outside. One of the soldiers pointed a spear at Hu Man and said that someone in their camp was having fun with something they shouldn't have. The stripped-to-the-waist barbarian shouted that he was misunderstood and just wanted to talk. The weapon was pointed at him by Zhang He, who asked the man to stop approaching if he really only wanted to talk, but the savage only held out his hands to him, realizing that the man before him was very strong. Hu Man said that he just wanted to come over to chat with the newcomer, but Zhang Liao interjected, saying that anyone would be scared of a native of Gongnu. Then the naked man grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and said that since he hadn't talked for so long, he shouldn't go on. But Zhang Liao said he was not worthy of his words, and he must fall by his hand. The general's aides said that these guys were up to their games again, but Yeopo appeared behind him and noticed that Guy Rem and Wei Yol were behaving the same way. They didn't want the petty officer to say that in public, but he added that they needed more exercise than fighting. After getting drunk, the commander yelled that he needed another bottle, and Wei Yol sighed. He shouted for the army to gather around him, because it was time for training, and said it was because of his assistant. When dawn broke, the camp was much quieter, and the eunuch who had come on an errand went back to the imperial court. And Jia Shu came to tell his sobered-up boss something interesting. He was surprised to hear this, as he didn't know anything about Commander Shu Feng. The counselor explained that he had been nominated for the position by someone influential, but it was unlikely to be Zhong Jasa. The man said Cho Soon wanted to talk to Liu Bu, and the girl entered the room. He was surprised to find her waiting outside, but she said it didn't matter now. She said she asked for help and finally found the man she'd been looking for. The girl was able to pick up Bo Ji's trail, and the red-haired man was surprised to hear it. The world chaos of the Lord era is about to begin. The empire will crumble, and the battle for a new lord will begin. Only the most powerful, who are rumored to be sent by heaven itself, will win. The general snickered across the table and ordered Guy Rem and Wee Yol to be summoned. They didn't know the exact location of the man who had fallen after the amnesty, but it was only a matter of time. They were to go in search of Desai Yong Bo Ji. The news that Liu Bu got the real position has reached and the administration of Byung-jo, and now word was spreading fast that the general had real power. But the fact that news of a new judge spread quickly was not unusual. John Jasa ordered Master Dion to explain how it was that Yeopo got the position of prefect. The old man was furious and didn't understand what his subordinate was doing. The mentor thought Jasa had learned the news sooner than he would have liked, but he didn't think the commander's appointment as a judge was a problem. But the Lord had a different opinion, because he had not been consulted on this decision. He pounded his hands on the table and became even angrier. But the foreman just laughed, saying that up until now, he'd always done everything himself. The old man shouted, spitting all over the place, "It's a different matter." Dion, on the other hand, saw no difference from his usual business, but Jasa shouted that he had provoked Magistrate Shufang by his impulsiveness. The mentor was the one who recommended Liu Bu to them. He just sent them his opinion, and it was no big deal to him. But the old man kept sputtering and asking, how dare he do such a thing? Dion couldn't really think Yepo was that talented, but the mentor knew better than anyone that the red-haired man had the makings of a great warrior and was very skillful. Clenching his fists, Jasa asked why then a subordinate was preventing him from keeping this general to himself. The reason was that the mentor knew that if the Lord continued to behave like this, Liu Bu's end would be very different. The old man didn't understand what that meant, and the master explained that Jeon Jasa was just jealous of the general. He's afraid that one day a subordinate will gain power and become more powerful than him. But if Yepo remains under the control of someone not in charge, it will end badly. Mentor Dion got up from his desk and said he didn't want it to end this way. Having lost his patience, the old man shouted for his subordinate to get out of his fort immediately. For a while, his mentor looked at him with eyes full of confidence. John Jasa pointed his finger at the door and said that if he wasn't happy with his decisions, he could just leave. The foreman asked if the old man was sure he would be better off without him, and he replied that he would have people to replace him. Then Dayon said that once he left here, he was never coming back. The old man asked if he was actually afraid to leave, but the mentor silently headed for the door. Jasa gritted his teeth and said he would forget about the incident if his mentor apologized to him right now. On leaving the manor, Dion only asked the Lord to take care in the future. As the old man emerged from the building, he shouted that he would take everything he had given the foreman, but he didn't care. Life was arranged so that whoever wanted to obstruct could never prevent the residents from supporting Liu Bu. Master Dion knew that the old man was no longer a hero to his people, but he had returned to the chamber. After setting a candle and finding some boards, he set to work. Grabbing his brush, he began to write a message asking if anyone was outside. A soldier on guard duty heard and responded. Holding out the scroll to him, Jasa shouted for him to give this to Taisho immediately, and then he gave another message telling me to copy it and put it up everywhere. His first letter had reached Wu Yuan, and in Machi's castle, Taishu had already read it. He stared at one single character on the canvas for a long time, trying to make a decision. The man was sure that the sender of the letter knew where Boji was when he gave the order. There was a second message on his desk as well. It was a letter of payment, and Taishaw realized that these people couldn't even pay for what needed to be repaired. He tossed the two unrolled scrolls on the table and asked himself how he was supposed to fix something he had no money for. Rubbing his tired eyes, the man asked why he was even serving such a man. He could try to deal with him, but then Taishu wouldn't be able to leave with Master Bo Jie. Besides, it's dangerous to try to kill someone important, and you can only hope for chance. When he thought about it, the man smiled, because the answer was in the question itself. All you had to do was have an accident, and the problem would be solved. Guy Rem hurried toward his general, squeezing a piece of paper in his hand. He was packing, and a subordinate asked if he was busy right now. The red-haired man turned and asked if the warrior wanted to help him pack for the journey. But Guy Rem only handed him the paper, saying he couldn't read it. But he'd heard something from his friends. A trusted person from the province had sent this message, and the cause of the subordinate's anxiety lay in it. Something was about to happen that they all needed to prepare for. Outside, soldiers were loading weapons and supplies onto wagons for quick shipment. Zhao Yun and the three fighters who had recently joined Tang Ni came over to help with the gathering. The guy said they'll be removing the big bags soon, but there's so many it's gonna take a while. Then Hu Man standing behind asked why the brat was acting like a boss. He thought that a 16-year-old couldn't command him, and Zhao Yun got angry. The guy said that he had gotten to the position earlier, which meant that he was ranked higher, but now Zhang. He also agreed with the barbarian. After getting confirmation of his words, Hu Man decided that he was now the senior. The fourth man, who was master of the halberd, also came forward and said that he didn't care who was in charge, but he would beat anyone violent. The savage grabbed him by the collar, saying he couldn't command just because he was tall. Chosun came running in and scolded the four warriors when she heard the bickering. She threatened to go and tell her big brother if they didn't stop fighting. Then Hu-Man laughed and said that he just wanted to fix his friend's clothes, not start a fight. Chosun asked if he was sure of his words, and the barbarian replied that they never fight with their comrades. Watching this, Zhang He thought that this trio wouldn't arrange anything while the girl was here. She said, "People get scared when officers start fighting," and the savage rubbed his neck guiltily. This girl was alone in the company of men, but she was liked by all and could calm the warrior. Zhang He didn't know who she was, but thought that she might be Liu Bu's secret daughter. But the man's face darkened at the thought that the general might be attracted to kids like her. The warrior was distracted from such thoughts by a noise coming from the room of the elder, and everyone hurriedly turned around. They thought they might have dropped something inside, and wondered if they should go check it out. In fact, the sound that startled the bystanders came from the red-haired man's fist smashing the table. He asked where Gi Rem got the paper he brought, and he said that they got involved at Chosun's request. The aide's friend from Xia sent it out to all the provinces and then directed it to them. The paper said they planned to hold a competition to determine the most capable soldier, but they actually had to beat Yeopo. Squeezing the paper, his eyes lit up with rage. He said the warriors should pack up to go to Byungju directly to the inspector's office. But Chosun bursting into the room stopped his anger. She didn't know what the problem was, but she knew well that impulsive decisions would get her nowhere. After hovering for a couple of seconds, the red-haired man came to his senses and said that this really couldn't change anything and would only spoil the situation. Guy Ryan was shocked to realize that his irascible commander might have been listening to someone. Normally, he would have gone crazy for a few more days, but because of Jusun's words, he instantly calmed down. We had to finish loading first and then hit the road. Ju Shaw heard the general's aide in the evening, instructing his squad to clean up before they left, for they would march before anyone else. During his time in the camp, he realized that Liu Bu's soldiers were very strained. It didn't seem like they were intentionally showing respect for each other, but it was present among the fighters nonetheless. They knew that being cold to each other would get them nowhere, and Jusho asked himself if he could fit in with them. He sighed and looked up at the sky, thinking he had a pretty good tongue, but he didn't know how best to use his skills. As he thought about it, he didn't immediately notice that a fourth star had appeared in the Northern Triad. After discussing the recent news with Commander Jia Shu, he decided that Jeon Jas's actions were too strained. Liu Bu should have already guessed that this old man was very jealous of him. He couldn't accept the existence of a second hero like himself. Chosun explained that the Lord wanted to find a warrior stronger than Fengxian, but the red-haired man wasn't afraid of the old man, or whoever he sent after his head, and that was all that mattered. The girl said, "If there's no fear, there's no reason to worry." Yapo smiled and acknowledged the girl's point, saying that he just needed to beat anyone who opposed him. One of the soldiers appeared in front of the tent and asked permission to enter. When Ju Shaw got permission, he reported seeing the fourth star in the sky. Then the general asked if the recruit could really read the signs in the night sky. After receiving an affirmative answer, Liu Bu asked him to explain what this new star meant. The swordmaster said that when looking up into the sky, the signs are not quite ordinary, but this particular one indicated a castle and a wall. The world map had something to say to them, and everyone present thought about it. Chosun shouted after realizing something, mentioning a certain Bake, because without him, it was impossible to talk about castles and walls. The girl asked if the star was saying that Boji was now in Jiang Castle. Now they were one step closer to finding it, but it still wasn't enough, and Ju Shaw said he could tell a little more. In the sky, he noticed two unfavorable stars. One meant someone was involved in something bad, and the other meant night. The master suggested that Baki might have been tricked by the woman and couldn't escape, but Jia Shu intervened and said that wasn't the case. He apologized for interrupting, and the men bowed to each other. Jusho was fine with a different opinion, and the counselor said that probably the stars were directing them to the Gyeumsan Mountains. Based on their position, Boji should have been in the northern mountains. Plus, he's supposed to be in danger right now. Deep in the night, Chung Tai looked at the imperial sword he had been ordered to melt down. This instrument was very unlucky to be underestimated by its own owner. The blacksmith shouldn't have let this happen, but now the black stag is just a part of the past. But as he was preparing the sword for melting, the old man noticed something unusual. The handle of the weapon was empty, and there was a piece of paper inside. He rushed to Cho's son's tent, making a lot of noise and rushing inside. The red-haired man rushed over to cover the girl's ears and scold the old man for breaking in so early. But this was an extremely important matter. Besides, Cho's son had already woken up, and Liu Bu's face had merged with her hair in anger. Chin Tai held out a folded piece of paper to her and asked her to look at the find. He told how he pulled this message from the hilt of his sword, and the general was even angrier when he found out it hadn't been melted down yet. The message that Cho-sun began to read said that, in order to rise like the sun, the king had to overcome many obstacles. Everyone who heard this could only furrow their brows in total incomprehension. Liu Bu began to pick his fingers in his nose and said that the weapon was still useless and should be used for something good as soon as possible. He complained that the old man just woke Cho-sun up for no reason, but Chen Tai yelled for the brat to shut his mouth. The next day, Gai Rem reported to the general that the men had been assembled and were ready to go. The waiting soldiers were ordered by the commander to break into several groups. To rule the world, he needed to build a foundation and find enemies he was already fed up with. He recalled the big-eared bastard of the prefecture brothers and thought he was still lying. And Dongzhou was also looking for Bo Ji, but he probably needed him for other purposes. And now Cho-sun was also looking for the old man, and the red-haired man had to accept her plans. Having received orders to withdraw from Shufang, Gerem set out, and the men he needed on the search, the general led the way. They had a huge area to search, but they'd find their target if they paid attention. Pulling the horse's reins, the commander gave the order to go in search of Kaiyun Bo Ji. A few weeks later, a large-scale reconstruction of the northern wall began. Hundreds of convicts laboring under the supervision of military men armed with whips. A shivering old man in torn clothes carried stones on his back to the building site. Unable to bear the burden and exhausted by the long physical labor, he collided with one of the warders and fell. The enraged soldier turned to see who dared to crash into him. When he saw the old man lying on the ground bleeding, he ordered him to get up immediately. Kicking the exhausted man, he said not to pretend to be sick and pulled out his whip. Swinging the whip, he told the man to get up, or he would never get a rest in his life. The soldier couldn't bear to disobey orders, but a voice from outside ordered him to stop. Another old man ran to the rescue and shouted that unjustified cruelty could ruin this man. He rushed over to the wounded man and asked if he was okay. Rolling the man over and picking him up, he called for help, but no one responded. Other workers and soldiers could not and would not help for fear of getting into trouble. The exhausted man clutched at his clothes and whispered that he was fine, but tears were visible in his eyes. The old man who came to the rescue looked around and shouted why everyone around him didn't care what was going on. A few black-clad men on high ground huddled among the trees watching the scene. As the sun began to set over the horizon, the chief soldier commanded that the work was over for the day. All the workers lined up and headed for a brief resting place. But through the crowds of people, an old man stepped in to stand up for the wounded man. He headed off down a path deeper into the woods. He stood on the edge of the cliff and watched the stars, which were already visible despite the setting rays of light. The picture in the sky showed that the stars had crossed the universe and must soon renounce it. It matched his master's predictions, but the old man hoped it wouldn't happen. While thinking about it, the old man heard someone coughing and hurriedly turned around. A silhouette appeared in the shadows, and a man began to step closer to the star-gazing man. Seeing the red hair, the old man asked the stranger to identify himself and tell him why he had come. He wanted to know if the guest wanted his life, or if he wanted to hear a few lines of poetry. Liu Bu stepped forward and was ready to speak to the master he had been searching for weeks. Folding his arms, he greeted Kaiyun Bo Ji. After introducing himself, he said he was honored to meet the great man, and said that he was now in charge of the Shufang region. The old man wondered why the man had come all this way to see him. If he was found, the guest must still want to take his life. The red-haired man hurriedly brushed it off, saying that it wasn't true, but Bo Ji said that there was nothing for them to talk about then. Heaven told the old man he didn't have long to live, so he didn't want to disturb anyone. But Liu Bu said it's impossible because he needs the help of a master. Bo Ji asked what was the matter, and Fengxian replied that he wanted to know the word of heaven. The old man was surprised and cried out because the message that the heavens were sending was not meant for ordinary people. The foreman wanted to know why he was being asked to do this, but the red-haired man said he already knew everything. World chaos was about to ensue, and both parties knew it. A lot of people start to feel something before disaster strikes, and Tang Ni's counselor Jia Shu was one of them. He didn't know how to read heaven's messages, but he could still feel the message. The emperor didn't want to listen to anyone, so it was all going to an obvious and understandable end. That he had sent Bo Ji to this place proved all conjectures, and the old man ordered him to stop his story. He said no one dares insult the great man, and the red-haired man sighed. Seeing the old man's whole body trembling, Fengxian realized that he and the emperor were not so different. Even though Bo Ji had a grudge against the ruler, he couldn't help but defend him. Leaving the old man wasn't a problem if you saw it as anything other than a betrayal. Turning around, Liu Bu was about to leave for Shofeng, regretting that he had been looking for such a person for a long time. But suddenly, he heard the voices of soldiers searching for Master Bo Ji, and the escape route was blocked. The light of the torches was getting closer, and Fengxian was about to pull out his sword from its sheath. But the old man told him to stay put and wait for him to deal with the newcomers. He responded to the soldiers' call, and they came up to him saying they had been looking for him for a long time. They reported that Boji was waiting for Taisho and took him away for an important conversation. Hiding behind a tree, Fengxian overheard their conversation and now couldn't just take off. While the general was wondering what this man was doing here, the master had already been brought in for a meeting. Waiting for Boji, Taisho said, "Then the mentor is not easy to meet." The head of the Wu Yuan region wanted to explain the reason for the meeting, but the old man interrupted him, saying that he knew he needed his writings. This man had already made a lot of money from the sale of his labors, and the master didn't know how he could be so greedy. When Liu Bu heard this, he realized how the scoundrel had so much money to spare. But contrary to expectations, Taisha said that a high-ranking person wanted him to send the old man to the dead. Then Boji asked why he was stalling with the reprisal, and the man said he had an interesting proposal. He said he'd release the master if he'd only write papers for him. Boji's writings were a real treasure, and the prefecture head understood their value in interacting with people through them. While they were talking, the soldiers sensed something strange and searched the bushes, but they could not find the men in black. The old man was amused to hear that he was going to be defended for writing. Taisha didn't understand what the big deal was and asked for an explanation. The master said that if that's the purpose of his visit, he's nothing more than an idiot who doesn't know the truth about mankind. The prefect had sold for power before, and now he wanted to do the same to people he considered his benefactors. Pointing a finger at the man, said that Taisha would never accomplish anything that way. But he still wouldn't back down, and offered to tell everyone that the master had died in an accident. Then Boji asked if the interlocutor really thought that he was afraid of the bony one with the scythe. Sitting in a tree, Liu Bu saw people sneaking through the foliage but couldn't recognize them. Ignoring the bickering below now, he only watched the dark-clothed unknown men. Taisho shouted that the master was helping everyone, but for some reason he didn't care about him, and wanted to know the reason for this behavior. Hovering over Boji, he asked if anyone was threatening him. Without getting an answer, the man heard a strange sound and hurriedly turned around. One of his men had already dropped dead, and more men with swords were coming out of the bushes. The soldiers notified each other of the attack and hurriedly took up fighting position. A battle broke out, and the clearing was enveloped in human screams, and the master stepped aside, not knowing what was going on. As he watched the carnage, he didn't notice that one of his attackers had snuck up behind him. When he swung his sword, the old man realized he was being eliminated and turned around. But Taisha came to him in time and knocked the weapon out of his attacker's hands with his foot. He thought these men were after his life, but for some reason they targeted Boji. Then he assumed they were sent by Jiansho, who didn't trust his handyman. With a swing of his sword, Taishu slashed his attacker's body, leaving multiple wounds. Shaking off the blood from his blade, he shouted how Jiansho dared to betray him. Taishu of Wu Yuan betrayed his own brother before becoming a prefect. His brother Wang Bo had influence at court and served as secretary to the emperor. He was honored as the country's top master for punishing Sun Tzu and his family. But one day, he broke court order by using the imperial seal. Taishu finally promised fame and fortune to the secretary who held the palace with his older brother. And then, accusing his brother to capture Wang Bo, sent soldiers, but since he was strong, no one could find him, until a man of similar status took his life. His name was Wang Zi, and he was Wang Bo's younger brother. Liu Bu recalled this story while watching the man he wanted to fight from a tree, because he was quite strong. But right now, the best thing to do was to stand back and just watch. Jiansho's men had already massacred all of Taisho's soldiers and looked at their leader with hungry eyes. As he looked at the mess, he remembered that he had gained his status and power after the massacre of his brother. He thought he was stronger than any of the soldiers sent in and was eager to fight. Several fighters rushed at him at the same time, but he was able to repel each of their blows. With his weapons, he would slice his enemies to pieces if they dared to attack him. But the assassins had a purpose, and they couldn't just give up, even if it was life-threatening. With a nonchalant face, Wang Zi cut his opponents to pieces, but they were getting bigger and bigger. Blood rained down on the ground after the last man in dark robes fell. After the sword, Taishu pointed at Boji, and the old man realized that the situation had worsened. The man wheezed that now the master had no choice but to work for him. But there was a second option, where the old man loses his head, and Wang Zi carries it to Jiansho to show his loyalty. Putting his sword to his mentor's throat, he asked what Boji's last words would be. But suddenly another man appeared, and the interlocutors turned in his direction. Clapping his hands, he stepped forward and said that such a performance is not often seen. Showing up in the moonlight, Liu Bu said that he enjoyed watching the impressive sword technique. Van Zi, on the other hand, said he didn't care why the man was watching, and that if he hadn't gotten out, he would have gone home alive. Feng Xian asked if Taisho knew who was standing in front of him. The man replied that he knew, and that General Tan Ni's actions were very well known to him. Swinging his sword, he asked how an invincible from Baiyongzhu or a guard of the Northern Army might address an opponent. Tilting his head, Liu Bu said that he liked both options. After recognizing the red-haired man's ego, Wang Zi said, "It's easy to overestimate oneself." Squaring his shoulders, Yopo ironically said he was scared and asked if his opponent was going to send him to the other side. In the next second, Taishu was furious because Commander Tong Ni said that he couldn't be defeated with such skills. He shouted that the Byungju warriors shouldn't worry about him and should think of himself because the red-haired man was all alone. Wang Zi ordered his opponent to pull his sword out of its sheath, let him die immediately afterward. But Liu Bu had planned to do just that and thanked his opponent for his concern. The next second, the two warriors fused in mortal combat. They were moving so fast you couldn't see their movement. Master Bo Ji, who was watching the fight, felt it necessary to retreat to a safe distance. The punch that Feng Xian put all his strength into passed Wang Zi's body, but he's seen all of his opponent's movements, so it shouldn't be a problem. A new blow, and the two blades clashed, making a nasty sound of creaking metal. From this lunge, Yopo's sword cracked, and the edge broke off, landing and sticking into the ground. Taishaw rushed forward to finish off his opponent, saying what a talentless swordsman stood before him. He said his sword is so strong because it used to belong to his brothers. The general's weapon was no match for such a tool, and the red-haired man exhaled. Throwing out his sword hilt, Liu Bu threw himself barehanded at the armed opponent. He wasn't expecting that at all, so he braked on impact. Thanks to that, Feng Xian was able to grab his wrist without letting him bring the sword down on his head. He looked at his hand and said he'd decided on a weapon. He wanted to take away Taishaw's sword, which was hardened by hundreds of battles. When Yapo squeezed the poor man's hand harder, he screamed and dropped his instrument. The general realized that the man in front of him was worthless without his sword, and he was no longer as strong. When he said that Wang Zi was weak and pathetic, he got angry and asked how dare the thug judge him. He began to pound on Liu Bu's body with his left hand, hoping that he would let go of his hand. But the red-haired man only twisted his opponent's right arm harder, and he screamed in pain again. With his other hand, he grabbed Taisho by the throat and asked how people could praise such mediocrity. Now the prefect couldn't take a breath and began to gasp for air, floundering in the stranger's grip. He eventually stopped moving, and Feng Xian threw his body on the ground. The old man silently watched the man and waited for his next action. Stepping over the defeated general as promised, took his sword, which had flown aside. Pulling it out of the ground and raising it above him, he appraised his new instrument. Plus he had something he could add to the weapon. With that done, he turned to his next target. Looking at Bo Ji, he wondered what to do with an old man who wouldn't help him. Deciding to think about it later, Liu Bu coughed as he prepared to speak. He smiled and asked with all sincerity if the master was all right after such a collision. Reaching out his hand, Feng Xian wanted to see if the elderly man was injured. Bo Ji thanked for his help and apologized for the general getting hurt for him looking at the red-haired man's bloody palm. Saying that this was normal for him, Yopo pulled his hand away, trying not to scare the old man even more. He also decided to apologize for his behavior in the forest, where he was rude to Bo Ji. But because of the shock, the master has already forgotten what happened and tried to understand what he was apologizing for. Then a recent dialogue under the stars surfaced in his mind. The old man lowered his head and said that it was all right, because the emperor had not been himself lately. So Bo Ji was thrown to the edge of the world, and he followed the order for no reason. So Liu Bu was right in his reasoning. Folding his hands behind his back to maintain his posture, the master said that sometimes he didn't understand himself. Looking at such an elderly Feng Xian made a decision that, no matter what, he should take him along. This old man's will was unshakable, and it would be bad if one of Tang Ni's enemies got him, and you can make a lot of money by taking him into the squad. Folding his arms respectfully, Liu Bu said he wanted to invite Bo Ji to travel with him. Bowing even lower, he said he would like to learn his skills, but clenching his fists tighter, the master said he was too old to die at any moment. Besides, he was already in the service of one man and couldn't change his master so easily. Agitated Yopo said that it was a long time ago, and now Bo Ji is a free man. But the old man replied that if he was chosen for this job, he should follow it all his life. He yelled that he had to honor and do his duty. But then Liu Bu said that he has already been replaced, and that person will also be removed someday. There's no denying it. The old man didn't understand or didn't want to understand what had happened to him, and Feng Xian was going to open his eyes. However, Bo Ji said that the red-haired man was only saying all this so that he would follow him. But Yapo shouted that a world crisis was imminent, and if the ailing emperor won the battle, the end of the empire was inevitable. General Tang, he didn't want to become the ruler of the world. He just wanted Master to show him the right path. He promised to do whatever Bo Ji asked in return for the favor. They were silent for a while, each thinking about what was happening. The Master's face darkened, and Liu Bu asked directly what was stopping him from going with him, and was willing to give up if the reason was good. Then the old man said that if he left this place, a lot of people, including his family, would suffer. He was worried about this, and finally Feng Xian got a clear answer. This man's relatives were taken hostage, and there was nothing he could do about it, with all the confidence of a general who said he could solve this problem. He extended a clean hand to Bo Ji and said that he would do his best for it if the old man went along with him. In the starlight and with such confidence, the red-haired man looked like a true deity. Then the old man was covered in sweat, and his trembling hand reached for Liu Bu's palm. But suddenly a dagger flew between their hands that had almost made a pact. As he raced past, he got stuck in the bark of a tree without hitting anyone in his path. Turning in the direction from which he had flown, the interlocutors saw a new pack of black-clad men. Their masked leader thanked Feng Xian for keeping the elderly man by his side. A vein of anger rose on the general's forehead. At such insolence, the stranger spoke again, and said that they would take Kaiyun Boji with them. These people have been instructed that Van Zi is not someone they can trust. If his actions seem strange, he can be eliminated along with the old master. From then on, this was the only path Jianzhou's warriors followed, and failure in their ranks was unacceptable. Now they're in a situation where they can't take out Taisho because he's already been dealt with, but Boji is still on his feet. But you could bring a red-haired man's head instead, and it shouldn't be a problem. Evaluating the general, the soldier thought he looked like a good swordsman, but there must be flaws. Even he had. The main masked man pulls out a gun and says they need to eliminate all witnesses to tonight's scene. But the man didn't realize that danger was already looming over him, and the unknown man jumped out over his head. He had time to turn around, but there was no time to fight back. The Tang Ni soldier who appeared got to his target and put her face down in the ground. The other soldiers guessed the ambush, but didn't notice that Yeopo's soldiers were already behind them. Within moments, a massacre began, leaving no chance for the mercenaries to complete their task. Liu Bu said the warriors were late, and the old man asked where these people came from. Then the man said that his squad had been searching the neighborhood for a long time. But one thing did bother the red-haired man. Gao Shun stood behind him, and the commander told him to never sneak up like that again. He could have killed his soldier by mistake, and Boji turned around and thought there was a real bear behind him. After finishing off the enemy fighters, Tang Ni's squad reported that they had completed the mop-up. Walking over to the pile of bodies that the soldiers had collected, Feng Xian said that it was necessary to reveal their identities. The military officer reported that none of the enemy knew what surrender was, and none of them screamed until the moment of their death, in which case the audience had a guess as to who might have trained them. Removing the mask from one of the mercenaries, Yopo saw that the man's nose had been cut off. Gao Shun asked if the general knew whose men they were, and he replied that such men had already attacked him when he was in the capital on an errand. The soldiers who had been tortured before were unknown to the red-haired man, but Boji could tell him something. The master said they must be ex-convicts or exiles. Long ago when he visited Ding Yuan's exile office, he saw him picking up exiled prisoners. He didn't know what was going on, so he thought the inspector was just letting them go. He had previously guessed that Wang Zi was running this, but now he realized that Ding Yuan was behind it. He was in the human trafficking business, and he knew his product would be treated like that. Looking at the bodies of the fallen mercenaries, Liu Bu pondered over the master's words. Boji trembled because even though he didn't know anything, he was still unknowingly helping him with this activity. Putting his hand on the old man's shoulder, the general said that at least now he realized his mistake. Besides, the red-haired man was grateful for the clarification, and now he knows what's going on around him. Leaning over the master, he asked for help to punish the man. Boji wanted to reply something, but a sudden cough caused his body to bend in half. He covered his mouth and squeezed his throat, bending harder, and there were concerned cries all around. There was a blood stain on the hand the master used to cover his mouth, which showed how old and sick he was. He said that at his age it was too late to change anything, and Liu Bu thought about it, because as far as he remembered, Boji should finish off Wang Yun. It wasn't illness that caused his demise, but nevertheless, either end is quite disturbing. But he knew the master was much stronger than his illness, and told him so. Now Boji is still alive, which means it's possible to change the future. The old man smiled and said he agreed to change the future with the red-haired man. Then Feng Xian also smiled at him, realizing that he had fulfilled Cho Sun's errand and said that they should go to the camp. In Haidong village, a man of large build drank wine from a jug in broad daylight. The owner of the place was trembling, not knowing what to expect from his guest. He smashed the bottle on the ground and ordered more liquor to be brought to him, and the shopkeeper got a bigger barrel. The visitor overheard two men discussing a poster hanging on the wall. It told of an upcoming competition among the Beongju warriors. If anyone can defeat Liu Bu, he will be given high status and a permanent job. The interlocutor asked the man to stop talking nonsense because no one can compete with the god of battles from Tang Ni. They didn't notice the huge man looming over their table until he called out to them. With his axe on his shoulder, he looked down at his companions and their faces darkened. The giant with the hair hanging over his face wanted to find out more about the poster they were discussing. A few days later, Liu Bu and Kai Yunboji reached the military base, and the residents greeted the general waving their hand. Locals came together to welcome the hero upon his return. The counselor followed the commander and said that on such an occasion they could have a feast. But now they had no money for that, and the red-haired man sighed because they had nothing to drink. Then, remembering the accountant, he turned to Yirok and said that he was responsible for the food. The scientist's face darkened when the older man said that this failure was his fault. Then he remembered how Jiashu had told him to bring the silver to the eunuch, and before Yirok opened his mouth, the counselor had said that there was definitely a reason for the spending. He suggested solutions, but Liu Bu waved him away and asked why Bo Ji was hiding his face. Assuming that it was because of Inspector Ding Yuan, the old man replied that it wasn't only because of him. If he shows his face, Feng Xian could be accused of betrayal at any time, but the general said not to worry so much. As soon as he said no one was coming to grab the old man, something off to the side caught his attention. Several soldiers on horses were rushing towards Tang Ni's squad with great speed. As the man in front approached, he took out a scroll and said, "This is a letter from Inspector Ding Yuan for Yopo." He said the general was coming for him, and the red-haired man got off his horse. Folding his hands, he said that he would accept the letter from Inspector Ding Yuan as Jia Shu had taught him. But the messenger laughed and bent the hand in which he held the letter. He decided to ridicule Liu Bu for being illiterate and unable to read the message himself. Then the messenger asked if the warrior wanted his scroll read to him. Jia Shu, who heard this, was frightened because he realized that Feng Jian could make a scene now. He glared at the commander's back, begging him not to go on a rampage, but he held firm. The red-haired man grinned, thinking that he wouldn't lose his temper over such words, because it was too early for such tantrums. Untying the rope on the scroll, the messenger took this as tacit agreement to his question. Din Ban wrote in his letter that Tang Ni's army is the greatest in Byungju, which means that the general's successor must be worthy. So he sent to him some gifted soldiers who were born in their region. But Liu Bu's army had to change their banners and bow. After the end of the competition, a new leader of the Byungju region will be chosen. Appeared behind the messenger's back, a huge man who a few days ago was interested in the poster, said he wanted to participate in the battle, and the giant declared that the general could give up the battle if he chickened out. Climbing back onto the horse, Feng Xian shouted for the unknown person to not talk nonsense and be ready to deal with it. Asking for his halberd, the soldier handed the commander a weapon wrapped in a cloth. Yapo snatched it up and pulled the rope, and the tool's point came into view. The soldiers surrounding the older man froze, unable to believe what was happening. Jiaju also gawked at the weapon and breathed in a deep breath of air to confirm his guesses. The unfurled halberd began to emit an incredible stench, and the purpose of the cloth enveloping it became clear. Yirok said that the old blacksmith was experimenting with new metals, and they must have given off that odor. For his work, Chen Tai used something that was usually fed to animals, but the advisor did not understand why it was necessary. Liu Bu's opponent also noticed that his weapon stinks madly. Then the general asked who his adversary was if he was drawn to that odor. He launched himself at the giant, and their tools merged in a battle for honor and glory. Crushing his opponent with his halberd, Feng Xian said that his opponent could rest, since it took him so long to reach him. But pushing the blade away with his axe, the man replied that the commander could also go recuperate from his trip. Swinging at Yopo, the giant shouted that he could give him his title right now. After that, it would be possible to retire, but the red-haired man was not going to respond to his opponent's caustic remarks. Feeling the strength of the enemy, Liu Bu began to remember something. He was so confident in his strength, he fought the great commander with only one arm. The red-haired man was sure he hadn't met anyone else with the same weapon technique, but the general's skills were still at an unattainable level, and he pushed his opponent back. The giant's head remained open, and Feng Xian said that he would hold his hair first, swung the halberd blade straight across the man's forehead. And now the enemy's face remained open, and the red-haired man remembered his name. It was Shu Huang, whose hair had been cut off, leaving a wound on his forehead, and his face was really visible. In the past, when Liu Bu needed to look after the Western army, this man was no one special. The only reason they kept him in the squad was because he could read and write. Only after Feng Xian finished off Dongzhou did Shu Huang begin to show his true skill. If it weren't for that, the red-haired man would probably never have remembered his name. Later, when this man became a general after joining Cao Cao's army, he crushed Yopo. He was enthusiastic, and Liu Bu's warriors suffered heavy losses and 2 archers were captured. When he remembered that, the red-haired man went off the rails and fought more seriously. Shu Huang did not understand the reason for the general's sudden rage. Hovering over the big guy, this monster asked his opponent's name. After waiting a moment, the man was able to unhook his axe from his halberd, and the ball was ready to attack. Striking out, he answered the question and shouted that his name was Shu Huang. Then Feng Xian clenched the weapon in his hand harder, because his hunch was confirmed. Rushing at his opponent, the big man said that his opponent had just heard the name of the one who would send him to the other world. But the man's fantasy was not to be, and Liu Bu rushed to the attack. Their weapons clashed again, and the huge axe left a chip on the halberd. Xu Huang couldn't pull out the tool stuck in the general's weapon, but was still pleased with himself. Then the red-haired man simply threw away his halberd and lunged at the insolent man unarmed. Left without tools, there was no point in staying on horseback, and the men went down to the ground. The warlord's eyes glowed with rage and the desire to destroy Xu Huang. When the men finished rearranging the walls, they turned on each other with fists. Liu Bu's hand was faster and reached the opponent's face first. The blow was unusual, and Xu Huang flew backwards without realizing why it hurt so much. While he was recovering, he didn't notice that Feng Xian had already prepared a new fist for him and flew back again. Tong Ni's soldiers were tearing their mouths off, impressed by their commander's strength. The big man tried to cover himself with his hands, but every one of Yopo's blows still reached its target. The man finally realized that his opponent's strength was on another level, and his fists were getting stronger each time. Before he could think of how to turn the tide of battle in his favor, Xu Huang was grabbed by his wrist. The red-haired man pulled the arrogant man toward him and knocked him down. The final blow was a knee strike to the head of the loser of the battle. Falling to the ground, the big guy could no longer find the strength to get up and continue the battle for the title. But Liu Bu had no intention of stopping and lunged at the recumbent with his fists. He had long been unconscious, but the warlord continued to beat him with the serious intention of sending him to the next world. Boji, who had already gotten off his horse, rushed over to stop the general from unnecessary bloodshed. Jia Shu also rushed to break up the fighting and said that this man was just an inspector's pawn. Killing him could cause more trouble, and now's not the time for that. The red-haired man didn't listen to his companions for a while, but their voices were slowly gaining strength. He clenched his teeth and recognized that to accomplish his goals now, he had to stop. Rising from his opponent from his fists, the blood of the loser was pouring from his fists, but the old man and the counselor were glad he had stopped. Standing up, he pointed his fist to the sky, showing everyone around him his resounding victory. The gawkers who had been watching in horror began to slowly come to their senses. Cheers began to pass through the ranks in praise of General Liu Bu. Mater Bo Ji didn't understand how people could take pleasure in inflicting violence, but then he realized that there was a concentration of violence in this place, and people were used to the fact that if they didn't have a protector, the villages would die out. Watching the enemy who attacked first get what they deserved, they start glorifying their hero. Feng Xian eventually became an idol they could turn to for salvation. Finally arrived at Fort Yepo and began to survey his domain. Standing on top of the fortress, he was happy to realize that he had finally achieved his position. Joshu, standing behind, asked how the commander felt after the promotion. Standing on top of the fort, the red-haired man felt as if he were in a castle, and the tactician replied that from the outside, the fortress looked like that. This place was perfect for gathering a large army and starting new projects. Boji walked over to the interlocutors and said that this would be their first target, but the great thinker always said that civilian lives come first. Bowing, the old man requested that the general use this place as a shelter for the locals. Liu Bu asked if they would be able to shelter everyone in the fort during the attack, and the manipulator replied that it was quite possible. Urban is the most important component of the region, so Jia Shu confirmed that Master's words were really important. Yapo remembered that of all the generals, Yubi was the only one who tried to save the people, and that's why people were following him. Even though it was important to respect the peaceful, the red-haired man wanted to ask the old man something else. He wanted Boji to tell him the real reason for using the fortress for such a purpose. Then the master rubbed his beard and said that he only wanted to press the general's ambition, but if he wanted to know the truth, he would tell. After bowing, Liu Bu apologized that his request might have seemed too elaborate. The old man said, "It's all right, because questions that require long deliberation are his main task in this fortress." But the general kept up his questions and asked the old man to tell him something worthwhile. Lifting the veil hanging from the straw hat, Boji said he would like to discuss an important event with Feng Xiang. From the day Tang Ni arrived in Shufang, the commander began the complete transformation of the area, who he took the old man's request to on his first day of work. He suggested a place where the locals could feel safe under the protection of the army. After discussions, it was also decided to use the troops for farm work, and as the farming season began, many civilians and soldiers helped people throughout the region, and in their spare time they trained and rebuilt certain neighborhoods. There was a lot of work to do in Shufang, but now the reconstruction of the prefecture was the main task. After sitting down to rest, Zhang Liao began to complain about the hard physical labor. Then Human said that if he was so tired, he could go straight to the general and ask him not to work. The spearmaster smiled and said he had a better idea. He can just bring them Comrade Barbarian's head and tell them that this kind of work makes people crazy. Zhang Liao started the old song again, asking what a half-breed was doing on their land, and Hu Man shouted that the other side didn't consider him theirs either. Then the halberd master took it upon himself to explain that since he wasn't a pureblood, he couldn't be in this camp. As the men continued to bicker about the laws, they didn't notice two huge boulders come down beside them. A huge black shadow loomed over them, and the officers stopped fighting, saying that, since the soldiers had time to rest, Liu Bu instructed them to drag more stones to the wall. Standing on the dais, the general complained to Bo Ji how tired he was of the two of them fighting. At his command, the men began to pull huge boulders, but that would only solve the problem of their fights for a while. Discrimination among them continued, and this could not be resolved. The master said that he heard that Feng Xian was from Wu Yuan, and the man turned around. The old man suggested that getting used to life in another region was hard, and the red-haired man confirmed that he could complain day and night. He had suffered since childhood from the scorn and threats of the people of the north, and then he started getting orders to capture people from his own region. They even gave him a nickname used to joke about defectors like him. But now things have changed, and the name has been used in the opposite sense. It didn't stop until Dong Zhou came to power and began his bloody retaliation. Turning to Bo Ji, the general said that the master wouldn't be able to stay in his position for long if he was from another region. Upon reflection, the old man nodded and agreed with such a statement. The master decided to ask what the commander thought they should do to prevent discrimination. He wanted to know what solution the red-haired man could come up with. Then Liu Bu said that they should make it clear that Han and Byungju people are no different at all. Bo Ji asked, what about the people of Xianbei and Feihuan? For they were very different from the people of Byongzhou and Han. Yopo replied that since they were human, they still deserved to be treated right, and the old man smiled when he heard that. The foreman asked what the general thought about them switching places. He said he'd offer the warlord what suited him best. Jo Soon was sewing when her older brother came to visit her. He asked permission to enter, and the girl threw herself into his arms. When he raised her above him, she took aside the hand with the needle so as not to hurt him, and asked if there was any good news. Liu Bu smiled and said that he had a lot of things to tell. Bo Ji had entrusted him with many noble deeds, and he wanted to discuss them with Cho's son, who was happy to hear such news. He set her on the ground, and the girl waved her hands, urging him to tell her everything. Kneeling down to be the same height as Cho's son, the general was about to tell her everything. The red-haired man told him that Master Bo Ji had spent several days with him, answering questions. He finally said he'd give Yepo 3 important cases. The first 2 would be expected for the red hair. Liu Bu himself answered what it was, about saying that he had to get busy rebuilding Hansel and Mibong. The old man nodded, realizing that he had chosen the right man for the assignment. Cho's son said that in order not to look dishonorable and not to lose a lot of people, the army for Hansel had to be very large. In the state, the people should come first and be protected first. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl said it was obvious. She asked what the master's last task was, and Feng Xian's face lit up. Bo Ji's face appeared in his mind, shouting that all people should have equal rights. Then the red-haired man fell into a stupor before the old man wondering how this could be accomplished. After a while of silence, he said he thought he understood what he had to do. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Bo Ji waited for an answer. Grasping his chest, he said that his old and sick body didn't have much left, but he would really like to make up for all he had done in the past. Cho's son flinched when she heard Liu Bu answer Master's last question. He said he'd create a state where people wouldn't feel inferior because of blood. This general was planning to create a new world. Regardless of background, people will be able to choose a ruler based on their own preferences. Only honest and wise counselors will be by the side of the emperor, and the country will provide aid to its people. The battlefield will be filled with nothing but victory cries, and no one dares discriminate against other people because of their background. The old man was silent for a long time and remembered the story of a certain loyalist. He served the emperor faithfully even when he left him for other minions. Eventually, he became dissatisfied with his subordinate, but if he had served in peacetime, he could have become a government official. But he felt helpless and took a wrong turn leaving the palace. Until one day, he met someone who could do the greatest things in the world. At that moment, the old man was speechless and a tear rolled down his face. After hearing such an answer, Bo Ji could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. Liu Bu asked why this particular case was the 3rd case, and if he could go tell his subordinates about it. Returning to reality, the master replied that it was too early because the national unrest had not started, and it could be considered treason. They should have started with the Sabang state. After hearing Cho's son's story, she confirmed that it was a good decision, and if the prefecture's policy was followed, there would be no problem. She bowed to her brother and congratulated him on his appointment to such a noble task. The red-haired man said it was because of the girl who sent him to find Bo Ji. He was now in her debt and thanked her and bowed in return. He also asked that Jo Soon's faith in him never stop. Come to think of it, he should have known the young lady by now, and a lot has happened since then. He didn't know what the future held for them, but he hoped it would be good. After gathering his officers and telling them about the case, Zhang Liao shouted out asking how the general could call mixed-race people. He was against it, saying that the commander couldn't change their policy, and said the chief had no idea what he was talking about. Hu Man entered the conversation, saying that his mother had been kidnapped by the Gunu and gave birth to him, and having been captured was released without ransom. After that, she wasn't allowed to live in the village because of the half-breed child. He was angry at the Han army because they had the same mixed blood, but no one dared to protect his mother. No one in the village accepted her, and Gun tried to kill her baby. So, Hu Man was all in favor of the general's idea, because people like him are perfectly normal. Zhang Liao's face darkened, and he said that the Gunu were not part of their people. Then the barbarian shouted that they were not monsters, but normal people like the people of Han and Byungju. But the halberd master was backing off, and didn't want to interact with Gunu in any way because they hadn't changed in 20 years. He turned to the commander and asked him not to let himself be misled by the wretched savages. At this time, Hu Man had already rushed to finish off a member of his own army, but the other soldiers began to separate them. Seeing such a scene, Liu Bu thought that the task assigned to him was not an easy one. Calling Jia Shu into the gazebo for a private conversation, Feng Xian began to complain that he didn't think the matter would become so complicated. It wasn't supposed to end this way, but the counselor said nothing in their lives is ever easy. But all the people in the fort will be relieved if the general's mission is accomplished. The red-haired man sighed, realizing that it was up to him. He remembered Zhang Liao shouting that no one had made the decision to recognize half-breeds, and realized that he couldn't please everyone at once. There have always been individuals in society who disagree with the majority, but Yopo's policies will be of great help to the people. Liu Bu then shouted that he didn't know how to deal with such people. If Tan Ni suppresses one opposition party, others will emerge later. Jia Shu instructively said that it was necessary to report to all the loyal officers about the plan that would soon come into effect. We need to convince them it's the right thing to do, and then the good word will spread. People are easily influenced because they are vulnerable because of the birth of half-breeds like Hu Man. But the general noticed that he could not convince everyone at the meeting, and tactician said that not all people are unshakable like Zhang Liao. Zhou soon joined their conversation and brought hot tea. In noticing her, the men offered to join the conversation, and the girl was surprised at the request. Sitting on Liu Bu's lap, she agreed that it would be better to tell the soldiers about the plan and asked how the half-bloods living alone would be dealt with. Because of their poor status, they're forced to steal, so they had to be offered a decent income. It was a good idea, but the men recognized that there wasn't much gold in their troop. Their current situation wouldn't allow them to summon half-breeds to work, but it was possible to ask the master for advice. But Jia Shu said that even though the old man knew exactly what to do, he couldn't be disturbed now because he was busy with the manuscript. For now, they needed to leave it at that, and Yeopo lowered Cho's son to the ground. He was going to ask Yirak about the gold, and the counselor decided to go home. Turning to the girl, he said she'd better go home too, and she agreed. As the man approached the barracks, he wondered where he could find the money to pay the workers. Suddenly, something in the darkness caught his attention, and he came closer. It was a big guy with a bandaged face and knocked-out teeth. Enraged, Liu Bu went towards him to stop the defector. He said that no one had let him go, but Shu Huang thanked him for being patched up and said that he had nothing to do in Tang Ni. Then it could have been simpler, because the man could have paid for his life in blood. Feng Xian remembered that he had saved his skin, even though he could have easily sent him to the next world, which meant that Shu Huang owed him a debt of gratitude. Lyrak came out of the tent at the noise and asked what was going on. When he saw the general, the accountant bowed and asked what brought him here in the middle of the night. When he saw his devoted scientist commander, it hit him. He remembered that Shu Huang had been able to write in his previous life and asked if he could do it now. The man confirmed and said that he could count a little, and Yirak, who was standing behind him, began to understand something. He stepped forward and told the general he understood. His eyes lit up, and his haggard face showed how much he was waiting for the foreman to assign him an assistant. He clung to Shu Huang's back and said that he would definitely use the information he received. Yirak's assistant had no sooner left when Feng Xian remembered to ask what the two were talking about before he came. He wanted to know if they were going to negotiate and seize the throne and threaten to knock out Shu Huan's remaining teeth if he kept quiet. Taking the trembling man by the shoulders, Yopo said that this time he would not limit himself to beating him and would bring the matter to an end. Remembering how the general had beaten him on the battlefield, Shu Huang trembled even more and fell to his knees. Yirak watched the scene with awe, for he finally had an assistant. After a while, following Jia Shu's advice, the soldiers told the people of the province about Liu Bu's plan. Then they gathered and relocated mixed-race people to live together. Management of this district was entrusted to the irreconcilable Hu Manyu and Zhang Liao, who now had to cooperate with each other. The half-breed commanded that the men who were good in battle should gather to the right side, and those who were good at farming to the left. His partner rolled his eyes at his actions until someone called out to him and made him turn around. It was a woman holding a small child. He was holding a small flower, and his mother thanked the soldiers for their help. The next day, an unknown traveler came to the gate of Shofang Fortress. He was wearing a black cloak and leading a horse. As he approached the fort that was his target, an unkind grin appeared on the man's face. Jia Shu sat with a very tense face, and a vein on his forehead swelled up from his thought process. And in front of him was Master Zhu Shou, who, unlike his comrade, looked completely calm. Sitting in the corner of the room, Liu Bu watched the men play a game of Go. Cho Sun was beside him, looking at what was going on, while the general didn't understand what was going on. Raising the white stone, the strategist was ready to make a move, but still considered it until the last second. Tapping his fingers on the board, Zhu Shou was surprised at this move. His face lit up, and he said he didn't think Master Jia was so good, and admitted that he had underestimated him. He offered to have tea and then continue the game, and the opponent agreed to it. Folding his arms on his chest, Feng Xian stated that he didn't understand such a commotion around ordinary pebbles. But Zhu soon tried to explain that it wasn't just a game and they had a real competition. Opponents created a miniature battlefield on the board. There were 2 sides on it, and each side fought like in real life, and strategic skills were very important there. She offered to tell her brother the rules, and he hesitated. He finally decided it was unnecessary, and Zhu soon got upset. Liu Bu thought that such games are not for him, because it is better to show himself on the real battlefield. A panting soldier interrupted their idol by running in with an important message. He shouted that there was a stranger outside the gate, and Zhao Yun had already gone to him. Jumping to his feet, the red-haired man ordered him to show him the way, and the soldier began to carry out his errand. At which time, a battle between 2 men with spears had already broken out outside the gate. Zhao Yun, with a nonchalant face, parried all of his opponent's attacks without finding them heavy, and his opponent gritted his teeth, realizing his strength wasn't enough to win. The gates opened and more soldiers came out of the fortress, but none of them were going to get under the officer's arm. But there was a man behind them, telling everyone to stand back so he could go forward. Liu Bu appeared on the battlefield and asked what kind of stranger dared to break in. A member of the military reported that this man identified himself as a brother. The general's face darkened in an instant when he learned that the man called himself Wei Shu. He remembered his past life and how he was looked down upon when he was tied up. Among his enemies, this man's name was written in black and white. Grinning at the traitor, Feng Xian rushed towards him, intending to take the officer's loot. He didn't know what the outcast was back for, but he wasn't planning on letting him into the fort. Wei Shu had a serious problem with a young warrior whose skills surpassed many soldiers. Lunging at him with his spear, the young man asked how long this trash had been impersonating another human being. Sweat broke out on the man's face as he realized that a second more, and the point of the weapon would pierce him through. Pushing the base of his spear with the palm of his hand, Zhao Yun prepared to finish off the enemy, but suddenly the general's hand appeared in front of the men. He got in between them, intending to end this confrontation with his own hand. The young soldier was surprised to see a man who was the only one in the army who could repel his blow. Wei Shu froze, realizing that he was on the verge of death. But the general's appearance could not end well for him either, for he was furious as a beast. In an attempt to smooth things over, the man said that he and Yeopo hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he hadn't expected to see him here. Liu Bu's fist met his face and threw him to the ground. Wei Shu couldn't stand on his feet from such an attack and fell down, raising a lot of dust behind him. Yeopo shouted to the lying and shaking man that he would finish him off right now with his bare hand. He considered this man a traitor and did not plan to be ceremonious in this battle. But his fist did not reach its target, for the general was stopped by about 5 soldiers who clasped the bully on all sides. He tried to break free, but even his beastly strength didn't help against the crowd. Abandoning his attempts, the red-haired man asked why they were trying to hold him back. He shouted for them to let him go, because the traitor must be punished. But they wouldn't let him go, and one of the aides yelled for the commander to try to calm down. Many of the troops hated the man and wanted his head just as much. It couldn't be undone that Wei Shu was blinded by money and selling information, but he had already been punished by the desert. He wandered around for 4 years and couldn't find a place. Despite his entreaties, the general ordered him to be silent, for he who had already betrayed a loved one would surely do it again. Liu Bu wanted to finish him off right now, and it became much harder for the soldiers to hold the lashing out. But Master Boji appeared from the gate of the fort and shouted for everyone to stop fighting. The red-haired man froze. The angry old man asked how dare the general take someone's life with his own hand. In the old days, the army's main task was to get rid of the enemy once and for all. And one day, Wei Shu, Wei Al's brother, was caught selling information about the army to their enemies. Boji shouted that the punishment this man had already received was enough, but the red-haired man would not back down, for in his opinion, it was not enough and he had to pay with his life. He began to lash out again and screamed at the man that this was his last day on earth and he would surely pay for what he had done. But the master didn't back down and asked what his subordinates would think of him if he really dealt with the man. Wei Yeol, holding back the commander from massacring his brother, with his whole body trembled. The red-haired man clenched his teeth so tightly that the veins in his neck protruded. Leaving the field, Liu Bu slammed his fist on the wall and asked Boji not to distract him anymore. But the old man said that self-destruction begins with betraying someone you trusted. Whether the general can reach the heavenly mandate is up to him, but he shouted for the master to stop pretending to know everything. With a clap of his hands, Boji asked the man to stop messing with the wall and listen to him. It's easy to blame people, but it's hard to find the cause in yourself. Under heaven's command, a commander will not lose soldiers if he finds fault with himself. As Liu Bu thought about it, he began to realize that he was probably at fault too. He remembered how 3 men in a past life had taken him to the one who had ruined him. Among them, a general once reprimanded a subordinate for bringing in a stolen horse and threatened him. Praise was rare, but no slip-up was overlooked. Then he is to blame for all the rebellions against him. And only now did Feng Xian realize that his whole past life was a mistake. Then Yopo told the old man he had to go, and the master realized that the red-haired man had guessed something. Saying he'd be gone for a while, he headed back to town. Wei Yeol reprimanded his brother, saying that things could have been worse, and he wouldn't be sitting here if he was as reckless as he was when he was younger. But Wei Shu said he had dishonored him in front of the others, and it would be better for him to fall before the city gates. Entering the tent, Liu Bu said that he too was not happy that he had kept his former subordinate alive. Pulling back the curtain, he told the brothers to hurry up and lay out what was going on here. Wei Shu asked what he was so angry at him. Feng Xian came closer to the injured man and said that he deserved it for passing information to the opponents. Turning away, the man said he was a fool, but the red-haired man replied that it wasn't that. He thought there must be some motive, unless his soldier was simply a greedy man hungry for gold. Pounding his hand on the table, Wei Shu shouted that the commander never gave the warriors enough money. For clearing the land of their enemies, they didn't even have enough for their own lives. Moreover, the whole army was starving, and he didn't understand how his brothers had held out so long. After hearing this, Liu Bu paused for a moment and said that he now understood everything. Closing his eyes, he finally calmed down when he learned the reason for Wei Shu's betrayal. Feng Xian said that it was his fault, and both brothers turned at him with their mouths open. He left the tent and told the soldiers to find him when they felt better. The brothers wanted to stop the general and say something, but the curtain had already closed. Wei Shu froze, wondering what had gotten into the commander, since he had never behaved like this before. Wei Yeol revealed that he hadn't mentioned it before, but their eldest had really changed a lot. The older brother couldn't believe he'd just talked to the same man he'd known 4 years ago. He ran out of the tent and followed the general, intending to say something. The red-haired man stopped and asked if Wei Shu had remembered the new reason for his betrayal. Shaking his head, he reported that he had learned the whereabouts of the men he was looking for. Wei Yeol later said that he asked his older brother to find out about everything. He sent him a letter while he was redirecting criminals into exile. He was instructed to find out about Master Boji's family, and the old man listened more attentively. The man said that with the exception of his daughter Yom, all of his relatives had left this world. Liu Bu opened his mouth, not thinking that they would be so late and unable to protect anyone. Hearing this, the old man only took off his straw hat and raised his face to the sky. He asked if the scout could answer when his family died. It was early last year when the plague broke out. Crossing his arms on his chest, Feng Xian turned away, hiding his eyes. The old man threw his head back harder, and tears flowed from his eyes when he learned that his family's bodies could no longer be found. Wei Shu said that he had asked to take the master's daughter by carriage to the fortress and needed to wait a bit. But Boji turned around and said he had better things to do than wait. When bloody tears flowed from the elderly man's eyes, he asked me to bring him paper and a brush. When he finished writing, he told the red-haired man that the letter should be delivered directly to Mount Yangbo in Penang. He handed the scroll to the general and told him to give this to his men. After receiving this letter, someone will come who can help General Yepo. After listening to the assignment, Liu Bu said that his soldiers would quickly deliver everything they needed to the addressee. The general was the one who tried to destroy Byungju without the help of outsiders, but failed. The old man acted very foolishly and was taken advantage of, and his family destroyed. Now Boji will not stop until his enemy is at rock bottom. After a while, a letter was delivered to the top of Yangbo. Opening the scroll, the man who read it was completely confused. The letter spoke of a red-haired savage, and this man couldn't believe that Master Boji had delivered the message. He wanted to clarify who delivered the letter, and the subordinate replied that it was General Yeopo's soldiers. As the man thought about it, he tried to decide how to proceed. At last, he decided that he would give his answer, and the subordinate was ready to hear it and write it down. but contrary to expectation, he said to pack up for the trip. They had to leave for Sakbang right away. A week later, the soldiers summoned Liu Bu and made a report which he was now trying to summarize. The first news was that some soldiers had been called in to catch a wolf in the house. The second was that the soldiers stopped the foreigners heading towards the fortress. Kuo Jun nodded, confirming that the commander had understood correctly. The veins in the red-haired man's forehead swelled, and he shouted that if it wasn't about enemies, he shouldn't have called him for such a trifle. The big guy apologized, and Feng Xian thought it was time to learn to stop taking it out on his men. But still, he looked around at the detained aliens trying to figure out where they came from. There was a strange, dangerous aura emanating from the man, with the gun in front of everyone, and the soldiers behind him were on guard and could attack at any moment, and there was something wrong with that. They were definitely guarding the wagon, and Yopo found it suspicious. Then he turned directly to the man inside the carriage and asked him to listen. He said he was aware of his subordinates' excessive rudeness and apologized for their behavior. A voice came from inside, and the man said that he had heard that you could tell a lot about the commander-in-chief by the behavior of his men. The doors of the wagon opened, and with a hand the man inside beckoned to one of his subordinates. He was given a hand and the man began to climb out, continuing to talk about Yopo's subordinate. He concluded that since Tong Ni's warriors were persecuting innocents, they had sunk even lower in his eyes. Gao Shun almost rushed forward, but the red-haired man asked the man to get out of the carriage first before speaking. He realized that this man had the audacity to try to provoke General Liu Bu, but he would not be taken in by mere teasing now, and the red-haired man apologized again for the behavior of his soldiers. The man from the wagon didn't give up trying to piss off the commander, and said his apology didn't sound sincere. The general's face darkened and everyone noticed it, and the man who threw the insult thought that the general was obviously not who he said he was. After all the provocation, he'll have to show his true character. The man wanted Feng Xian to not hold back and show himself in all his glory, but he did something unexpected. He gave his name, rank, and place of birth, bowing and apologizing again for his soldier. Looking at Yopo's lowered head, the man couldn't believe that he had really decided to sincerely apologize. This general turned out to be nothing like the rumors about him, and the man from the wagon had nothing left but to bow in return. He introduced himself as Jun Yang, and he is in the family business on Yongbo Mountain. Saying this, the man couldn't understand why Liu Bu was not yet angry. Feng Xian asked what the man was doing in an insecure land where many bandits roam. He put his life in grave danger on such a careless voyage. Jun Yang said that dangerous places had their advantages, and finally convinced himself of the opinion that all the rumors about the warlord were lies. He said he wanted to make a deal, and Yopo realized that this man had come after Boji's letter. The man claimed to have come to bargain with the heavens themselves. By evening, Jun Yang reached Shofang Fort, and Master Boji and the general gave him a reception in the gazebo. The old man asked his old acquaintance how he had gotten there, for he might have met bandits on the way. He said he had seen a few bandits, but Tai Saj and Yu Hyuk's escorts had provided safe passage. Looking at the man Liu Bu had characterized as intimidating when they first met, he decided it was him. Boji asked if Jun Yang was talking about the warrior Cao feared the most. Hearing this, the general turned to the blonde-haired soldier and asked if he knew Cao Cao. The man turned around as well and saw Yopo's glowing gaze. Not paying attention to them, Jun Yang said that he had received the letter, and Boji said that such a brave man couldn't help but respond to it. He put his hand on his breast and mentioned Dun Mo Kyun, the man who sees the truth, and is the strongest in anticipation of the great catastrophe. The masters on Yongbo Mountain confirmed the coming chaos, so Jun Yang needed to find somewhere to invest his money. The old man asked how much he was going to invest, and the young entrepreneur was silent for a moment. A second later, a deafening voice announced that he planned to invest all his money in this case. Jun Yang said proudly that he was willing to take such a risk. He could give everything to the general and asked if Boji was going to invest too. The master replied that for a righteous cause, he was willing to risk even his own life. Rising from the table, the man said that together they could fix it. He bowed and promised to return to General Yeopo later. Liu Bu folded his hands in a respectful gesture in response and thanked the man who would bring the great day closer. Jun Yang said that he had not received proper education and could not compare to Master Boji. This man didn't possess the abilities of his elder brothers, but could still give advice on how Tang Ni's army could increase their strength. He asked if those present wanted to hear him, and they couldn't help but agree. As the common folk used to say, these lands were full of criminals and thieves, and great masters like Zhu Shou Jia Shu Yirok and Boji were at the center of everything that was going on. Jin Yang was not an outstanding master, because having mastered all the skills and gained knowledge, he had not yet shown his true purpose for the empire. 4 outstanding craftsmen were the ones the gold-starved people followed. But at one point, Boji was deprived of his own temple, and the warriors did not have enough iron to create armor and weapons. Before people in these parts discovered jade, horses died for lack of hay, and the army fell. It took 3 things to defeat the enemy: earth, heaven, and mankind. A great master should have them, but in those days there were plenty of promising generals with their own units. Living in Byungju, it would be nice to get Sahbang land, but Liu Bu said it's all sand and mountains and not worth it. But Jin Yang said that the region to the north neighbors the land of Yi, and there would be no problem with trade. And with the help of the mountain range to the east, it will be easy to repel enemy attacks. The desert to the west would delay the enemies, and Feng Xian pondered, realizing that it was a good terrain to hide from the enemy. He asked if it was worth using these edges for reinforcement, and Jin Yang confirmed his hunt. The man said the general was smarter than he thought, and he felt strange not knowing if it was a taunt. He coughed and asked what it meant, but Bo Ji stopped him, saying that it was hard to receive praise from Master Jun Yang. The old man asked, what about trade with Yi, and the man said he had heard about the Hun's interest in medieval culture. Paper and ink might be suitable for the exchange, and Jun Yang wanted to ask Yeopo to encourage other generals to the idea as well. But the red-haired man said they wouldn't see any other generals today, and put a jug of wine on the table, saying they'd better watch it. The young master knew it was part of northern etiquette, and was excited. But still, he hastened to caution Liu Bu that he tolerated alcohol very well. Feng Xian offered to check it out, stating that they would drink until the wee hours of the morning. When the moon had not yet given way to the sun, Jun Yang fell to the ground drunk. His best soldier scratched the back of his head, wondering how best to deal with his master. After taking the rest of the wine, the general, who could still stand on his feet, came to Chen Tai's blacksmith. Ignoring the old man's preoccupation, the red-haired man offered him a drink. The first rays of the sun were about to appear, and the drunken man asked why the blacksmith was not going to sleep, but he ordered him to shut up. He grumbled that in this state, you should go to your own place and not interfere with other people's business. When the old man turned around, he heard that he was not being listened to, for the general was already collapsed on the cold floor. Then he started banging the hammer on the hot iron, hoping it might wake up the drunk. After a while, Liu Bu really opened his eyes without noticing the drool flowing out of his mouth. Chen Tai was sweating profusely from the hard physical labor, and stopped when he heard a noise behind him. It was the commander, who got up from the floor and wandered around the workshop looking at the equipment. When the blacksmith saw this, he was furious because this man could do anything under the influence. Suddenly, Chen Tai remembered the words that were hidden in the emperor's sword, and said that only by surviving a lot could one rule. When he looked at this mecha, he remembered that he had always tested his work on cattle, and the old man never even considered testing the tool on a human. After finishing his rounds of the area, Liu Bu collapsed at the same place where he was standing and said that he would sleep for a little longer. Having stopped thinking about scary things, the blacksmith took the iron out of the furnace and continued pounding with his hammer. He repeated this procedure over and over again, heating the blade in the flames and cooling it beyond. Feng Xian, on the other hand, continued to sleep regardless of the hellish heat and the sounds of hammering. But his combat instincts took over, and he opened his eyes as soon as he sensed danger. When the old man heard that the drunkard had risen again and was distracting him from his work, he shouted at him to go away if he wasn't going to sleep. However, the cause for concern was different. Liu Bu shouted for Chen Tai to be careful. The next second, the ceiling of the blacksmith shop burst through, and a man stepped inside. He jumped right above the general and was ready to pierce his bare chest with his blade. In time to dodge, the stranger's sword stabbed right near the commander's head, slicing off a couple of hairs. Jumping aside to no longer be in a crouched position, Yopo asked how the unknown had found him. No answer followed, and the black-clad man lunged at his victim. He came right at the general, pointing his sword at his torso. The old man trembled as he realized that Liu Bu had miraculously escaped death. He held the sword blade in front of his face with his bare hands, and blood flowed from his wounded palms. When Chen Tai came to his senses, he called out to the red-haired man, who could not fight at full strength because of the alcohol in his blood. Feng Xian thought that he needed to get rid of the enemy as quickly as possible, while he still had the strength to do so. Trying his best to thrust his blade into his target, the man in black trembled, realizing that he couldn't handle this monster alone. Hearing a noise behind him, the unknown man turned to the old man. Chen Tai rushed towards him and stabbed the red-hot sword that was still incomplete right into the enemy's back. Feeling hurt, the man in black let go of Liu Bu and turned around to push the blacksmith away. Letting the general go was his biggest mistake, and when he realized that, the attacker looked back. With one hand, the red-haired man grabbed the enemy's head, and with the other hand, he picked up the furnace-hot sword that Chen Tai had dropped. He drew one to the other, and pierced with the spearhead the enemy who, after such a blow, could not continue the battle. After dropping the sword, Liu Bu looked at his scorched hand, which was emitting smoke, and thought about how long it would take for such a wound to heal. Remembering the blacksmith, the general asked if Chen Tai was hurt, and he replied in the negative. The discarded old man leaned against the wall after the blow, and looking at the red-haired man's hand, asked how she was. He replied that everything was fine, and the blacksmith was furious, telling this fool to go to the healer immediately. Throwing the man in black on his shoulder, he said he would go some other time, because he had urgent business to attend to. He said if his men weren't slacking off now, he didn't have to. The sword, which was now stained with blood and almost cold, lay apart from its master. With a cloth around it, the old man thought it would be best to hide it from view. He didn't know if it was right to touch a sword that had already tasted blood. After taking off his glove and thinking that thanks to this click he was alive, Chen Tai still touched him. The weapon made the typical iron sound, but stranger things have happened. The blacksmith opened his mouth and froze, for all the blood had evaporated from it, and the master had decided that this tool had a real thirst for blood. Guyajia himself once threw a living man into a red-hot iron to make a sword like this. Remembering this atrocity, Chen Tai realized that not what would happen to that traitor Liu Bu had carried off and rolled up his sleeves. But this man made a good sacrifice for the blade the blacksmith planned to spend the morning working on. Meeting the general again, Jin Yang recalled his offer of Yi land beyond the Great Wall and trade with the West. This business had already been set up by another man, but his trade routes had been cut off by the rebellion and were waiting for a new master. The profit was to exceed all expectations, and Jia Shu suggested that Hu Man and Zhang Liao should be entrusted with this matter. Recently found more and more half-breeds in the Hun department and surrounding regions. Had to use Jin Yang's connections to trade for as much of the county as possible. Liu confirmed the advisor's idea, and the young master said that it would be good if the Hun department would cooperate with them. Tang Ni had to entice them with profits and trade, and the blacksmiths had to be taken care of. The old man found a way to smelt metal stronger than usual, and now the quality of weapons and armor was at its best. Also recently, on his way to the soldiers, Liu Bu had rescued sinners who had been sent into exile and were offered to be left to fend for themselves. The exiles were under the jurisdiction of the prefecture and could do whatever they wanted, but Jia Shu suggested that they be educated. Most of them were taken prisoner after their relatives were massacred, so it would be nice to give them the right to choose. Feng Xian said not to worry about it, because the person the commander left the girls for knew exactly what to do with them. Meet the four ladies Ju Soon said they'll live with her from now on. The girls looked at her and were silent, not knowing what it meant. Then Ju Soon said they had a choice to live in the warmth or wander the dangerous streets. They had to decide for themselves whether they wanted a quiet life or freedom. The girl knew the four exiles were innocent, but they had to realize that things worked differently now. Cho Sun held out her hands and asked the girls to stay with her. She wanted them to be her sisters, but she couldn't make a decision for them. The girl that Jo Sun was holding by the hand nodded after a long silence. History began to change dramatically after Yeopo came, but there were still things that couldn't be changed. In April, the 12th emperor of the Han dynasty retired to eternal rest in his Namgung palace. Few cared, but there were those who feared the chaos that would follow this event. The great generals began to act out of the shadow of the imperial administration, but no one knew when the chaos would begin. It all started with the poisoning of Empress Ha's disagreements with her concubines were well known in the palace. Poisoning one of them after the sovereign's treason with poison from her wings, the woman did not deny her involvement. This poison had no antidote, and when it entered the body caused searing pain and eventually death. Because of this cruel treatment, the subjects were unwilling to support the empress's endeavors. When she heard about the concubine's son, she wanted to take the boy for herself, but the willful mother would not give the child away. Then the empress turned to the Ha clan and General Haijin. Those on the woman's side wanted to help take away the concubine's son. In the midst of this tug of war, the emperor died, and the palace was in disarray. Someone sent a mercenary to General Haijin himself, but the warrior managed to repel the attack and continue working for the empress. Since then, the man has never forgotten retribution for a single day. The surviving eunuchs ran to Empress Ha to bow and beg for mercy, but she would not forgive them for attacking her brother. After bowing, the visitors chose the former butcher Seoni as the speaker, and he convinced the woman by telling an old story. As a result of the negotiations, the empress ordered Ha Jin to spare the lives of these eunuchs. But Hobinjun Langjong went to the general and said they can't leave it like this. If you let the situation go, it will happen again. And the man asked to summon warriors who will mercilessly exact vengeance. He thought the empress should know this too, and could help his brother get rid of his illusions. Haijin was not against his tactics, and sent warlords down the slope to the kings of those lands. Among them were General Dong Tak, Judge Dong Gong, and the master from Byungju. Without thinking too much, the soldiers heard the order to head for the slope. The chariot owners commanded tens of thousands of soldiers, and someone wanted to take Changju's place. Nam Sun Wu cruelly took his life by appropriating the man's head. Then Huang Gongjiang and Kwok Dai conspired with this Hun to invade Taiwan and Soha. Having lost too many people, The people of Byungju wanted to find a new place to live. Nam Sunwoo came to John Jace and asked why he was needed at this late hour, the master of the table with his back to him, and later replied that he just wanted to see the dear warlord. The soldier wanted to start fawning, but he was interrupted to say there was important business for the general. The mission was to deliver one man's ammunition to Sakyu, and Sunwoo was to handle such an assignment. The warlord asked if the mentor meant the fool from Musaini. The old man turned around and said that he shouldn't believe the rumors, because that man was good at martial arts, but he couldn't fight a great battle. Then Sunwoo said the main problem was that the destination was too far away. With the Western generals, you could not play games, and it was better not to look in their direction because they had 5,000 soldiers. Besides, bandits could come down from the mountains, and then the damage that the warlord would do would be insignificant. But when Jasa said that in return he would give 1,000 gold coins and 20,000 kilograms of rice, the general's eyes widened. And if the ammunition was carried successfully, the old man promised to donate a ship. Forgetting all the problems, Sunwoo shouted that he would rally the troops within 1 month. But there was something else the general wanted to know before he left. He asked how the master's health was and if he was sick. He hadn't seen the old man at all lately, so he was curious about it. He bowed and said that if he needed help, he would spare no expense for his mentor. Jasa's face contorted. He ordered the soldier to go to work without asking about matters not concerning him. Then Nam Sunwoo bowed, thinking that this old trash was not his boss. Putting on his helmet, the warrior thought that if he completed the task, he would come for the old man's head. As Sunwoo had promised, in a month he had gathered soldiers numbering several hundred, but traveling north, they were joined by the Huns. And when the army reached its destination, they numbered as many as 20,000. A soldier came running to Liubu and reported the news from Officer Gao Chun. He said that a huge army of hundreds and thousands of soldiers was moving north toward them. There were rumors that the army was close, but the general wanted to know how close. Tang Ni had a few hours before the guests arrived, and the red-haired man smirked. He turned to Jia Shu and Zhu Shou standing on opposite sides of him, saying that the bandits had united and were moving on Shu Fang. The commander wanted to know if the smartest men in his army had any ideas on how to deal with the enemy. With flags raised, Tang Ni's army marched to meet their opponents. Sunwoo saw them and realized that Yeopo had managed to gather a large army into submission. But even though the men from Shufang were strong, they still couldn't outnumber them. The man laughed, for behind him stood 1,000 cavalry. But one of his men said the general was wrong, and he turned on the speaker. He said that all people think General Liu Bu is a fool, but Nam Sunwoo is not far behind him. Hearing this, the general confirmed the words, and he and his underlings laughed loudly. Gathered at the fortress, Zhu Shou said their enemies would think of them as easy prey. If you start a full-scale battle, Tang Ni will be badly affected, so you should have started the battle on the water. The counselor knew the general was against such a thing, but the red-haired man hesitated. If the opponents camped in Taisung, they could have started the battle in the neighboring Hanglim meadow. Liu Bu thought the idea was a good one, and Jiashu confirmed the quality of his comrades' tactics. But the entire course of the battle will depend on how the soldiers deal with the enemy infantry. Tong Ne had 2,000 knights, and some of them would keep their distance with archery. With this outcome, the enemy must break through, and all the people of Shofang had to do was trust in their defenders. Stepping onto the upcoming battlefield, Zhu Shou looked around at how their army had prepared. The formation was based on the strategy of stopping the carts right in front of the middle army, so they could block the arrows and the infantry soldiers stand on the sides, intending to prevent the enemies from breaking through. Thinking about whether such a plan would work, the master saw General Liu Bu sitting on a horse among his soldiers. He pondered and answered Jushu's question himself, saying it was unlikely to stop his enemies. Then the red-haired man shouted for a spear to be brought to him, and the soldiers shuddered when they heard it. Realizing what the general counselor wanted to do, he yelled out what other spear he wanted to see. Feng Xian asked how he could go to the front lines without weapons, and Jushu shouted at him again. He couldn't let the commander step forward because he was supposed to lead, not go under the enemy's sword in the front ranks. At which time a subordinate had already brought the general a halberd. Putting her on his shoulder, Yopo said that Jushu would be much better suited for the role than he was. The commander shouted for him to clear the way, and the red-haired man drove his horse through the crowds of soldiers. Liu Bu said that he fully trusted the counselor to command, and his face became covered in sweat. After gathering his thoughts, Jushu shouted that Zhang Liao should escort the general. When the man heard the order, he shouted to the soldiers that he was about to give the order. He said that 100 warriors would now come under his command to help the commander defeat the traitors. Warriors on horseback, with lances lined up behind the officer who took command of them. At the command, Zhang Liao's squad rushed to Liu Bu's side. Nam Sunwoo and his handmaiden heard a commotion on the opposite side of the field. As they looked around, They were surprised to see that the enemies had already launched an offensive operation. The general thought it was very brave of such a small army. Sun Wu commanded all his warriors to beat at the ready. He shouted that when they finished their business tonight, they wouldn't have enough chairs for a feast. The general ordered the field to be strewn with enemy bodies. Going on the offensive, the Hun soldiers thought how stupid their opponents were to rush into battle like this, especially the man who led the procession. The enemy didn't think this fighter was particularly smart, but that changed as soon as he got close. Liu Bu gathered more air in his lungs, intending to let it out all at once. The general shouted so loudly that the cry echoed throughout the neighborhood. The enemies who heard this had to stop and cover their ears with their hands. The red-haired man's halberd had taken their lives before they realized that they had lost their vigilance because of the loud sound. With Feng Xian at the forefront, he chopped down the infidels like ears of wheat. Enemy fighters fell in packs before him, and the man shouted that they had the right to call him master, General Tang, and he lunged at anyone who dared come close to him like a beast. Before the battle, the blacksmith handed the imperial sword to Liu Bu and said that it now belonged to him. Once again asking why the sword had not yet been melted, Qin Tai replied that this weapon could not be melted down. If it were possible, a skilled craftsman would have ironed it out long ago. But the emperor's sword was comparable to the strength of 1,000 warriors and could not be handled. During battle, Yeopo preferred to use a light halberd, rather than a weapon he could barely lift. He was well aware that with such a tool no soldier could fight at full strength. Swinging for another blow, the red-haired man shouted that the soldiers had better not stand in his way of their commander. But enemy fighters further down the ranks raised their bows for another wave of attack. Hearing a familiar sound, the red-haired man looked in his direction. A huge wave of enemy arrows came over his head. The moment came for the use of the heavy sword, and taking it in one hand and the halberd in the other, the general began to cut down the arrows. He couldn't let the shooters ruin the whole plan, so he went to extreme measures. Liu Bu shouted to his warriors to follow him, and the commander would be able to show them a safe path. The enemy soldiers were tearing their mouths off when they saw that the enemy had managed to fend off the archer's attack. Using both sword and halberd at the same time, the red-haired man cut a path for Zhang Liao and his squad. Jia Zhu, who was watching from the hilltop, thought that the commander did not know about resting and always ran to attack first. Feng Xian was unrivaled in this world. He could manage without strategic plans. But if fought alone, this fight could be his last. Enemy soldiers were already approaching the rear line of defense where the soldiers had lined up the carts. Jusho commanded Tang Ni to get behind the carts since the enemy was approaching. Following the order, the soldiers crouched down and put their spears under the wheels, making a kind of lever. Approaching the carts, the enemy soldiers fired arrows at the carts, but they got stuck in the wood. Then they switched to swords, and the officer shouted for the cowards to be chopped to pieces. As soon as the opponents began to jump over the carts on horseback, Tang Ni soldiers used spears instead of levers. The animals rumbled and rolled over on their backs along with the riders. The plan succeeded, and Jushu shouted for the squad to fight back. Hearing the battle cry from Tang Ni Nam's side, Sun Wu wondered what they had going on over there. A subordinate who approached him reported that at least 500 soldiers had already left their army, but their soldiers were still 3 times as many, and the general didn't understand what Shufang Fortress was trying to accomplish. Only Sun Wu calmed himself, as a strange sound was heard, and his handmaidens began to search for the source. Looking around, one of the assistants shouted and pointed a finger at the elevated area. The sound was the drum that Jia Shu was beating. Yes, after that, Tang Ni warriors began to appear from the back of the army, and a soldier called the general's attention to it. Nam Sun Wu couldn't believe they had more soldiers hiding behind the main block. After being signaled by a drum, they marched onto the battlefield. Now the invaders were surrounded on both sides, and a whisper passed through the ranks that the enemy were sure to break through. But there were those who didn't believe in Tan Ni's victory, and these people ordered the renegades to shut up. But the left flank had already been completely destroyed, and the general's face was horrified. He didn't understand how an army of 20,000 could lose, but Liu Bu was already standing under him, intending to blow his head off. The red-haired one got too close and shouted that he was going to kill Sunhua. Clutching the spear tighter, he screamed that this very weapon would go through his skull. Seeing the general, the man wondered if numerical superiority even played a role in battle. He had to destroy Liu Bu at any cost, and was preparing to give the order to General Kwok. The warlord's men raised their banners and rushed to the one who wielded the drums to eliminate. Without stopping the blows on the membrane, Jia Shu turned around when he saw that they were being approached. When he noticed the yellow cloaks of the squad and their banner, the strategist immediately guessed who they belonged to. Kang Geo worked with the descendants of Kwok Tae, or a descendant of the imperial dynasty. As he looked at the general, he realized who he was, and realized how big a fish was swimming into their hand. Jusho also saw one of the squads go to Jia Shu's place. As expected, The opponents decided to climb the mountain. The swordmaster commanded to raise the flag, and the soldier began waving it in different directions. One of the yellow fighters noticed this and turned around. When he noticed something strange, he hurried to warn the general and told him to look down. The commander saw that the enemy army, at the signal of the flag, began to surround them on two sides. Ji-Rem and Wee Yol were advancing on the enemies, who didn't expect to fall into the trap so quickly. Then the yellow commander-in-chief realized what their plan was. The man with the drum on top of the mountain made himself a decoy for all to see and hear. Ignoring the approaching squad, Jiashu continued to beat the membrane of the instrument with all his might. The strategist thought it was necessary to believe in the bad reputation of the rivals, because they were engaged in robbery in different regions. If they face the soldiers of Beungju who have fought barbarians all their lives, they will never stand a chance. The outcome of the battle was obvious, and Gai Rem separated the yellow general's head from his body at the first opportunity. That's what the strategist was baiting for. He wanted to break the enemy into small units and destroy them individually. But it was worth giving credit to the intelligence of the opponents for such a big shot to take the bait so quickly. Calculating whether everything was going according to plan, Jushu thought that 1,000 infantrymen had not yet entered the battle, and 500 Tanyega behind enemy line. In addition, officers Shu Huang and Zhang, who were still standing idle. After making his decision, the swordmaster climbed onto his horse, and his apprentice asked what his mentor wanted to do. Zhang, who couldn't believe that he would go to such a dangerous place. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Jusho said that he was only following the strategy, not trying to get ahead. He had a trusty sword and brave commanders at his side, and he knew there was nothing to fear on the front line. Speaking with Shu Huang and Zhang He forward, the master shouted to beat the drums about the attack. The sound increased again, and the enemy soldiers turned around. Tang Ni's squad was approaching them to break through with a battle cry. Nam Sunwoo's soldiers were cut into pieces before they could do anything. The three officers weren't the type to let one infidel go. Fighting for Fort Shofang, they left their target no chance of victory. They were going to get to General Yepo, so they didn't plan to stay long. Watching this, Sunwoo thought that these monsters couldn't help but get tired since it was a battle of attrition. If his men can hold out longer, numerical superiority will play its part, and they'll win. Thinking about it, the general did not immediately realize that the enemy had already approached them from behind. Aides rushed to the commander's defense, yelling at him to take cover. 500 men under the command of Zhao Yun left the main army and sneaked into the rear of the enemy. Realizing this, Sunwoo shouted that since they were attacked from behind, they should increase their distance and retreat quickly. As they ran away, they thought they had to buy time until reinforcements arrived. One of the soldiers got the general's attention by asking him to look ahead. On the opposite side was another unknown squad. At the head of the army was Hu Man, and the retreating troops thought that the barbarians came to their aid. Sunwoo said they were scouts who were sent to repel a surprise attack. He wanted to tell them to stop the enemies, but the approaching squad was starting to look strange. When they saw Sunwoo's army on the horizon, their speed began to increase dramatically. Then the general introduced himself and told the squad leader to identify himself and report where they came from. Clenching his teeth, Human shouted that he was the Yopo officer of Gunu. As he came closer, he said he came to take Nam Sunwoo's head. The general sent his soldiers into battle and ordered them to resist. Human was prepared for this and clenched his spear tighter, intending to repel the attack. Daring to approach, the enemy fighters died before they could even swing a sword. Seeing that they could not hold out, the officer asked General Sunwa to flee and bring help as soon as possible. The man's face darkened as soon as he allowed the thought of escape and the collapse of his troop. Realizing that he really had to run, he couldn't figure out which way to go, because everywhere the enemies could set traps. While trying to make a decision, the general didn't realize that Liu Bu was already coming for his head. He jumped up high, intending to hit the enemy from the air. The unsuspecting Sunwoo stood with his mouth open, not realizing how quickly his fate would be decided. Finally, when a dark shadow hovered over his head, he looked up. But it was too late, for the red-haired monster already had his target at arm's length. When the enemy warriors heard the cry of their leader, they turned around and were horrified. And Hu Man and Gao Shun were happy that their eldest had finally made it. The Emperor's sword stabbed right into Nam Sunwoo's leg, and he couldn't move while being nailed to the ground. As soon as he wanted to say something, Feng Xian pressed down harder on the weapon, and the man screamed. Exhaling a breath, the red-haired man stated that he was General Ye Prefect of the Shufan region, who had captured the enemy warlord Nam Sunwoo. Instantly, the battlefield became noisy, and Tang Ni's warriors raised their fists to the sky, praising their general. In contrast, the opponents lowered their heads and dropped their weapons with darkened faces. On this day, half of the Hunu people were defeated, and 1,000 survivors escaped, and as many more were captured. Among their number was a 1,000-strong troop of Yellow Turban, who, after the battle, became lifeless bodies. Lined up for public execution, Tong Ni's soldiers, led by the commander, towered over the prisoners. Liu Bu ordered to tell Nam Sunwu, who sent him to the northern lands and helped organize the attack. But the man said he wasn't going to be dishonored, and asked to just finish him off so his body could be eaten by wolves or crows and sent to heaven. Folding his arms across his chest, the red-haired man realized that the brat was trying to play it cool. Then Zhang Liao came forward and said that he had to introduce himself. The halberd master said that he was Som Ni, a descendant of the Ni family, and Sun Wu asked if any of the half-breeds were still alive. The man had to use the name Zhang, like everyone else in his clan, to protect himself from the Gunu enemies. Sun Wu lowered his head and said that leaving the world for revenge was not a bad thing, and history is always written by the victors. But contrary to expectations, Zhang Liao said that if the enemy general tells who sent him, he'll be spared his life. Otherwise, all his soldiers would be slaughtered before his eyes, and the general himself could choose to survive in disgrace or die with dignity. Then the man shouted that he had been promised riches and a portion of Byungju's lands. He called out the name of the instigator, and Zhang Liao hurriedly shut the traitor's mouth with his hand. Lifting up the general, he called him vile and asked if he really thought he would be allowed to live. Liu Bu said that this information was useless and ordered the officer to clean up. Zhang Liao asked what the traitor's last words would be, but he couldn't speak because his mouth was closed, and he was helplessly making squelching noises. Then the warrior took it upon himself to prepare a will, saying that the general had had his wings taken away and had spent his life abandoning others. The man began to break free from Zhang Liao's grip more forcefully, but was still unable to do anything. One halberd movement and Nam Gunu's head was put on display in front of his warriors, who were horrified. Hu Man turned around to them and asked if everyone had seen the last moments of the life of the coward they were following. This man used subordinates to plunder foreign countries under the pretext of survival, and if people became useless, he threw them out and replaced them with others. But General Yepo, who was the prefect of this fortress, wanted to give all the captured a chance. Human said, then all Huns can return to their tribes and kneel before Liu Bu. But if they ignore it and oppose Tang Ni's army, will personally come to their homes. It was actually a ploy devised by Feng Xiang's loyal strategists. Their army had overpowered the enemy, but the damage was not insignificant. So, to prevent a surprise attack by the Huns who were waiting for this opportunity, they decided to attack first. In the 8 western regions, 5 of them gave their soldiers to Nam Sunwu, and when their soldiers returned, they told all the details of what had happened. Several tribes were frightened by this, and decided to swear allegiance to General Yeopo. But not all followed their example. An Nan tribe refused to join Tang Ni. They sent an army to Jingzhou. But Yeopo's officers didn't wait for King Gunu to return and attack them, so they came first. The commanders took advantage of Euphalo's absence, and made it so that their clan could never be reborn. By doing this, Liu Bu took all power over the Huns, and they came to bow. He expanded his influence, and in a few weeks, he was thinking of further plans. Standing in the field, he picked alfalfa grains in his palms when he saw it for the first time. Junyang said that this plant was hard to get from the merchants, but if it grows well, it will bring a huge profit next year. Feng Xian asked why they should sell something so valuable. The young master smiled and said that with money, you could summon a spirit. From the men's conversation was interrupted by a soldier who shouted that there was trouble, and the general asked what had happened again. A messenger reports that the eunuchs from Kensan have arrived. Rolling his eyes, the commander told Junyang that the ghost-like people had already reached them on their own. I could tell from seeing the wagon and its guards that it smelled of money. Inside the carriage sat Yochun, whom the red-haired man had already met a few years ago. Liu Bu began to prepare and dress for the visit of important guests, and the young master asked whether the commander really hates eunuchs. After receiving an affirmative answer, Junyang asked if Yeopo was going to get rid of them when he achieved dominance. But that was not true because no one knew how many battles lay ahead, and it would be unwise to make more enemies. Besides, the red-haired man felt sorry for the eunuchs, and the master asked why he felt sorry for them, if so many people had suffered because of the intrigues of these old men. Liu Bu had a different opinion, and thought that everything that happened was the fault of the bad emperor. If he had had a good heart and right thinking, so many craftsmen would not have found themselves banished to the outskirts of the state. Turning around, Feng Xian asked if Junyang thought it was right to get rid of all the eunuchs. The young master said that everything depends on chance, and a peddler like him can't decide people's fate. His ancestor Chacho said that to be a merchant, you have to leave your insides every morning. Yupo liked those words and asked if Cha's title was inherited in their family and received a negative answer. It would be better to pass on to posterity the wealth, rather than the title, and the general agreed that only cranks who have done a great deed pass on their name. Liubu said that he had a headache from such talk, and Junyang replied that even in a dream from the words of a wise man can find benefits. The commander didn't want to listen to anything else. Then the master said that this way he couldn't accomplish the great deed. The red-haired man knew nothing about it, but many masters had tried to teach him, and he wouldn't be in his position now if he blindly followed their advice. Having said that, Yopo went to meet the eunuchs to greet them. Master Yan thought that usually people in high positions were suspicious of others, even if they were told the truth. But the general was different from people who come from the bottom and blindly trust others and follow their ideas. It was obvious that those who followed Liu Bu would be able to touch their dreams. Seeing the general after a long time, Jochin didn't say anything. The red-haired man couldn't say hello first, and waited to be spoken to. When the eunuch asked how the general had been doing for the past couple of years, Liu Bu realized that he had already met the man. Jochin exhaled and said that the captain probably didn't recognize him right away, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The old man ironically remarked that it was impossible not to recognize someone with whom one had tried to bargain in the past. Feng Xian had indeed forgotten one of the 10 great eunuchs while he was dealing with the problems. Bowing, he said he couldn't help but think of Jochin and ask what he was doing in such a faraway place. The eunuch said, reaching into his pocket, that he had come to give him what Yopo had asked him for at their previous meeting. The red-haired man couldn't remember what he had asked of a man like him, but he guessed it all at once when he saw the scroll. Unfolding it, Jochin asked General Liu Bu to accept the decree. Falling on his knee, the man shouted that Prefect Shu Fang was ready to hear the assignment. The ruler of a great country and master of the whole world reported in a letter that General Kwok had harmed many of his villages and plundered his people. But the head of Yeopo County recognized his lord's anxious feelings and defeated the enemy army in a great feat. Therefore, the emperor appointed Liu Bu as the official of Owen and the head of Gunu, giving him 10 silver coins. The general bowed as a sign of respect to the ruler and said he was accepting the position. Holding out the scroll to the red-haired Jochin, congratulated the commander on becoming a high-ranking official of Owen. But Feng Xian said it was thanks to the eunuch's mercy that he handed him the paper and told him to move over. He wasn't done with his visit yet, and he had a lot to talk to the head of Shofang about. Jochin warned Yeopo that he was now in the palm of his hand and it would be harder to hide anything. The eunuch warned the red-haired man to be careful, but he didn't understand his word. Before answering the question, the old man said that he should apologize, but Liu Bu again didn't understand him. Jochin said that he had originally asked the ruler for a position in Byungju, but had only managed to get a position as an official. With the death of the old emperor and the appointment of a new one, the eunuch's influence was not as great as before. Liu Bu cut into his monologue, saying that the eunuch is still a very powerful man. The old man turned around, realizing that this general knew something, and the red-haired man asked if he had brought the Beck family's daughter into the palace and made her a courtier. For a moment, the two men were silent, looking at each other. There are only a handful of people in the palace who know that Empress Ha was killed by the official Kwok. Feng Xian explained that he has eyes and ears everywhere, so he guesses what's going on in the capital. With a smile, the old man had one last question left for Liu Bu that he planned to speak out. Even though he'd gotten a position not in Byungju, the eunuch wanted to know if it would be enough for Yopo. Shufang Prefect must have known about Dongzhou from western Liang, so it must have been realized that the demise of the Ha era was not far off. When the Ha clan's power is weakened, everything will fall into Dongzhou's hand. Jochin realized he was talking to a smart man. This information was too tempting to be in the middle of nowhere, so the red-haired man must know something else. The eunuch asked if Yeopo was going to dedicate himself to Dongzhou, and the latter replied that the courage of the Western army was not worth talking about. But you couldn't accept someone who was going to kill a ruler and sit on his throne while killing his loyal servants. A ruler must adhere to great principles, so being beaten by Dongzhou won't hurt so much. Whoever Tan swears allegiance to, danger awaits. With a smirk, Jochin raised his hand and asked for permission to ask one last question. He pointed to himself and asked, to whom a man of experience and wealth should swear allegiance. The eunuch wanted to know what the red-haired man would say to such an offer. Not a single muscle on Liu Bu's face trembled, and he thought about such an interesting move. After a while, the old man was ready to return to the capital, and the general wished him a safe journey, and also reminded him that Shu Fang is expecting a message from him next month. Jochin grinned and replied that he would do whatever his general wished. The wagon moved off, and the red-haired man gave it a glance. When the eunuch left the city walls, the prefect headed back to his fortress. But after taking only a few steps, he stopped when he saw Jin Yan. The young master wanted to know what Liu Bu was talking to the eunuch about in private. Without telling the whole story, Feng Xian replied that Jokin told him to go home. Jin Yang couldn't believe it at first, and the warlord said that even people he hates can be useful. The master admired the general's generosity and asked if there were specific reasons for such a proposal. Yapo folded his arms across his chest and asked rhetorically if there was anyone in the world richer than eunuchs. Realizing what the red-haired Master Yang was talking about, he said that with the resources, he would be able to make an even bigger deal. Liu Bu would be glad if it turned out to be true, and nodded to the man asking him for such a favor. Their conversation was interrupted by Jia Q, who rushed towards the commander with all his legs. He came because he wanted to congratulate the prefect on his appointment to Wen in the southern lands. The strategist bowed and said that the general should calm down, but he did not understand his words because he was already calm. The manipulator said they needed to get a subordinate together and discuss it thoroughly. Folding his arms on his chest, Liu Bu realized that it was a good suggestion, and they could gather the council tomorrow. He instructed Jia Shu to gather all the officers, and the latter bowed, accepting the assignment. While in Hamgok, General Dong Zhou laughed behind an arch of wine as he listened to his interlocutor. He offered a drink to Minister Moon to celebrate the feat, but the politician put his hand forward, stopping the commander and asking if it was too early for such toasts. Dong Zhou thought otherwise because no one would dare to stop his army of 70,000 soldiers. Once they enter the capital, the general will take over, but the minister said the case hasn't even started yet. No one would resist in front of Liang's army. Dong Zhou was certain of this. 4 great generals lay at his feet, and the man felt invincible. But Munu said the Chowan army can't be hurt by Liang, no matter how hard they try. And in a battle to the finish, even if they prevail, the 70,000-strong army will suffer huge losses. The minister called the general a wise man, and told him that there was still a way to stop Chowan. Munu asked how Dong Zhou felt about using a different fabric. Liu Bu came into the meeting hall walking past his soldiers. Jiazhu gave the order for all the officers to bow to the commander-in-chief. On the right side stood Gao Shun Giremwi Yol and other brave warriors. On the left, wise masters Boji, Jeshu Jusho, and others. Soldiers who had served Yeopo for years bowed to the incoming commander. On the opposite side, there is a giving Junyang and a trembling Yirok. Seeing such officiousness, Liu Bu waved his hand, telling his subordinates to stop doing so. Looking around the room, he saw Shu Huang there and pointed his finger at him. He said that a non-military man shouldn't be among the armed forces and ordered him to cross over to the other side. The man rolled his eyes, saying that during battle he carries a weapon, and when there is peace, he just carries it with him. Feng Xian asked what he was muttering to himself, and Shu Huang stopped. Now the meeting could begin, and the red-haired man sat down on the floor in front of his chair. Jiashu said that Tang Ni's face can't do that, but the commander ordered the others to do the same. It was customary to get comfortable when there was a long conversation to be had. Eventually, the masters agreed with the warlord and began to lower themselves to the floor. With his fist propped on his head, the red-haired man asked what they had to discuss and how the drought was going. Boji said he would tell them what was going on, and then they would decide what exactly to pay more attention to. After orders from the palace, General Yeopo led the army and was responsible for order in the southern territories. Now he had to decide what to do as an official and chief ruler. Feng Xian already had a headache, even though they had just started, and he coughed to start talking. Not knowing what else to talk about, the commander decided to discuss the drought. The first thing he did was to ask Gao Shun how many soldiers Tang Ni had now. The officer replied that there were about 3,000, and when the wounded recovered, they would be nearly 4,000. Turning to Gai Rem, he wanted to know how many recruits they could take, and the aide replied that over 100, but they were short of food and water. Jin Yarok answered next, and the shaking mentor said that they had about 5,000 sets of food left. When he realized it would be enough for 5 or 6 months, the general thought. They've been surviving for months thanks to Jin Yang, but now it's time to do something more. He asked how they could improve the situation, and the young master concluded that buying food would not improve the situation much. Moreover, in times of drought, no one will dare to sell their crops. There was only one workable plan left, and the red-haired man looked at the man in surprise. Master Yang's face darkened, and he said that we should start stealing. The general's face looked no better, covered with a deadly pale color. Master Boji also exhaled, lowering his head lower and lower. Boji intervened in the sepulchral silence and asked for permission to speak. Rising from the floor, he said that to the east, the bandits had taken over the Taihan Mountains, and below that, Dong Zhou was entrenched. It seemed impossible to buy food without running into them. And Inspector Ding Yuan and his followers, slapping his palm on the floor, Liu Bu plunged the room into silence again and asked if they were really in prison. Boji then told the general not to think about it. Not only Tan Ni was in this situation, but all the surrounding regions were blocked. He remembered that Hajin hadn't gotten rid of the eunuchs, so they would soon take their revenge, and the general wouldn't get away with it. while he's being watched and waited for Tan Ni could have started acting stealthily, which means they need to engage in denial, which means attacking the enemy from both the rear and the front. Jia Shu sat back down, and Bo Ji leant forward and the advisors nodded, realizing how much the red-haired man had improved his skills. After accepting the praise, Liu Bu decided to go back to discussing whether they could recruit 5,000 soldiers. Weishu raised his hand and asked his brother for permission to speak a thought. He wanted to know about the commander's opinion on Western warlord Zi Xiao. The red-haired man pretended not to understand, and the soldier noticed that he was the richest of them all. He was a general and Liu Bu's future father-in-law, as he remembered from his past life. His main wealth was his precious daughter, Lu Hua, who was considered the most beautiful woman in all of Bongzhou. All Yapo remembered about her was that she cried all the time out of boredom, and he didn't even want to remember her. Rolling his eyes, the general said he wouldn't go for it, and Wei Shu asked why he didn't agree. It was a great idea, because Liu Bu could easily seduce Lu Hua. The advisors also thought about this idea, because this way they wouldn't even have to enter the battle. Wei Shu decided to provoke the commander by saying that this lady must have rejected him in the past. Feng Xian's cheekbones sunk inward and his face darkened, and he rose from his seat. With a frighteningly fast gait, he came closer and closer to the soldier, who was already covered in sweat. A black shadow loomed over Wei Shu's face, and he tried to urge his brother to be sensible. But the red-haired man was burning with anger and didn't plan on listening to anyone. After the meeting was over, the soldier could boast of a black eye and a swollen cheek. Wei Shu thought that the general was only beating him, and Wei Yel asked him not to write too hard. Taking another drink of wine, the man complained about being ignored by his eldest, but his brother didn't think so. Yet as soon as he talked about Li Hua, Yopo attacked him like a beast. Strategists confirmed that the idea was good, so the man didn't understand why he was beaten. He thought the commander had gotten better, but now he realized the man couldn't be changed. Wei Yol began to refill his drink and told him to think of the best, because sooner or later, things would get better. Until now, Wei Shu could always rely on his brother. Upon hearing this, the man nodded and thanked me for my support. The general, too, had gotten drunk this evening and lay unconscious beside the drained pitcher. At dawn, Wei Shu packed his things and set off, deciding he couldn't stay here any longer. With one last glance at the developing flag of Tang Ni, the man left the fort and wandered through the nearby villages. Pulling the cloth higher over his face, he saw a man ahead of him, whom he considered suspicious. He walked all alone without an escort and didn't look like a local from this region. Wei Shu walked past him, deciding that he shouldn't care about such things anymore. Entering the village, the man in the hat wondered if this was the Shuafan region that General Liu Bu was responsible for. The place looked peaceful enough that the unknown man decided to explore the area further. At the gate of the fortress stood Zhao Yun, who was on guard with 2 other soldiers. Being not far from the gate, the unknown man asked the name of the boy standing at the post. After receiving the answer, the man did not believe that this boy could be called a master, but it was he who trained the soldiers of Tang Ni, being a native of Changshan. At first glance, Zhao Yun seemed like a boy with no special skills, and the unknown person continued to watch him. After a while, the gates of the fortress opened and Xu Huang came out to replace the officer at his post. This man looked more capable, and the informant said he was an earl. His body clearly didn't fit the title, and John Doe asked if all the information was true. Despite the disbelief, I had to admit that the scout's information was true. He didn't understand anything, but it should be clearer if he saw these people up close. At the gate, Xu Huang stopped the guest, and he reported that he had come to meet with General Liu Bu. It was impossible to meet the commander-in-chief like this, so the gatekeeper asked the stranger to introduce himself. The man in the hat asked him to report that someone from Han Gu Guan had come, and then he would definitely be allowed in. After a while, he was actually led into the fortress right into the general's reception hall. Seeing the red-haired warrior in the chair, he appreciated the warlord he had heard so much about. He introduced himself as Li Wu, and finally met the person who wanted to invite him to an audience. Li Wu said he came to these parts to meet with Commander Liu Bu, not Dong Zhou. Getting straight to the point, the man asked if Yeopo wanted to join Dong Zhou to reach unprecedented heights. After looking at his strategist, the red-haired man decided to leave this matter to Master Jia. After bowing to the guest, the manipulator said that Li Wu should talk to him first. Stepping forward, Jia Shu and the second man exchanged pleasantries, expressing how honored they were to talk to each other. There was something the strategist wanted to know about, and he told me that his former owner named him after himself. And since they had a similar character in their name, the master wondered if they had served the same person in the past. The tactician had trained under Zhao Zaza for several years, and Li Wu didn't think to meet anyone who knew his master in this region. Li Wu grew up in the family of Jia Shu's former mentor, and the men folded their hands, greeting each other even closer and tighter. They continued their conversation without paying attention to Liu, Bu sawing them with his gaze. Resting his head on his fist, he exhaled, and thought that all fools behaved the same way. Yopo called attention to himself by saying that the men could socialize longer and he would have a table prepared for them. When they came to their senses, the masters apologizing for forgetting themselves and distracting the general. The red-haired man asked what Li Wu wanted, and he told him that he wanted to help Liang's army enter the capital before Chowang. Once Dong Zhou gets power, the fame of his deeds will spread to Tangni as well. Jia Shu said that the plan was too vague, and if Liang wanted help, then all the information should be told. Dong Zhou just wanted to block Chowang's army, and the strategist said that to fulfill the assignment, they had 3 conditions. The main thing was to recognize that Baiyongju belongs to General Liu Bu, and they need to sign an immunity pact. Li Wu asked what the 3rd condition would be, and the master whispered for Yopo to think of something, and he would make Liang fulfill it. Feng Xian smiled, because he just had an idea, and asked if it was true that there were 5 excellent soldiers under Dong Zhou. Li Wu counted only 4 great Liang fighters on his fingers. They are Hua, Song Li, Jie Go Si, and Hu Zhen. Then Liu Bu said that Su Zheng's name should be first on the list. The man could not understand where the general got this information, but he replied that there are no secrets in the world. The red-haired man asked to borrow one of these soldiers, and Li Wu hesitated as they were all important people in the army. Liu Bu stood up and asked if the guest thought Tangni's soldiers were not as important as their fighters. The man said it wasn't like that at all and wondered what to do. They won't give Su Zheng away, but Go Si and Li Jie are Dong Zhei's right and left hands, so we should only count on Hu Zheng and Hua Song. Li Wu said they would give Hua Song away, and Yopo pounded on the chair with his fist, ordering him to shut up. He stood up and walked quickly out of the hall, saying he had nothing more to say to the messenger. The masters were left standing in complete incomprehension, while Li Wu tried to ask the general to return. Hiding his smile behind his fan, Jia Zhu thought that Liu Bu had become much better at negotiation skills. Walking outside, Feng Xian clenched his fist, realizing that Dong Zhou wanted to deceive everyone. Bowing, the manipulator told the guests that the commander must have been offended that they decided to give him Hua Song. Li Wu noticed that this fighter was also very important to Liang, and apart from him, they couldn't offer anyone else. Jia Zhu reassured his compatriot by saying that he would try to convince Yopo, and he glowered. But there's not enough of a fighter to apologize, and a gift like paper and brushes might smooth things over. It wasn't the only option, and Liang might have something else the general would like. After discussing everything once again, the masters rushed to look for Liu Bu and found him strolling by the pond. Jia Shu approached him first and tried to convince the boss to listen to him. Hiding their faces behind the fan, Yopo and Jia Shu began to laugh at how well the red-haired man portrayed the hurt scene. Li Wu stood behind, thinking that there were important negotiations going on right now, but they were only discussing what this messenger would be able to offer them. They probably couldn't give them soldiers and food, because it was a secret treaty, so it was worth asking for swords or horses that couldn't be bought. Liu Bu didn't understand why exactly the sword, but the strategist said that they could try again to fool the guest. He had an interesting weapon in his scabbard, and the manipulator wondered how the man would react if it was broken in front of him. The general was interested in the idea, but there was something he just remembered. Now his intention was to get Dong Zhou's red horse. After talking it over with Li Wu, they went back to Yeopo to discuss the agreement. The envoy held out his sword, giving it as a gift, and saying that it belonged to the mighty warrior Wei Mungyu. Liu Bu looked thoughtful, and asked if the guest wanted to give him his weapon, and Li Wu asked if the red-haired man was happy with the gift. Asking permission to try out the tool, the commander called a soldier patrolling the fortress. He asked how long the warrior had been using the sword, and he said he had gotten it 4 days ago. Taking the gift out of its sheath, Feng Xian said that they would try it out now. After accepting the assignment, the soldier took a fighting stance, ready to repel the commander's blow.